I think that the Earth is a globe. This is my claim. My evidence is that the curvature has been measured. So this is my claim and now my evidence. And then I proceed to tell you what my evidence is and how the method it was done to understand that it was measured. That's how it works. Now, if you don't have that, then all we have are your assumptions because you see something in the sky and you're trying to ask, well, how does this work? And that, sir, is called a question proof. Question proofs aren't evidence of anything. It's just you trying to demand some way of me explaining how something works based on your question. That's not evidence. So evidence would be me presenting a claim and then producing the evidence. Can you do that? It's not a question proof, sir.
And I thought he said we make it complicated with astrophysics. What the hell is the moon?
Yeah. Go ahead, Roundhound. We got the we need the claim and then the evidence, sir. Two things. Otherwise, we're just going to stare at that flat line on the machine where it's going beep. There's no heartbeat. Unless you can actually do something to resurrect it.
This is another example of I have a story, and if you don't have a replacement story, my story is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is like going up to a girl and be like, if you can't tell me who my girlfriend is, you're my girlfriend.
Yeah, question proofs just won't do, Roundhound. So do you have a claim and then support it by evidence? Yes, no.
Maybe his Bluetooth mic broke.
A listener. Right. See you, Roundhound. See you in the funny papers, bro. Roundhound, as his name would suggest, bit off more than he could chew.
So I want to say something that get vaccinated. That retard's still in here. Are they still in here? Yeah, that retard's still in. Listen, dude, you made all these crazy claims, dude. Everyone has seen the science that shows vaccines has reduced deaths, and so has masks, and people aren't vaccinated are more contagious and carry a stronger version. Yeah, you say that. Now post the evidence. Real simple. See, you can't post the evidence because that evidence doesn't exist. Okay? At best, you might be able to show a correlation, but correlation isn't causation. You know, you can just thumbs down whatever you want, dude. Just post your evidence. Anyway, what happened to the other dude?
He went down as a listener.
No, not that dude. The other dude, the gaslighter, the dude that was trying to gaslight me.
Retarded AI. Yeah, he left.
No, he's still good, man.
Good thing I was
Is
fucking
he?
muted
I
the
don't
whole
see him.
time, man. I don't see him.
Number 12 for me.
I don't even see 12 people, bro.
Really? Man, my app is
Yeah.
fucked.
Or my app is fucked.
Like,
One of the two.
like retarded AI left for me. I don't know if he's still there for you.
No, he's gone for me.
Okay.
But he was trying to gaslight you so hard, dude. He's lucky I was muted, man, because he was pissing me off.
I like how he says flat Earth isn't science; it's denial of science. What's science, bro?
He has no idea.
It's hilarious.
It's just a buzzword. It's a buzzword he learned in school. Say this buzzword. It'll just make it true.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I started by saying, how can the entire planet sees the same moon phase and the same moon face at any given time? How does that work on a flat Earth? You responded with, it's a presupposed globe. How do our observations have anything to do with what shape it really is? You can't presuppose what you see. So how does it work on a flat Earth?
Yeah, that's a burden of proof reversal, what you've just done. A question asking how it works on a flat Earth is not examining the claim that the Earth is a globe, nor is it evidence that it is one. So two things need to happen. One, a claim needs to be made. Two, the evidence needs to be put forward. Those are the two things that I need. I requested it. This is the second time that I'm asking for this. Now, I need you to focus on what I just said. Give me a claim, then followed by the evidence. Otherwise, you cannot substantiate the claim that the Earth is a globe. Can you do this?
I could give you quite assured evidence, right? Given with a number of observations, but I'm not sure if there's any one observation. The only one that I think would come close, I don't know if it's proof. It's certainly extraordinarily strong evidence. Is your position on the globe? Is relative to Polaris's angle in the sky. It certainly doesn't work on a flat Earth, but it is very good evidence that it's a globe. But I don't think it's conclusive in itself. You have to add a bunch of stuff. I'm not sure there's any one evidence that proves it's a globe.
Right.
But when you add a whole bunch of them together, you start to get a picture, and all those evidences put together can only work on one model.
No, that can only work. Business doesn't work in here. Can only work doesn't. It's a pragmatic fallacy. Just because something works doesn't mean the premise is true. That's inconclusive, as you stated. As you stated. Right. So let's agree on giving some evidence that will conclusively prove that the Earth is a globe. Let's do that.
Like I said, I don't think there is one. I think you have to add a whole bunch of observations.
Right. So it seems like that the idea that the Earth is a geometric shape cannot be proven in any way in 2024, according to you.
No, with one observation is what I said.
Well, we're not making an observation of a geometric shape, Brownhound. According to you, there is no such thing that exists. We cannot observe the Earth as a geometric shape because, according to you, it's not possible to do so. All we can come up close to is things that are inconclusive. This is what you stated.
Well, there is conclusive, undeniable proof of it.
Well, let's have it, man.
Yeah,
let's
the
have it. That's what I want.
1972 Blue Marble. It's a photograph of the Earth.
Oh,
but hang on,
photograph.
space doesn't exist.
How is that? Hold on.
No. I'm not even going to talk about space doesn't exist. You present a photograph of the Earth as a globe. Now, we're in all of reality, right? Everywhere that you can go, can you take that image of the Earth as a globe and compare it to anything you've ever seen?
I don't think I understand the question. How do you mean?
Okay, let's do this. I'll break it down to you as simple as I can possible. If I hand you a picture of a horse, you can actually go to a ranch where there's horses, and you can compare the image of the horse to an actual horse. Now, think about this. I hand you a picture of the globe Earth. Where can you go in all of reality that you can compare that image to something that looks like what I just handed you as a globe?
Okay, you could take all the maps of the world that were long before we had a photograph of the
No,
world.
sir. No, sir. Maps, no, sir. No. Maps aren't going to help us. I'm talking about an observation of something in reality. When I walk out my door and I have the image of the Earth as a globe, what can I compare it to? Not maps.
Alpha, dude, your echo is back. Hold on a second. Just point of parliamentary order. Alpha, your echo's pretty bad.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I deleted my
Well, it's
my
good
phone.
now. I don't know what just happened. Maybe someone's got their mic open.
No, it was. I had my phone because my phone was on too. Because I don't know who's talking, so I have to kind of have my phone on. But I turned my phone off because it was running. It was running. Yeah, that's it. It's just right now when I talk, everybody's looks like they're talking, and when I put my red mic, it looks like everybody's not talking. So anyway, so back to Roundhound. Now that we've got to the point where you realize that you have an image of the Earth as a globe, you cannot compare it to anything that you've ever seen anywhere. This is true.
Well, I don't know what to take what you're saying is, unequivocal. It's like you can't compare it to anything because.
Oh yes, it is. Because if I hand you a picture of something,
or is it going to be just interrupted as soon as you don't like what you hear?
it's simple, Round. It's simple. It's simple. If I hand you a picture of something, you can take that image and compare it to something. But if I hand you a picture of something that's imaginary, how can you compare that imaginary thing I gave you, which I could do the same thing? I could give you a picture of a velociraptor. Go out into reality and find me one that's running around in nature somewhere.
You clarified it was running around in nature. So I could. So if I went to a museum and showed you bones, that wouldn't pass.
No, sir. The animal must be alive. If I was showing you an image of a velociraptor running around, where can you show me that actual animal exists? That's just proving my point.
No extinct animals ever actually existed.
We're not talking about the minutia of the point. Because we can get into that.
You just said it has to be running around.
How about this? Roundhound, let me give your mind something to focus on because it's distracted by the minutia. Let me give you the flying spaghetti monster. How about that? That's easier for you not to focus on the minutia. So think about the flying spaghetti monster. I give you an image of that. What do you have to compare that to, sir?
Nothing. If it was the first time it had ever been seen, I could go and maybe look for it. I could go and look for bones.
Yeah.
If I found fossils of it,
Sir, the flying spaghetti monster is not real.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, but you don't just dismiss it because you don't like the idea of it. You go and look for it. And invalidate it.
Okay, so what type of evidence do you think the flying spaghetti monster in all of reality, sir? Where can you go and find the flying spaghetti monster to compare the image that I've given you that there is a flying spaghetti monster? Where are you going to go in reality to compare that image to it, sir?
Well, let's define.
Answer my question, sir. Just answer my question. Where in reality are you going to go?
You can't. Spaghetti is a man-made product.
There you go. That's the answer. Finally, some honesty. Finally. So therefore,
but you're not using fair things, right? You say flying spaghetti, but we all know that's fake,
and the globe is a fair thing. That's not fair either.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. But you do know it's pseudoscience to ask me to go out.
How is the globe fair?
Hang on, it's
no, we're not hanging on. You're trying to compare something that's like the flying spaghetti monster. Yeah, because you're not understanding. You're trying to compare the flying spaghetti monster to the globe, and then you're saying, well, that's not fair. Well, neither is a globe. If I present to you the globe,
spaghetti monster is something you don't know if it exists or not. Not literally.
Yeah, it does not exist because you can't compare it to anything in reality. In your physical and natural world, sir, the Earth as a globe presenting to you as a picture is not comparable to anything that you've ever seen anywhere on Earth. You haven't been to anywhere that you can say, aha, the Earth looks just like this image. You haven't been anywhere that the Earth looks like that. Have you?
Have you been to Papua New
Answer
Guinea?
my question.
Have you been to Papua New Guinea?
Sir, have you been anywhere geographically on Earth that looks comparable to the image of the globe that they give you?
No, that's a pseudoscience question.
Thank you. So no is the answer. See how easy that was?
Yep. Okay. So, have you been to Papua New Guinea?
Have I been to Papua New Guinea? What does that have to do with the relevance to the
yes
question
or no,
that I just
yes
asked
or no
you?
answer. Have you been to Papua
Give me
New
the
Guinea?
relevance, because I won't answer it if you don't give me relevance. What relevance does it have to the question I just asked?
Why can't you just answer it? Have you been there or not? Are you going to be honest
Because
or
it
not?
needs to be relevant, sir. It needs to be relevant to the question I ask. If you want me to answer your question, give me the relevance.
Okay, don't worry about it.
No, I won't, because it's not relevant.
It is relevant. You know exactly where
then
I'm
tell
going.
me the relevance.
That's all you want to
Tell
answer?
me the relevance. Tell me the relevance, and I'll answer it. If it's
Okay,
relevant,
so
I will answer.
you're basically saying that if you haven't experienced or seen it in your life, it can't be true.
No,
Okay.
I didn't
Have you
say
been to
experience.
Papua
What I
New Guinea?
said was,
Because if you haven't been there,
yeah,
with your line of
okay.
thinking, it doesn't exist.
When you say this looks like the globe, where can you go see this image comparable to anything in reality? That was the question to you.
Okay. Look, one
Yeah.
place you can go to is to the Himawari 8 satellite stream.
Oh, really? Can you go there?
I can go to the webpage right now. And I
Oh, the
can-
web page. Oh, so more photos.
Yep.
More photos.
And I can look at the photos, right? And I can look at the Pacific
okay,
Ocean
so-
and the weather map. Just let me finish. I can look at the weather.
No,
over
we're
it.
not
I
going to
can
let
go
you
straight
finish.
to-
Your
Of course
weak
we're not.
evidence. Your weak
The weak
evidence
evidence.
is to
To
compare.
me,
Yeah,
it
no, it's
sounds
not.
like I'm demolishing
To
you. You're
you-
too scared to let
to
me
you.
talk. And any minute you're going to
No,
talk.
round. Listen, if I had images and I said compare this globe Earth to something, and you're like, yeah, I know what I can compare it to. More photos of images of the Earth looking like a globe. Really, that's your standard of evidence. Is more images, images than the one you've already have. That's not comparing it to something in the physical and natural world, sir.
But you asked me if there's anywhere else I can go and see something that looks like the globe. You're asking
In nature.
You're asking me to go and see something. It's impossible, and you know it's impossible. That is pseudoscience. That is
there you go.
pseudoscience and disingenuous.
Yeah, we know it's
You're
impossible.
not here for the
There you
argument.
go.
You're not here for the truth. You're here to push.
You're not here for the truth. Oh, really?
I'm
That's
absolutely
rich.
here for the truth, mate. So
That's
know what the
rich.
truth is.
No, you're not here for the truth, sir. You're here
Then
to
why do
just
I
tell
think
me your
it's pseudoscience?
fantasy story
Why
of
do
the
you
Earth being
ask
a
me
globe,
things that
and
you
I'm
don't
here to
fucking
debunk
provide
the
us?
idea. Like I have the title of this room right now. The globe Earth was debunked today because you, sir, didn't give me any evidence of the Earth looking like the globe. You gave me more photos. I saw a photo from NASA, and I've compared it to the photo of the Himawari 8. I've heard your claim, sir, and it doesn't matter because it's not reality. It's all fantasy, all of it, every bit of it.
They said the globe was debunked. How was it debunked? It was my first question.
Because you didn't provide any evidence that it actually is a reality.
The debunked
I
is
just
you
told
proved it
you,
wasn't
round
real.
round.
Debunked
I just
said
told
that
you.
you proved it wasn't real. You have not done that.
I did. It is merely
No, you
fantasy,
did not.
sir.
You might want
It's
to
merely
say
fantasy. It's
Can I
Santa
ask a
Claus for
question?
adults.
Alpha, let me ask a question real quick. What if you said, we know the flying spaghetti monster is not real? Well, if we had a photo, couldn't we just say we know it's real because we have a photo of it?
Can I just clarify the
Isn't that your
spaghetti
logic?
monster?
No, answer the question.
hang on.
But isn't that your
Nope.
logic? Isn't
No,
that your logic?
if we're talking like literally about a flying spaghetti monster, no, spaghetti is man-made. So a living thing
Yeah,
cannot
cool.
come
But
from
what
it.
if we had a picture? But if we had a picture, a
Because
photograph,
it's still a
what if we had a
ridiculous
live stream
hypothesis.
of but would that make the flying spaghetti monster real? Would that be evidence it's real?
Are there any other evidences for it? Are there like
No, just
footprints in the
images.
sand and stuff?
Just
Yeah,
images.
okay, then
No, just other images.
No,
We got witnesses.
I'd
We got
still say I don't believe
some
it.
mathematics on a piece of paper that shows you how a flying spaghetti monster fucking can operate in reality. Right?
Yeah,
So
found a nest.
use some equations.
There's a nest that you found. There's footprints, all that sort of stuff.
Oh, physical evidence, like in
Yeah.
the natural world.
Yep.
Yeah, cool. Where's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah,
No,
dude's turning it
that,
into
that, would- that would be
physical
some, that would be
evidence.
something like sunrise evidence towards
Yeah,
the globe.
sunrise.
Yep. Polar. You never got around to tell
No. Wait. Time out. No, you're off into the weeds. What we asked for was from your claim that the pictures from the Earth looking like a globe were comparable to the Himawari 8 images. That's where we're at right now. Now we're off into sunsets. You're switching the topics. We're back to images because I'm going to redirect you back.
I was correlating.
Yes, you were. You were.
No, just a second.
No, you weren't. You're being a weasel. You're switching the topics to sunrises.
No,
we're not talking about that.
Equating something like finding footprints or a nest to finding other evidence.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about, is it?
Sunrise would be another evidence for the globe Earth. It's not conclusive.
We're not talking about that, are we?
Fits into the model.
We're not talking about that. That's another point.
Are you not understanding what I'm saying there? Are you that simple?
I do understand. You're trying to use what you consider is a preponderance, Roundhound. You're trying to use a preponderance of evidence in your case. We're not asking for that. We're asking for the single. Yeah, we're asking for the single direct evidence that the Earth is a globe. You said the damning evidence would be photos from space, which of course to you was the Earth looking like a globe. And then you said, well, my evidence of that is such as the Himawari 8 images of the Earth looking like a globe. So more photos. That's all we're at right now. And then from there, you went to sunrises. No, you can't do that. You have to state how the claim of the images were provided as evidence.
You misrepresented my argument completely then. That was disingenuous of you. I did not go to sunrise.
That's exactly the logic that you went forward with.
I just explained to you what I did when I said sunrises. When you were talking about the flying spaghetti monster, you were talking about other. I said, have you got other evidences for stuff? You know, trying to explain to you.
You're asking us. We're asking you. Nice try.
Maybe
nice try, Round.
So did you find
nice try? Nice try. We're not going to fall for this gimmick, which is you asking. Round.
Sunrise might be equivalent.
Yeah, you're spiraling. I'm not going to answer. There's nothing going to be addressed until you realize you're spiraling.
What do you keep talking over me?
Sir, relax. Take a breather. We're not talking about sunrises or sunsets because you're starting to go to a different direction. How can you verify that those photos of the Himawari 8 real of the Earth as a globe? Because you were saying the other ones that you had prior to that, where the evidence was that the photos were real, were that the Himawari 8 images were real.
No, you asked me.
Hold on, he said.
I said the 1972 blue marble picture is undeniable. You asked me where else could you see that? I said the Himawari 8.
Why is it undeniable?
So why are you not following your own questions properly here?
No. You said that the photos of space are undeniable proof. Why are
the 1972 blue marble is. It's on film.
Why is it undeniable?
It's on film before editing. It's on film.
So what?
What do you mean? So
what does that mean?
What
does that mean?
How do you edit the negative?
There's the image on film. So what?
How do you edit the negative?
Well,
which is on display. You can go and see it.
Well, listen. There's lots of ways to edit the negative.
No, there isn't.
They could have just took a picture. Yeah, there is.
No,
but
there's not.
They could have just took a picture of a painting, right?
Yeah, good one. Sure.
Yeah, a painting. So there's something called hyper-realistic painting. You can just Google it, right? And you'll see images which are photorealistic that are paintings.
Oh, Google's allowed.
So they could have just.
We trust Google now. We trust Google now, do we?
No.
We're shifting. We're shifting. Get back to the point, Round.
It shows you examples of it, right? So examples that you can make paintings. Human beings can make paintings which are photorealistic, which aren't actually photographs. They look like photographs of somebody, but they're not. They're a photograph of a painting.
So back to the claim that the image is a standard for what you claim is evidence, and it's not because you can't compare it to anything in reality. So when you have this image of whatever you think it is, it doesn't matter because it doesn't exist out there in nature. When you go outside, you can't take that image and go, oh, there it is, right there. Where? Where are you going to see that image look like what they show you, Roundhound?
Can we move on to a different one? Again,
there we go. So no evidence presented. What do you have next?
I presented evidence. You just denied it. There's a difference.
No, that's not evidence, sir.
It's absolutely
I just demonstrated that is not evidence. That's your fantasy idea of the Earth as a globe.
Polaris. Why is Polaris at 90 degrees when you're at 90 degrees? Why is Polaris at 90 degrees when you're
rich?
Polaris, if you're standing at the North Pole, right, you're at 90 degrees latitude, right? Polaris is 90 degrees above you. If you go to the 45th parallel, right, Polaris is 45 degrees off the horizon. How does that work on a flat Earth?
Okay, how does it work on a flat Earth? You're asking us questions. Listen to me when I say this very clearly. I asked you for evidence of the globe. You know how this
That
works.
is
I'll repeat
evidence
it.
of the globe. That is evidence of the
Shut
globe.
up, Round. Let me tell you how this works. So you're going to present a claim. The claim would be, this is my claim for the Earth being a globe. Present the claim and then say, this is the evidence for that claim that the Earth is a globe, not how it's not flat.
Okay,
You don't
fine.
say that as a
Rearrange my
question.
statement. Rearrange my statement into there's my evidence.
Rearrange it.
Rearrange my
Rearrange it,
statement to there's an evidence. Okay. Polaris is at 90 degrees if you're at 90 degrees. Polaris is at 45 degrees if you're at the 45th latitude. Okay, there's my evidence for it being a globe. Or one of my
Okay.
evidence.
How do you
I want to tell him
now
why
that you
that's not evidence. Can I tell him why it's not evidence?
Yeah.
Alpha? Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
not
was going to hit him
evidence
with
of the globe.
go ahead.
It's really simple. You know why it's not evidence? Because you can't find those 45-degree latitude and your so-called North Pole without that, right?
But that made
So
no
if you
sense at
can't
all.
see the
Could you say
sky,
it
so
again?
say you can't see any of the sky, you can't see the sky, can't see the stars, sun, moon, planets, nothing. How do you find 45 degrees latitude?
Yeah, but let's go on a clear day. We can.
Yeah, how do you find it in the first place?
What do you mean? How do you find it in the first place? You deny Polaris is there.
Yeah,
I don't really understand
no,
what you're
we
doing.
can't see that. We can't see the stars. We can't see the sun. We can't see the moon. How do we know 45 degrees latitude is a place on Earth?
What? You're saying there's not a 45th latitude line now?
Yeah, how do you find it
It's,
without
it's,
seeing?
it's a man-made thing, right? We decided that this is where the lines are going to be,
Based upon what?
based upon its distance
Based
from
upon
90 degrees between the equator and the North Pole.
I don't think he understands what you're asking to do.
So how do you find that with the
I'm,
view of
I'm
the
absolutely
sky?
amazed that
How
you
do I
just
know when I'm at 45?
can't come close to answering the question.
It's cloudy. The entire
Comical.
world is cloudy. Listen, just listen for a second. The entire world is cloudy. Nobody can see the stars, moon, sun, anything. Can't see the sky. I want to find 45 latitude. How do I do it?
No, I don't know. Let's wait for a sunny day.
Yeah, you can't. So when you say,
Well, you can. I just don't know how you can do it.
no, you can't, because when you say Polaris is like you're at 45 latitude when Polaris is 45 degrees above the horizon, you're saying the same thing.
Right, so you're saying that we use the stars to find out where we are on the Earth, are you? I don't think that's really an argument in your favour.
It's because the celestial coordinates are based upon the coordinate system. Latitude and longitude is in the sky. It's not on the ground.
No, the what is it, the GMT or whatever? You get the zero line from a star, but
Yeah, that's based upon the sun. That's the longitude. That's based upon the sun position.
He doesn't know where he's at right now with this argument.
Yeah. I mean,
well, you're not making any sense.
Astrophysics is
So you're saying if we can't see the stars, it doesn't work. Okay, so
it was too much for him, Indio. That question was way too much.
You can see it. Well, I can't believe you deny it. You're not going to approach the question at all.
No, you don't understand. You don't even understand your own claim because you don't understand how the system.
I understand the claim. I understand the claim.
No, how does system of coordinates work, Round? Can you tell us?
What do you mean? How do they work?
Yeah, how do they work?
What do you mean? How do they work?
45.
Explain it.
Yeah,
he doesn't know, Indio.
Pretend I'm a 4-year-old.
No, he doesn't know. No, we're not going to explain it. That's giving you the answer. You need to give us the answer. If you don't know it, then listen.
Okay,
This is what this
zero,
means. Yeah.
And every degree you move up on the angle of the Earth, right? Your latitude line changes.
The angle of the Earth.
So 45 degrees is exactly that. It's halfway up the globe.
You don't know. You don't know what you're talking about, do you?
No,
that's what you're trying to prove.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
You didn't observe
guarantee
being halfway up. Well, hold on. You didn't observe being halfway up the globe. All you observed was a change.
Personally, I just travel in a boat and I changed my position, okay, and I just took their word for it. But please explain to me why is Polaris at 45 degrees? When I'm at the 45th latitude, Polaris is at 45 degrees.
Because we defined it that way.
What do you mean you defined it that way? It's an observation you see in front of your eyes.
Why are you going to ask me a question? Dude, why are you going to ask you a question?
Because you're not answering mine.
I'm trying to answer it. You're over-talking me.
You're not answering that.
I'm trying to answer your question. Dude. I mean, maybe there's lag or something, but listen, we defined it that way. We defined When Polaris is 45 degrees above the horizon, we're going to call that place 45 latitude. We didn't measure going over the curve. We didn't measure North Pole to frickin' Ecuador. We just defined it that way. That's why I said it's saying the same thing.
But the distances don't match. If it was flat, it doesn't change in that.
What do you mean?
Where
Whoa,
did you
whoa,
get
whoa,
your
whoa.
Yeah,
distance?
okay, I'll explain what I mean. I'll explain what I mean. Okay, so it's 1 degree for 69 miles. So if you move,
Okay, well,
hang on, let me finish.
hold on,
Let me
hold
finish.
on.
Let me finish.
No, you're
Let
gonna
me
tell me
finish.
how you
Okay?
measured the
No.
69 degrees.
People
How did you
people
measure
need
it?
to understand what I'm trying to tell
No,
you.
yeah, because you don't know how it's been measured. You don't know how it's been measured.
We understand the claim. Your
You just
claim
don't know how
was
it's been measured.
69
So then
miles
tell
per
me how it
degree.
works on a flat Earth.
No.
Okay, no.
Dude, you need to say how it's been measured. How has it
Substantiate
been
your
measured?
claim at 69. I told you how it works on a flat Earth. When we
We
see
measured it
Polaris
from the
above
stars. Oh, that's right. It's a cloudy day. We
Oh, we
can't do that,
did.
can we?
Oh, we did.
Yeah, we did.
With what device
What?
did we measure that with?
Are you seriously asking that? Do you
Ooh.
not know the question, or are
Yeah.
you just trying to see if I know it?
Answer it.
No,
Do you
Answer
know?
it.
Do you know the answer?
You
Or
guys
you
do
or
this
you just
every
trying to
time.
see if
You
you
don't
don't
think
know?
we
No,
can't?
it's not his burden to carry. It's yours. How was it measured?
It is so his burden to carry. What are you talking about?
You need to show how it's been
disputing
measured,
my
sir.
claim. What's your evidence to dispute my claim?
69. No. Okay, this is
Yes.
auto true until we
If
disprove it. That's the burden.
we move 69 degrees north or south, right? Polaris will move 1 degree in the sky.
You mean 69
You
miles?
can't argue with that. Yes. What did I say?
Yeah, I
if we
can't
move
argue with that
69
because there's
miles.
no evidence for that. There's no evidence for
I
that.
mean, there's no evidence for it. It's observable reality, dude. If you're denying that, you are
Okay, so
absolutely
who observed it
not
in
qualified to
reality?
have this argument.
Okay, yeah, just saying it's observable reality. Who observed it in reality?
Oh, thousands of people daily, dude. Are you freaking serious
Okay,
right now?
so post. Okay, then post the data.
Post the data. So you're
Yeah, the
seriously
data.
saying that's not what happens in reality? Is that your claim?
No, what I'm
Is that your
saying
claim?
is you have no
You're
evidence.
saying
No,
the
what I'm
Polaris
saying
does
is
not move
no. What
1
I'm saying
degree if you move 69 miles north or
spurging.
south?
You're spurging, bro.
I'm
I'm not
spurging.
saying anything. I'm saying you have no evidence for your
You are.
claim, dude.
You are. No, because I gave you a claim towards my question, right, and you're denying it.
Yeah, no evidence for it. No. You gave me a claim, right? But you gave me no evidence for your claim. You didn't. There's nothing to.
So that's your get out, is it? Is it? I'm not going to produce it right this minute. You're going to go, see, he was full of shit. When
It's
you
not
know
even
that, when you know that's
listen.
the truth, you know that's the truth. But
Okay.
you're going to get out of my question by saying that I'm not going to present it right now.
How would I know anything if you didn't present the evidence?
Well, you don't know anything. I don't think you do.
So all I know is you said some words, you made a claim, you haven't substantiated the claim. You just keep rattling on that somehow I'm denying your claim. Well, dude, you need evidence for your claim. Your claim isn't automatically true.
Right.
The claim is true.
I'll just say the earth is flat and
No,
everybody
it's
knows
not
it, and that's
automatically
true
true.
because I said so.
No, you would have to provide.
It's called Ipsy
You
Dixit.
would have to provide evidences,
You don't.
and they can be evidences that other people did.
So I need evidence and you don't.
You can, but it's
Yep.
but it's freely available information that everybody already knows
Round.
to
Just
be
answer.
true.
Hold on.
You can use it.
Round. Does he need evidence and you don't?
To dispute currently understood science, yeah, you do need some evidence.
No, him. But does he need evidence and you don't need evidence?
Ask everyone here, should I need to provide evidence
No,
right
I don't need to
right
ask.
now?
Listen, I don't need to ask people. I need to ask only you.
Polaris moves 1 degree if you move 69 miles. Nobody's going to argue.
Dude,
No one's going to
I
argue
only
that.
need to
Can
ask
we just move on?
I only need to ask you. Stop talking, Round. I'm gonna mute you.
Pathetic.
I'm gonna mute. Dude, stop
Sure,
talking.
of course you are.
Are you listen? Are you asking right now that he needs to provide evidence and you don't need to provide any evidence whatsoever? Just him.
Yeah, to dispute currently accepted science, yes, you need evidence.
Okay, so answer what I said.
No,
Don't just say what you
provide
want to say.
evidence that Polaris moves 1 degree if you move.
There you go, Indio. That's your answer.
To provide this right here, right now.
That's your answer, Indio.
Yep.
There you go.
Because you know it's true.
There you go.
You know it's true, but you're going to use the fact that I'm not going to present it right now. You're going to say my claim is that you've debunked my claim.
How would I know it's true? tell me the method on how I got this knowledge.
I'm just doing some Googling since Google's okay to use, right? I'm just doing some Googling on how we actually, on how it is that you can go and prove it for yourself. Give me 1 minute.
Yeah, that's interesting
Yeah,
that you're
I
doing
look
that.
forward to you explaining how it works on a flat earth.
It's really weird that you don't answer questions. How you said, I know it's true. How would I know it's true? Because everybody else said it? Is that your standard of evidence? What you think everybody else thinks? If they all think the same thing, then it's got to be true until somebody provides evidence that it's not true? Are you an utter moron?
None of the personal insults, dude. You think the fucking earth is flat, you
No,
dick?
I'm asking
Are
you
you
a question.
fucking
Are you an
serious?
utter moron?
Are you serious? Are you serious right now calling me a moron?
Yeah.
You think the
I
fucking
know.
earth is flat, you fucking 1%
No, you are an
fucking
utter
idiot.
moron because you're smirking, bro. Okay, you are a moron.
You're smarter than me. I highly doubt that.
I'll tell you. Yeah, I'll tell you why you're an utter moron. Real specifically, if you think counting the number of people that believe something, and if it's over 50%, that's what's true, you're a fucking retard.
No, currently accepted science is what I said. So you've just misrepresented what I said again. And you cannot keep your mouth shut while I have a sentence. What is wrong with you? Are you 12? Do I need to jiggle my keys, mate? Get your attention back over here. You cannot let me finish a sentence. You're a child. You're a fucking child.
Your word count is well exceeds mine, believe me. You've talked way more than I have. You know you have.
Dude, I try not to talk over you. You talk halfway through every sentence I start. Literally, every sentence I make, you talk. Fucking genius.
Yeah, because we don't care about your whining. So listen, how do we determine what's currently accepted science, and how do we know that quote unquote currently accepted science is something that's true?
Oh, here's an idea. Read a science book. You know what they are?
Okay, but how do we know that that's what's true?
You don't. Right, that's why you have to go and look and verify it for yourself. And you don't have to go out and do science experiments. But the sun comes up right in the east, and it doesn't change size all day. Anyone can go out and look at this.
That's a lie.
Pig shit. It doesn't.
No, it's a lie, dude.
Oh, right at the horizon, when the atmosphere gets involved, it can get a little bit of a shimmer and stuff. But the sun does not change size throughout the day.
Yes, it does.
No,
it does.
By how much? By how much? By how much?
It does even in the science. Well, it depends on the weather conditions.
Roughly, what's the most it's ever changed size?
Listen, I measured 15% to 1%. I've seen variations as large as that.
15% is under the horizon.
Yeah, 15% difference in size.
Under the horizon, diameter. Do you get? Yeah, the horizon. No, the vertical diameter, 15% at the horizon.
No, I'm talking about the horizontal diameter, not the vertical diameter.
Well, that doesn't.
Yeah, so there's a video on my YouTube channel. It was taken by astronomers in Chile at their observatory. They have a solar filter. They film the sun. Changes 15% in angular size. That's just one. Every time a glober posts one, oh, look, it stays the same size. If you actually go measure, right, count the pixels, it actually does change size. People measured it with theodolites. You guys just make a claim and parrot each other, and you talk shit.
Coming from a flat earther, that's gold.
Yeah.
Okay. Water always finds its level. Water doesn't curve. Show me the curve. Yeah.
Genetic fallacy.
The Michelson-Morley experiment proved the Earth was stationary. You talk about your parrot saying nonsense.
I didn't say that.
Oh God. Anyway, so the point is that the sun does change in angular diameter. Okay, it's measured. Says it in the scientific literature. The only people that say it doesn't are anti-flat earthers on the internet. Literally nobody claims this. They don't claim this in the scientific literature.
A couple of things were happening in tonight's discussion. There seems to be a double standard that Roundhound believes is something that he can use. We don't need to provide evidence on our side, but you flat earthers need to provide all the evidence because we don't need to provide. And then when it is something that he's going to provide, he's like, oh, check this out, guys. Let me Google it, bro.
Because they have
in the middle of the discussion.
Because they have a majority, so they don't need evidence.
Right, and it's rich
Not true
because he doesn't need to tell you how something is done. It just is, bro. And that's just the truth. And
Yeah, because accepted.
he's a
Accepted. It's a
dogmatic
commonly accepted
religious.
science. How he knows that nobody knows, right? What is the accepted science? I didn't know they took surveys on is this accepted science? Please check yes. Nobody knows what the accepted science is. Okay, there's just the shit you read in the newspaper. That's it.
Not right. So
If you're
people who sail across massive oceans using the stars, they're what? They're in on it or they're wrong. They actually don't get to their
They've been doing
destination.
that.
They have to get on
So
a
you're
plane.
appealing.
exclusive to a globe, bro.
You're appealing
Not
to somebody
exclusive to
that
a globe.
actually you're appealing to somebody that travels over the oceans, yet you don't know the method by which they travel the oceans with. Isn't that correct?
They use the stars.
No, it doesn't matter what you say. I'm asking for the specific method of how they use the stars.
How they use the stars?
Do you know the method by which how they
where the stars are in the sky?
Yeah, have you done this before, Round? Have you done this?
It was a long time ago I learned how to use the sextant. I might be able to work it out again, but without reading it.
Okay, so let's take a look. Let's take a look at the method then. If you've done it before, then I can ask you specific questions. In what way, doing that method, does the Earth indicate that it's a globe? Go on.
Because that agrees with the 69 miles per 1 degree. If that was not correct, you wouldn't end up in the right location.
So distance is what you're finding out, right? Distance.
No, distance is relative to Polaris's position in the sky. If you're further down the globe, it drops down the horizon.
Okay, Round, I'm only asking for geometric conclusions. So how did you conclude that the Earth has a curving surface, like as an oblate spheroid? How did you have the conclusion from? No, I'm not talking about multiple ways, sir. I'm actually identifying the way that you're describing. So by celestial navigation, how do you know that the Earth is a geometric shape such as an oblate spheroid?
From navigation, can you?
No, I don't. I don't need a question. I need your evidence.
I'm just thinking out loud, dude. Can I assume that it's a globe just from doing celestial navigation?
No.
I'm not sure you could, but the celestial navigation assumes it's a globe, and people get to their destination. No.
Absolutely not.
You are not.
No, you're wrong.
Of not interrupting me, are you?
You're wrong. You want me to show you how?
Are you capable of not interrupting me while I'm talking, or not?
Yeah, you're talking a lot of nonsense, and I'm going to show you how you're wrong.
I'm explaining my position, and you keep talking over me whilst I'm doing it.
Your position right now is that celestial navigation provides evidence that the Earth is a. Dude, can you let me finish? Let me finish.
Oh, is it annoying when people talk over me? Sorry.
Yeah, that's simple. I could just mute you. I don't want to, but I can. I could be an asshole like that and mute you, but I don't want to.
No, you're not muting me.
Your position. All right, so that's easy. That was easy. See how easy that was? And I can still talk about my point even if you put your track shoes and head out the door, because my point will still stand that today the globe Earth was debunked. So your evidence that you brought forward was that all you have to do is bring out celestial navigation. But when I pressed you and I said, how is it possible that you're getting a geometric shape from using celestial navigation? You haven't provided the evidence of how we know conclusively that the Earth is a curving surface. Now, that's your burden to carry, and for you to tell me the method of how you got to a geometric conclusion. Now you can speak.
Okay, so if you do the math, which I'm not going to do, not sure if I can, of moving 69 miles and Polaris, so just say you travel from the 45th parallel down to the 44th, 69 miles, and then look up at Polaris, it's moved 1 degree down in the sky. Okay. Now that distance you have travelled is on a flat plane is not far enough for Polaris to have moved down 1 degree. The fact that it's moved down 1 degree and you travel another 69 miles and it moves down another degree.
You said that already.
You said that already. Of it being a globe.
No, indicative. We don't talk about indicative. We talk about direct evidence. So indicative doesn't work in this chat.
Are we not?
So the truth is that you don't understand how measurements are done. You're just claiming they're done this way. When asked for the method, you said, well, we just do this way that you can just measure to Polaris. But you don't know the method. And that's what's the underlying problem right now.
Well, I don't know how to measure the degrees of Polaris off the horizon. Come on, dude.
So okay, let me ask you a question, and be very specific when I ask you this. Can you get a 90-degree angle on a curving surface?
How big's the curve that you're talking about?
Answer my question.
Yes, you can.
Can you get a 90 degree? Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
No shit. You are in a world of trouble because not anybody in the history of the world can get a 90-degree angle off a curving surface. Do you know what you need to have a 90-degree angle, Roundhound? I'll give you a hint.
A corner.
Two straight lines. And sir,
No,
a curving surface is not. Oh yeah,
Right.
yes sir. Go look up what
Sure.
it takes to get a 90-degree angle. So you need two straight lines
Right.
that meet
How
at
big
a
is the Earth?
vertex.
How big is the Earth?
No, we're not talking how big the Earth is.
No,
I'm
you're not
asking
going to talk
you
about
what you
anything
need.
that disproves your ridiculous claim.
Yeah, no, disproves you.
Right.
Ridiculous. A 90-degree angle on a curving surface cannot exist. Go look up what a 90-degree angle is, sir. You've been getting it wrong this whole time.
Sure. I
You
have.
think that you
Yeah.
can have,
And
yeah.
What's the
Go look
bottom?
it up.
What's the bottom line that you
Go
use
look it up.
if you say use a sextant? What's
Go look it
what's
up.
the bottom of the triangle that you're using when you use a sextant?
The bottom of the triangle. How can you
Yeah.
have a triangle that's on a curved surface?
Just answer the question. What's the bottom line that you?
No, you're not answering my question. You did. You still did. No, you still didn't answer my question. How can you have?
If you can't answer it, you're
No,
disingenuous.
no.
You're
You're
not
disingenuous.
gonna
You said
answer
you
it?
can have a
You're not
90-degree
gonna
angle.
answer it?
No,
You're not
because
gonna
you
answer
said you can have a
Would you like-
90. Shut up. You said you can have a
Would you like me to
90-degree
tell you?
angle on a. No, shut up. You can have a 90-degree angle on a curving surface, and that's not possible. You need two straight lines to have a 90-degree angle. Two straight lines that meet at a vertex. So you need two straight lines, and you don't have two straight lines. You have one curving surface, and then the other is a straight line, which you cannot have if you have a 90-degree angle. Now is your time.
Okay, what's the bottom line that you're using? Rob, when you're using a sextant, what's the
Don't ask me. You're the one need to provide the evidence of how you can have a 90-degree angle that's requiring two straight lines without two straight lines. I asked that if you can have a curved surface. You said yes. I can have a curving surface and have a 90-degree angle. Now explain yourself how you can have a curving surface to make a 90-degree angle.
Sure, I'll entertain you. Let me clarify. Let me
Go for it.
answer two things, right? Take a basketball for argument's sake, right?
We're not going to talk about basketballs directly. The Earth in regards to no, that's not how this works. This is going to work exactly the way it should. You're going to tell me with celestial navigation in your specific example how you can have a curving surface like the Earth you think is a globe, and also a direct straight line to have a 90-degree angle. One curved line, one straight line. How is it possible that you have a 90-degree angle using that? We're not moving off that point. That is what I want you to tell me how it's possible to have. Go.
Sure. Stick a chopstick in the ground, right, and put a.
Once again, we're not sticking chopsticks in the ground if we're in the friggin' ocean. So let's go back to the ocean using celestial navigation and tell me how you can have a 90-degree angle using the Earth as a curved surface and the straight line. Go.
Look out at the horizon.
Yes. Go on. Go on. Hello.
You keep fucking muting me for you disingenuous fuck.
I was asking for you
What
to
the fuck
speak.
is wrong with you, dude? You are a fucking grifting cunt.
Go.
Look out at the horizon. The line between the horizon and your eyes is a straight fucking line, you retard.
Oh, so we got a straight line to the horizon,
We got a
do we?
straight line on a fucking globe. The fuck is wrong with you? Are you just
A
fucking
straight
dumb
line
or are
on a
you an
globe.
actual grifter?
All right. Let's expound on that. We got a straight line on top
Let's
of the globe.
expound. Is that a word?
Yeah. Expound, you fucking ignorant wretch. That means to expand on the idea of the point. Look it up. So next we're going to go for the straight line that you just created, right? That would be called a tangential line. All right. I'll bite. So we now have a tangential line to the fucking horizon. Now let's imagine this tangential line or tangential plane, whichever you prefer. So if we're going to say that the Earth is dropping away from the tangential plane or line, doesn't matter, how much is the tangential plane dropping away from the Earth to the horizon, sir? Go ahead.
Doesn't matter. The line between your eyes and the horizon.
You're fucked. You're fucked. You know why? Because you said it was necessary for us to understand we live on a globe. So if we live on a globe and you made a straight line to the horizon, and now you're saying it doesn't matter, well, then how do we know the surface is curving, sir, away from that tangential plane, which we need if we're going to know that the Earth is a globe? Yeah? Tied you up in a knot, did I? Pretty
You're
much,
double.
huh?
I think he's dealing with a double mute, and he keeps blaming you for his double mute.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because I folded you up like a lawn chair, sir. You don't know how the tangential plane.
Fold your own undies without your mum's help.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah, that's easy.
Is it not a straight line
That
from
was
my
easy.
eye to the horizon? Is that not a straight line? Yes or no?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. That's
It
not the
doesn't
point.
matter.
You know what the point is? You know what? Let me tell you what the point is, you ignorant wretch. We're trying to figure out how the Earth is a globe, not straight lines to the horizon. That doesn't help your point. That's flat Earth. We need to know how the Earth is curving away from the tangential plane that you're creating to the horizon. So you need to tell me what's relevant and how we know the Earth is dropping away from that tangential plane, creating the surface that's curving. Once again, can you do this?
Yeah, we were talking about how you get a right angle on a.
Yeah, which you failed miserably because now you gave me a straight line, which is a tangential plane. And then what's important is that if you did make a tangential plane, now you're going to have to tell me how the Earth is curving away from that tangential plane. So back to you. How is the Earth curving away from that tangential plane, sir?
Why are we swapping topics?
We're not swapping topics. We're on point, which means now you need to tell me, now that you created a straight line, which of course is flat Earth, you created a straight line. Now the Earth needs be curving away from that straight line, which would be the tangential plane. How much is the Earth curving away from that tangential plane from the observer to the horizon? Go on.
No, you keep muting me, dude. I'm not going to keep processing. You're fucking dishonest.
That's okay.
You're a dishonest
You can get in your feelings about it. Yeah, go ahead and look for the door. Look for the door.
Why are you
That's your best
yourself by
rescue,
muting
Brown.
me every fucking time I try to answer shit?
Because you're not going to answer my
Change
question.
the subject, right? You're obfuscate.
No, the subject has never changed. It's never changed. You've created a 90-degree angle from a straight line to the horizon. Next, you have to, once you've done that, right, that's a tangent line. And if you think you live on the Earth that's curved surface, well, you need to figure out how you're going to measure the drop over the distance from that tangential plane to the horizon. That's your next step because you've just created a straight line. Now you need to know how the Earth is curving away from that straight line you created. That's important because you're telling me the Earth's a globe. Now you need to prove it, sir.
Yeah,
Got it?
no, I'll do
On
this with
point.
someone moderating besides yourself, mate. I'll see myself out, okay?
Yeah, you know what?
Not
Let the
running.
trash
I
take
just can't.
itself out.
I'm not
No
running.
harm,
I'm
no
just
foul.
not going to deal with.
Yeah,
fucking
you are running.
being
You
muted
are
every
running.
5 seconds.
Put your track shoes
Stop
on,
muting me
sir.
then. Stop muting me then.
Then answer the question.
What's the
Answer my
question?
specific question.
What's the question?
How much Earth is dropping away from the observer to the horizon from the tangential line you created? How much Earth is dropping away, sir?
It's accurate up to about 1,000 miles. I think 8 inches per mile square, roughly. It's quite
Excellent. Excellent. How did you measure that?
No, fuck, I don't know.
Oh, that's it. We've got to the bottom of the point. I don't know is the answer. I've reached my conclusion. That's a mic drop for me, sir, and an actual L for you, which you can take with you as a parting gift. That's all we needed from you was you to concede that you don't know. And that's all I need for you to say. I don't know. See how easy that was? We reached the conclusion with your help. So therefore, today's topic, today the globe earth was debunked, was done by, guess who? You, Mr. Globe Earther, Roundhound. You didn't provide any evidence. Actually, you said, I don't know how the Earth is curving away from the tangential plane that I created with a straight line from my observation to the horizon. That was pretty simple, and you're now completely folded up and stored away for, I don't know what, maybe further use. But you're done, sir. No evidence whatsoever.
Except all the evidence I provided, you denied. This fucking classic.
Except for you said you didn't know. Remember, just like
So how
maybe
did you
10
measure it
seconds
flat?
ago?
So how did you measure it flat?
Oh, that's easy. The same way that you've made the straight line to the horizon. Unfortunately for you, it works for us, but not for you.
Yeah,
So we don't.
elevation angle measurements, man.
Yeah, I was just
That's
gonna-
what you're using to figure out your angle to Polaris that you keep talking about. That's your linear distance from the observer to the 90-degree angle of the ground position of the star. That's a just, I don't know. Like, I don't see how you're using that as your example for globe Earth. That's crazy.
Because it doesn't work on
He
a flat
used our
Earth.
evidence for his point.
Because you can't make it work on a flat Earth. That's how I use it.
It does work on a flat Earth because that's what flat Earth
It
is,
doesn't
dude.
work on a flat Earth, dude. So show what's your evidence for it working on a flat Earth? How did you calculate? What measurements?
It's simple.
I just told you. It's an elevation
No,
angle
tell me how
measurement.
you measured it, though.
You use elevation angle measurements to the celestial body
Step
from
me,
the
step me
observer's
through how
position.
you did it. Exactly how did you do
I
it?
just told you.
Like, explain it to me so I could go and do it because I don't know how to do it. So go and explain it to me exactly how I take those measurements.
Yeah, I tell
It's
you
some
what.
other different way. They are
So
using the
you
Earth
didn't
as a
actually
flat
take the measurements,
plane.
did you?
Yeah, listen. People.
You didn't actually take the measurements.
Hold on, Flatsy. Yeah, people everywhere are doing planar surveying. Like when they do surveying, do you know anything about planar surveying, Brownhound?
People everywhere are taking measurements that I used, and you said I have to go do it myself.
Yeah, no, that you use is not that you use. And
Here you
I've
go.
asked
You double back on
I've
yourself,
asked
huh?
you. No. All right, I need to shut you up because you don't let me speak. So basically, what I asked you was the method that you said you had the evidence to. Now, our evidence was clearly, we haven't given that to you yet, right? We haven't unfolded everything that we needed to tell you how the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. But for you, you didn't provide any evidence. Actually, you said you don't know. I don't know is what you said. So we're going to move on and tell you if you allow us to, but we don't need you interruptions. We don't need that. It's pretty simple.
Sure, one more comment. I'll mute and hear your explanation. How did you take the measurements to support the claim you just made about Polaris being able to work the measurements? How did you? What measurements did you take? And explain it to me like I'm a 4-year-old, so I really understand it. Really
well. It's easy. Remember what you were describing when you said we need to use a triangle. Do you remember that? And remember when you also said I need to do a straight line to the horizon. You remember all of that?
Yeah, I
everything
remember
that you were talking about. Okay, so that is exactly how we do it.
So that's how
You've
you
just
did it.
described
That's
the
how you
method.
did it.
That's exactly the
You didn't do
method.
it, did
So
you?
okay, so listen to this. I'm gonna mute you because you're not gonna stop interrupting me when I'm explaining this to you. You've given us the way of how to do it. That's exactly what Flatsy was saying.
Oh, I
So
gave you the way how
in
to
order
do
for
it.
you to do it,
Please
all right,
do
let me mute him again because yeah, you just need to shut up for a little bit. So basically, that was already given to you of how we measure using a horizontal plane of reference. The horizontal plane of reference is flat Earth, sir. You were using flat Earth measurements the whole time. Now, the assumption is that you're going to use something to actually make the Earth turn into a globe with calculations. Now, that is done after the fact. That is not during the process of measuring. So when you're actually using the planar surface of the Earth, you're going to actually use flat Earth measurements. That's what you've been doing this whole time, creating triangles, doing straight line observations to the horizon. Everything that you've been doing has been using the Earth as a flat plane. That's what you've been doing already. Do you understand that? Go ahead.
Yeah, you're figuring out the adjacent side of the triangle, which is a linear distance with celestial navigation. I mean, I wonder if he knows anything about the cosmic rectangle, which measures the ground flat and the sky parallel to the plane of the horizon.
He doesn't know that, but if I let him go, he's just going to nonstop interrupt. So if you have anything you want to say, just go ahead and unfold it because it's not going to, he won't let you finish.
Oh, that was it. It's just pretty funny because in every
Right.
instance we're measuring the Earth flat. Even if you expound, like you used that word earlier, I'm going to use it now. If you expound on celestial navigation and you use the cosmic rectangle to find linear distance, you're using your zenith, and the sky would have the 90-degree angle, and then you would find the angle to the celestial body, and that would make that plus the 90-degree on the ground surface, so the ground position of the star, you're creating a rectangle, so you're actually measuring the surface flat, the surface of Earth, and the sky flat if you use that method.
Right. And he's been using it this whole time, creating triangles, creating straight lines to the horizon. He, unbeknownst to him, have been using this specific method. So it's not unknown to him. He just didn't realize that he was adding the globe after the fact. That's what he didn't know he was doing. Because when adding the globe, when I asked him the second question, you made your straight line, which would be a tangential plane on a curved surface, right? That's what he did. We all understand that's exactly what he was talking about. Now, when you're going to measure any drop over the distance, what is the method by which that was done? That's a second step. That's adding the fact that you're measuring over a horizontal plane of reference, a curved surface that's dropping away from that horizontal plane of reference, which in your case would be a tangential plane. So if that is true, that's the second step. We don't need that second step because it stops at the first. You need the second step where you actually add in the curvature dropping away from that tangential plane. Do you understand? That's what you do. We don't need that step because all you've done ever since you've been taking your angle measurements is using the Earth as a horizontal plane of reference. Now I've muted him.
Can I speak to this, Aussie?
You can if it's on topic, for sure.
It's on topic, yep. Roundhound, what you need to understand is that when you do celestial navigation, you're trying to determine a value from where you're at to the destination on the surface. So the question to you is that destination beyond the horizon in the geometric horizon case of the round Earth, on the globe Earth? If it is, and it is, because the horizon at 6 feet on the surface is only 3 miles away, so you're determining a distance that's well beyond the horizon. And what these people are trying to tell you is that you have to create an imaginary triangle with the destination point well beyond the horizon. And the value of that horizontal measurement is a flat calculation. If it was curved, it'd be longer because of the curve, but it's not. And you determine the angle 90 degrees with that imaginary, in your case imaginary, but in reality true flat line, because you're looking for that value of the triangle. The value cannot be calculated and is not calculated with curvature calculations. It's calculated by flat calculations, basic, triangle calculations. So if you can just picture that the destination point of the triangle is beyond the horizon. So even if you draw a straight line or a line of sight to the horizon, the imaginary triangle is a lot bigger than that, and it's a flat horizontal calculation. Do you sort of get that?
It's the adjacent. So you're figuring out the adjacent you're using trigonometric principles in celestial navigation. You're not using trigonometry. You're using trigonometric functions because you don't know the height of the celestial body. You don't need the height of it because you're figuring out the adjacent of the triangle. So the only thing you need is the angle from the observer to the star, and then you have to subtract that from 90 degrees.
Yeah, so
Yep.
with celestial
But does it
navigation,
matter how far away the place you're trying to get to is, or is it just the direction?
The linear distance will always be the straight adjacent line. You are figuring out an adjacent to the triangle. That's it. So it is linear, which means it's not curvilinear. Okay, it's not curving.
Yeah,
Distance is
that
measured.
line,
Everything that we measure in distance or anything other type of measurement, that's linear always.
But you're
Wait,
not working
Flatty.
out the distance to your target. You're working out the direction. And that doesn't matter if it's flat or curved.
Yeah, but this whole
That's not
argument
what
is
you're doing.
yeah, this whole argument is based on the fact that you think that all of this is relevant to the idea that you live on the Earth that's a globe with geometry. So we're trying to find how it is correlative to the idea that the Earth has geometric shape. So if you don't provide how the correlation from doing celestial navigation to providing evidence how the Earth is a geometric shape, then it has no relevance, and it's our argument then.
I didn't get into celestial navigation. I asked, how does Polaris move 1 degree when you move 69 miles?
Yeah, that's not the that's
Before you
that's
go on
not
to
it.
that,
Hold on. That's not it yet. We haven't hit the point where you really
That was my
understand
question.
what's at stake here. It's not about your question, sir. The thing that we asked for from you was evidence of the Earth being a globe. You can laugh all you want. It's still going to not change the fact that it's not
It
going to
is
change
evidence.
what we've asked.
It is
What we've
proof.
asked.
It is evidence.
Listen.
It's a globe.
Okay, so here's what I got to do. I don't like doing this, but I have to because you don't stop. I have to mute you. So the thing that was posed to you at the very beginning of this was that you provide evidence for the geometric claim that the Earth is a globe. So therefore, I said, go ahead and present a claim and then back it up with evidence. Two things that need to happen in this chat, which I said, go ahead and say, well, the Earth is a globe. Here is my evidence. Number two, which you only gave the idea that it is a globe, but you didn't give us the conclusive evidence of how you know it is geometrically a globe. So we
You
were
actually
using
said you didn't know.
yeah,
So-
we were using we're using celestial navigation to provide that evidence, at least on your behalf. You came in here saying, I'm going to use celestial navigation to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. Now, when we dug down deep, you were making tangential lines to the horizon. After I asked you in which, if the Earth is a globe, it would be dropping away from that tangential line or plane, whichever you prefer. And then we'd find out, and you gave us the understanding, well, over 1,000 miles, this, of course, is good, this measurement of 8 inches per mile squared. Then I asked, how was it done, sir? The method. You said to it, I don't know. Those are the words you uttered. You said them. That's what you said. So now we have at the point where you don't understand how the Earth was curving away from that tangential plane, not giving us what? Geometric evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. So we're at where we're at because you didn't provide any evidence. So we're in search for more evidence from you because that wasn't sufficient of how we can get a geometric evidence that the Earth is a globe. Back to you, Roundhound. We're not answering any more of your questions. You need to do the same, as I said before, provide a claim, state your evidence. Now it's your turn to go.
And maybe don't bring up celestial navigation.
Sure.
No celestial.
Sure. When I said, I don't know, I said, I don't know.
No, sir. We understand. Everybody, you don't need to explain that. We're moving on from that. We are now into what do you have next? Because celestial navigation didn't get you there. Did not help you conclusively telling this panel how the Earth is a geometric shape. So we're going to push celestial navigation aside and now get to your next evidence that you have. Go ahead, sir.
No, you don't get to lie about what I said.
No, it's not lying, sir. You said it. I'm not lying. Everybody's here as a witness.
You just did lie about what I said.
Let me ask you this. Did you or did you not say that you don't know how the Earth was dropping away from the tangential plane and measured to be so at the 8 inch per mile square? Did you not say, I don't know?
That's not the lie I'm talking about.
Did you not say, I don't know?
I said that. That's not the lie I'm talking about.
Okay, you said that. So therefore, what I said was correct. Because you will not be calling me a liar in this chat when I heard you and I have witnesses.
You said
Really?
I came in here and said, I want to use celestial navigation. I never said that. I never brought up celestial navigation.
Really? So I'm the one who brought up celestial navigation? Are you saying I did? Did I bring it up? Did I bring up celestial navigation, Roundhound?
I asked you about Polaris, not using it to navigate. I asked you about the angle of Polaris.
So let's ask the panel.
You turned it into.
Let's ask the panel. Did he use celestial navigation as evidence that the Earth is a globe, or at least attempted to?
Yes, he did, and to his own detriment, because you have a ball buster on your panel, and we know all about celestial navigation. That is, I was happy when you brought it up. So I was just sitting quietly, sitting pretty, waiting on you to just talk yourself into a corner.
And he did, and we're at where we're at because he doesn't know. But he said that I brought it up. I didn't bring up celestial navigation. He did.
So where did the 8 inches per mile square actually come from? Do you know?
Okay, so now not asking us questions once again. Remember, I gave you 2 ways to do this. Provide a claim, substantiate it with evidence. It's all you got to do. It's pretty simple. I'm pretty sure. Flatsy, can you give him an example of what that looks like?
Wait, give him an example of what?
Okay, provide a claim. Provide a claim, and then just give an evidence of the claim. Just make a claim, any claim, just to show him what it looks like.
Water seeks its own level. The evidence is hydrostatic equilibrium.
And we can look into this. Physics has this already detailed out, so it's pretty simple. We can all check this out. And also, there's demonstrations if we wanted to figure it out if that's true or not. Isn't that correct?
100%.
So it could be substantiated with demonstrations. There's citations in many of the physics books. LibreText has it online. You can look it up. It's everywhere. So a claim and then evidence. So Roundhound, that was an example for you. Can you do the same for the Earth being a globe? Let's see if you can.
I'm not going to waste some time with this muting shit. Anytime you want a one-on-one with a moderator, dude, I'll turn you inside out. Have a good day.
Bye.
Wait, pause. He'll do what?
Before you go, Roundhound.
He left.
He left. Okay.
Why are you here?
You know, you'd think these people would be saying, "Oh, I've never heard of that before. Can you please tell me more about the celestial navigation?" You'd think he'd want to learn something.
He did ask a little bit about it, but to be honest with you, he's just going to nuh-uh everything because he's an anti-flat earther. And we exposed him as such because he's just nuh-uh-ing everything. And he used the genetic fallacy when India was here. And he was appealing to the majority. I mean,
yeah,
you're going to just hop on the bandwagon, buddy. Go ahead. We're not stopping you.
I think the first evidence he brought forward was pictures from space.
Oh.
And then we went into celestial navigation, which he brought up, which he said I brought up, which is weird because why would I bring it up if I know that he could just get shellacked on his own point? Like I wanted him to see. The thing is, the Globers come in here, they don't realize when I'm asking them the question, you know, because he saw the title of the room today. The globe Earth was debunked, and he's like, "Well, how was it debunked?" And I told him there was no evidence submitted to actually make the Earth as a globe be verified and truly known with direct evidence that it is a globe. So the burden was on him when he first came in here. So he tried with pictures from space. Well, that didn't work. Then he tried with celestial navigation. Well, that didn't work because at the end he said he doesn't know, which is all we need to hear.
And he tried that burden of proof reversal a bunch. Indio can attest to that. He was on the panel for a while that was going on. Also, Alpha.
Yeah, but he gets real Weasley, like they do, right? They try to say, I didn't say that. You're lying. You're lying. I'm like, where did I lie? And he just pointed out that I lied because I brought up celestial navigation as a point to provide that the Earth is flat. Because like, what did I say that? I already know that it's that way. Why would I need to present it to him? He's the one that thought celestial navigation was his way to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. And it clearly, at the end of the day, wasn't sufficient. Shout out to the panel.
I just saw Shooting Star. Sorry. Go ahead. Yeah,
Shout out to the panel. We got myself, Flatsy Klein, Creation Bear, Mark of Melbourne, We got the 24/7 chat bot in here right now. It's in the listening panel. We got Mike B as a listener. Arthur B, what's up, brother? A
We
couple
got
of other
Arthur B.
listeners.
Flat in here, guys.
Yeah, he's a really cool guy. I met him a long time ago. And I do believe him and maybe like 2 other people in all of India are flat earthers because I have not met anybody else from India that's a flat earther except for him and maybe like some other one of his friends.
But Arthur, he was
yeah.
saying something so funny that he has his own Witsit over there in India. He has his own McToon. He has his own like he's got a whole like plethora of obstacles just like we do.
Yeah, he can come in here anytime he wants and bring those guys in here, Arthur. Like you can use this space as well. Hey, that guy's a homie, by the way. Like he's way back in the day, man. This guy is he's an OG, basically. I knew him like when I first started getting my feet wet with this argument and all that stuff. So we were kind of like a long time friends of Flat Earth. So it's kind of cool. Shout out to Arthur, man. Yeah.
Arthur in the chat.
If you ever need to bring like a Glober in here, dude, just bring him in here. I'll put myself on mute, man. You can do your thing or whatever. Yeah, for sure, man. For sure.
In your own language, of course, because that's probably what would be needed.
But what does the McToon of India look like? What does he sound like? Is he like a total numpty? Like
I mean, you have to ask him. Yeah,
he's thumbs up. He's like, yeah, that's what he is. I can almost hear you chuckling over there, man, because you know what we're talking about. No, it's crazy, man. But shout out to CB joining us late.
Oh yeah, just tuning in. Listen, none of the VCs were active. I'm like, you know what? It smells like X is live, and here we are.
We be live, man. We be live.
Yeah, we were in the 24/7 for a little bit. Oh, we were in there for a little bit. India was helping me out with my son Booger because he's having some difficulties, so I needed some advice, and he was giving them to me.
Perfect person to ask.
Hey, hello, Avi.
What
hey,
up, brother?
Arthur.
So, Flatsy, if you have been paying attention to Nathan Oakley's channel, last Thursday, I mean, last week, just 3-4 days ago, we had the Witset of India come over to Nathan's channel, and we had a really good time with him. And I also was what you were expecting me to do here, I was doing on Nathan's show just the other day.
Nice. I guess I didn't catch that Nathan Oakley show.
Is that recorded?
Yeah.
Yes, it was recorded, but it was in the after show. It went on for more than 2 hours, but it's in the after show of Thursday, just 3 days ago.
Can you put the link in the nest, Arthur? Can you do that?
Are you a member of Nathan Oakley's channel? Because you'll be able to watch it only then.
I'm on the.
Shit, I don't know.
Like the Discord or the YouTube?
Yeah, I think the YouTube.
YouTube.
Yeah, I'm on the G Plus panel, so I won't be in the Discord if I am there. So I'm
just
on,
flex on the panel. Why don't you?
Yeah, that's what he tells me to do. That's exactly what he said. He's like, use the G Plus so you can flex that on everyone else. And I'm like, okay, because I'm a ball buster. I'm in the intro.
Flatsy. Okay, Flatsy.
Let me tell you. Okay. Anyway.
I see you.
Yeah, but I heard you talking about it one time or one day last week, I think. So if you brought him in to talk to the panel, I don't think I was there that day. I remember what was that guy's name? The one that they're claiming scammed.
Yeah, that same guy. That same guy was there. New Moon.
New Moon. That's it. Okay, yeah. I was there. I didn't know that that's your version of Witsit over there.
By the end of the discussion, QE was calling him Witsit and calling him Jaren because everything he said was just regurgitation of what comes out of Witsit's and Jaren's mouths.
So let me get this straight.
I do remember that.
Was the guy like an esoteric flat earther?
Exactly, and we prove it in spades.
Yeah. I mean, there is a lot of that around X. but also, but just everywhere on the internet. Really, to be honest, it's everywhere because what's propagating out there are these like really niche like ideas of flat Earth that nobody ever talks. Like no one's talking about the otter pond theory or more ice rings out there. There's like four more rings outside of the one we're like. Nobody's talking about that, but
Right.
you get those guys. They're like, yeah, but we have the map of the moon on the moon, like the moon. Oh, excuse me, the map of the Earth on the moon. Like that kind of shit. It's like, bro, you don't even know what the whole Earth looks like as in its totality. You're gonna
Yup.
tell me there's
Yup.
a map of the Earth on the moon? Like that is ridiculous, sir. If you give me one way that you can verify the Earth looks like an AE map or a Gleason's map, you'd probably be the richest person in the world because we're going to use your map to detail where we're going to be going on Earth. That's just true. That would be the gold standard map that we're going to use. Yours. You get what I'm
Well,
saying?
they borrow from the globe where everything can be evidence towards something, but the actual evidence or proof of the certain thing that they're trying to prove itself.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always, I give you all of this, but it's not what I'm trying to say it is. It's just evidence towards it. That's not good enough. That's not the standards that we should be holding because that's what the globe does. Like
Exactly.
all of this preponderance of evidence, like, what?
It's
Can
they
you
see.
just give me the proof of the thing you're trying to claim? If you can give me that, that'll be sufficient. Like
It's
I will
so
be on board
frustrating.
100%. But if all of your proof is everything but the thing you're trying to prove, then I'm not on board. Sorry.
Yeah,
Tell him.
it's so frustrating. I'm telling you.
Nathan Oakley was also interested to join this space, and something regarding that was being planned between AJ and Nathan on
Mm.
Friday. And that day, AJ said that he's going to have a word with Alpha Veritas, and
Yeah.
I think he said that Monday or Tuesday it could be arranged.
Yeah,
So, looking forward to it.
I'll say it like this.
Tuesday.
I'm off on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday some days, but then most days I'm off just Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So if anything, I really wanted to. I don't know how this can happen logistically, but I wanted to hand him over like everything in the panel and everything, just like because I usually head to bed around that time. So I'll just hand him over like whoever's in here. It usually popping like around 70 or 80 people in here around that time usually. And if we get it cooking like that, I mean, he's gonna have a hell of a show. You know what I mean? It's gonna be. I mean, X is gonna be like off the charts. If I can do that, if we can facilitate that, that would be amazing. But we just got to work out the details of how that can happen. Really, to be honest,
They're
all it would
they're
take.
both over here. Well, Nathan Oakley's over here, and we've got QE over here. So they
Yeah,
have they have Twitter, X, whatever. They have the profiles to do it, so they could honestly do it if they wanted to. So they would just need the audience. That's
yeah. What I was thinking, here's my thought behind all of this, is that I make one of them co-hosts, and I have AJ as a co-host. So, you know what I mean? So co-host can basically do everything I can do, except for end this, end this. We can just do it that way. You guys can co-host for another hour or 2 hours, and then after that, this thing will shut down or whatever. But
Yeah, it
it's
will something will work out. And regarding what you're saying about esoteric flat earthers, we have been coming across such esoteric flat earthers on the politics server whenever Nathan goes there for the past couple of
hmm
Fridays at least. More often than not, we are starting to get confessions from these esoteric flat earthers that they do not actually know, and they are open to the uh, even possibility, they're open to the possibility that it could be globe or anything else based on what evidence comes in the future. So as of present, they are open to both, and we are getting confessions. Anyways, Alpha Veritas, it was nice being here, but I'll have to take your leave. I'll be a listener, but I will leave as a speaker.
yeah.
Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much for
much,
having
Arthur,
me.
for
W's in
for
the
coming
chat.
by, brother.
W's in the chat for
As
Arc will
good
be
as
flat.
always. Thank you so
You,
much.
this is definitely a place for you. If you ever want to bring any one of your, Glober friends in here, you want to have a debate, you're welcome to use my place as your. Just bring them in here and say, hey, look, I'm going to debate this guy, and I'll shut up, man. I'll give you the floor
And give you
Sure,
co-host.
man.
and co-host. Yeah,
Yeah, you have power.
Thank you so much.
yeah. And
See you
see,
next time,
yeah,
guys.
see you,
Yeah.
Arthur.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Peace
this
out,
is
Have a
brother.
good day.
yeah.
Yeah,
This I was just gonna say this is the kind of thing that gets built over time. Arthur, like, he proved himself like over time with his arguments, with him taking all the flack from everybody in India that he deals with. Like, the reward for that is like a platform that's just like he can use anytime, that has an unlimited amount of people that come in here. Like, that's, yeah, I feel like that brother deserves that. He put in a lot of work for this. Flatsy put in the work. Everybody that's in here, man. Gemsy that's at the bottom, CB. Like, you guys put in the work, man. This is what it's all about. That's why we have these curated spaces. They're for you guys. So all of
Hey,
us share in
listen,
the in the
we're in sorry. We're in season 9, Miggy. That's all I had to say. We're in season 9, bro.
Yeah, what we're doing too is we're asking for anybody that's in the panel. Guys, check out my title right now. Today the globe earth was debunked. That's important, because if you don't realize that it's already debunked and today it would be the day, why don't you come and check us out? Come and join the speaker panel and see if you can provide a claim. Number one, provide the claim that the earth is a globe. Number two, defend it with giving us evidence that it actually is a globe. Two simple things that I ask, and all you need to do is those two things. And if you can do it sufficiently, then you've got it, man.
And it cannot be a bigger globe. It cannot be the whole.
Yeah, no
Everything, that
BYOB.
cosmic ladder, all of it's based off of the globe, the proclaimed globe being its set dimensions. It can't vary. It has to be what they've claimed. If it's not, then the distance or the size of Venus isn't the same as the globe Earth, and it's also a globe of the same size, and the distance to the sun. All of this is based off of the Earth being presumed a globe. So if the globe goes down, all of that goes down. Can't be a bigger one. Sorry.
Sucks.
But Flatsy, you don't understand. We're just like ants on a beach ball.
Don't
The
do
beach
it.
ball
I'm
is
telling you,
so
I'm
No,
big.
so
you
sick of
didn't.
that. Like, people who say that the Earth is flat, but it could be a bigger globe. They're about to get my foot in like red from that '70s show. You know what I mean?
Do you hear that a lot still? 'Cause I feel like I don't hear that
Still,
really.
Oh
dude,
my
I
god,
heard it
it feels like
today.
I hear it
I freaking heard it
Wow.
today,
more
dude.
than
Oh,
not.
no
You're
way.
like on my other shoulder, man, shaking your head like this freaking guy, man. Like, every time I hear somebody say that, I think about you, man, turning into the clown. Like, for some reason,
Pretty
dude, I'm
much.
like, somewhere CB's getting pissed off, knocking bowls of fruit over and punching kids out. Like, what's going on?
So true, bro.
Because how many times, dude, are we gonna hear that message? Well, guys, it's just like ants on a beach ball, or like an amoeba. Like, like, you're so tiny, you don't realize you're on this giant ball. Like,
It can't be a globe, anyways, because it measures flat. But to think that it's a bigger globe, like, come on. Like, why do you just want it to be a globe?
Yeah,
yeah,
Like,
you
yeah,
that's
that's
so
that
weird.
BYOB. They brought their
dude,
own
the
version.
the dude was cooked, man. When he brought in 90-degree angles can be provided on a curved surface, dude, he cooked himself so hard that moment because
It took everything I had in me not to unmute and say something when he even brought up celestial navigation. Because that's like where, I mean, I've taken so much time and effort to learn all about celestial navigation. Because, being on the panel with Ballbusters, they are always talking about it, and I want to know what they're talking about. So I go off and I do my own thing and I learn about it, and I learn every aspect of it that I can. That all I need is a sextant and some charts, and I can go out and do it myself.
Okay.
that's what I'm talking about. Now, I don't know if there's any Globers out there that think they have like the information on hand to provide as evidence for a geometric shape, but I mean, why don't you guys want to try? You never know what could happen, right? Just saying. 2024, there should be mountains of evidence. Yeah, we were entertaining that last guy, and then the one previous to him, you guys might know him. He goes by his handles retarded AI. Yeah, he's not. He doesn't do any better.
Well, he's already proclaiming himself as a retard, so I don't care. And also, I would have been here sooner, but I spent some time with my husband after Booger went to bed because it's just been well needed. We needed some sit down time together, so we got that.
You know what I've noticed though, like all of us in here on the panel, is that we love to come in here and like challenge people's worldviews. Like we do, all of us do, because it's the mind of somebody that's so entrenched in the idea that the Earth is a globe. It's kind of like amazing, isn't it? You're like, dude, how? How do you think you live on a globe? Like, how's it possible?
It's the curse of. It's a bias, actually. It's a curse of knowledge, cognitive bias. When you have to fight through that because you know that you also used to be what you would call a glober. So, uh, and all of those things you used to ponder in your mind and used to think about outer space, and so you have to put yourself back in their position. It's actually a cognitive bias. It's called a curse of knowledge bias.
Interesting. So if anybody here, I'm going to make a quick plug once again. If you're listening right now, this is 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 20 in the continuing series that we're doing here on X. Today, the globe Earth was debunked. Hashtag Flat Earth, guys. Get those retweets going. Get some more people in here. We're trying to stir up some conversations with people who believe the Earth is a globe. Now, of course, I put the topic, today the globe Earth was debunked. But if you think it's not debunked, then come up to the speaker panel, give us two things. Make a claim that the Earth is a globe, of course, if you think it is. And then second, provide some evidence to substantiate that claim. All you got to do should be super easy, right? 2024. I mean, you got Google at your fingertips, whatever. You know, got all the information. All you got to do is present us with whatever information provides evidence of a geometric shape. That's all you got to do. But if you like what you're hearing, don't forget to give us a follow. And also, like everybody on the panel right now, myself, I'm trying to get more people so that we can have like a robust panel every time we come on. Flatsy Klein, Creation Bear, Arthur B. Flat, Mark of Melbourne, and also the 24/7 Flat, the Flat Earth Discord. There's a bot in here, the 24/7 FED Discord. That's what it's called. Yeah, just go to that and then follow that as well. That's Helio Skeptic. He's live streaming on YouTube for us. So if you like all the content here, just follow us, and we'd really appreciate that, and we'll keep providing you the great content that you guys are.
Yeah, shout out to Indio for the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and shout out to Helio Skeptic. Absolutely, that's a good shout out.
Yeah, he's probably he's the unsung hero in the back chat because he's always got us 24/7 live stream, which helps us because sometimes these guys say pretty ridiculous things, and we need to like say, okay, let's rewind the tape. And in order for us to do that, we got to have a tape to rewind. But of course, if you weren't born in the 80s or like somewhere earlier than that, then you wouldn't know what tape is. But anyway, so yeah, he provides a live stream for us so that we can record these interactions.
Be kind, please rewind.
I remember that. All right. Anybody else want to come up here and provide evidence that the Earth is a globe? You're welcome to do so. And, defend it any way that you can. But like I said, provide the evidence of the claim. Make a claim, provide the evidence. That'd be cool. If you can. Which I know you can't.
Yeah, like gas pressure requires a container.
Yeah, people dance around that one.
Gas pressure. So it's an antecedent to the claim.
It's important. Does anybody want to come up and tell us how the Earth is a globe? You know what? I'll give you guys the ability to speak. Anybody that says that we're like ants on a beach ball, you come up here. You just tell us.
No, you didn't.
I have to provoke them in some way, dude.
Didn't.
They're not going to come up here otherwise. They're just going to sit there as a listener. Somebody up here on this panel, I'm not going to name names, but they're going to get stir crazy if you start talking to us about how we're just ants on a beach ball. But, you'll find out who it is After you do it.
How many people are in here? Is there a total number?
Hold on. CB, if you're gonna hang out with us some more, I'm gonna give you co-host. Oh shit. Sorry about that, dude. Son of a gun. It was on like invite to co-host, and then it switched off. I don't know why I did that, but here, get that co-host, CB.
And we are live. Should be good
And now
now,
you're-
right?
I guess we're only live if CB says we're live because he
Now we're-
never
live.
like he never starts his sentence with anything else. And we are live. Are we live? Or he'll be like,
no,
"Are we
we're
live?"
we're live right now. He said we were live like
always live.
And
5
now
seconds
we
ago.
are live.
So the party has begun.
I just love it when he'll ask, "Are we live? Are we still live?" Like, CB, we're always live. What?
Yeah, but are the Globers alive? Because it seems like they're on. They're flatlining right now. We need the paddles out right now. Clear. You know, like not helping their arguments, bro.
I love it.
I don't know how you Globers can just be sitting there like shaking your heads, like, damn. If only I could get up to that speaker panel. You can just come up here, request to speak. What else you got? Oh, don't tell me you don't got any evidence for the Earth being a globe. Come on, somebody's got to have evidence.
The 99 percenters.
Dude,
When it's like, and QE's
here
like,
we
"You're
go."
done," and then it flatlines, and you're like, and Alpha comes in, and, "Not yet." And then
oh, did you hear that?
Yeah, I love it.
Clear.
Because, dude, I do want to have the argument because it's not good enough to just like, it's over. No, I told QE, no, it's not over. I was trying to get it, bring him back to life to shellac him again.
It's so funny. Actually, one of the most memorable moments of the last time that Witsit kind of like bombarded our live stream, like we were doing a live QE live. He came in with a bunch of people. I don't know why he can't just come in on his own, but he came in with a bunch of people. But they finally got him alone without anybody speaking up, and he kept saying something. I'm gonna remember because he was talking about how it was his claim, and he was kind of putting it off on other people. Like he was like, "This is my claim for you." And I'm giving it to you. And they're like, "No, that's your claim." And then he said, "No, that's a straw man," when they would refute the claim that he had placed on, like, kind of like putting, a false dichotomy. You always have a claim on the opposing side. So he presents the false dichotomy, and then whatever claim that he has set for the opponent, that's the one he's attacking. So it's kind of a straw man on our end. But he says that we're committing the straw man when we address that claim that he made. And so he kept saying straw man, and they both popped up, and they're like, "It's your claim. How is it a straw man? You said it." And he said it twice. They refuted it, and then he said, "That's a straw man." And then QE, it was so perfect. He said, "You're done," so calmly, and like it was so perfect. And then he muted with it, and
Right.
I was like, "Oh my goodness, that was perfect."
Classic QE. Hey, but check this out, man. We got King Flippa in the house. Now, he's come through as a speaker. So, King Flippa, if you want to say what's up.
Yeah, man, what's going on, guys? This is the one and only Ken Flipper, AK, baby all day. I love these flat earthers, man, because at least you trying to become like, an astronaut or something. You're like a genius
What?
with no degree. You're like a genius with no degree.
There
Because
needs
all
to be a
these
rap
guys-
song that says that, man. If you could put some bars down, just make it sound like, really
So
cool.
just
That'd be-
because your girlfriend got a flat ass does not mean we live on a flat earth. That was the comment back then. Now
This guy.
people think different. You heard?
Okay.
Okay, now. All right. What the fuck, dude? I didn't think he was gonna come out with some bars. Actually, I thought he
He
was just
did.
gonna
He freestyled too.
fucking
I'm a
freestyle.
freestyler. I'm a
Yeah.
freestyler. I got
All
music
right,
all over the place.
that's all right.
But what's going on, guys, man? What's happening?
I make
Well,
music too.
yeah,
Yeah,
she's a musician. Yep.
nice. I think music is good. It's good. You know,
I'm
makes you
more of
feel.
a I'm more of a folk style music.
So
Yeah.
what we've been doing is like the title of the space today. The globe Earth was debunked. So we're actually asking anybody out there if they have any evidence that the Earth is a globe to do two things. King Flipper, we're asking the panel, just anybody out listening. This is your moment to shine. If you think that today the globe Earth was not debunked, because my contention is it was the
So, can you give me a
totally debunked.
quick summary of what you said or what was said to debunk the globe, so I can understand more?
Sure, I'd be
Yeah.
happy to. There is no evidence to support the claim that the Earth is a globe in any way. Geometry, like an oblate spheroid, there's no evidence whatsoever to support that claim. And so my contention is that because we have no evidence, it is basically a fairy tale. And it's a story that you've been told. So there is no evidence to support the claim. So I'm showing everybody that the globe Earth's, well, it's debunked. There's no evidence of it. So it, and by all reality, doesn't stand to reason that it exists. So unless somebody provides evidence, which I said two things need to happen, King Flipper. You make the claim that the Earth is a globe, so we know that your position is that the Earth is a globe, right? That's your claim. Earth is a globe. Second thing that needs to happen is provide the evidence that the Earth is a globe in any way that is demonstrated to be an actual globe. So two things, right? Claim, evidence. My contention
So,
is no evidence. Go ahead.
I don't know, man. I think this topic is very tricky, especially when it comes from the states, right? Because all of these other countries like Russia, China do actually get involved in space manufacturers and things like that. I mean, Americans use space rocket engines from Russia, right? So, and plus they participate in the ISS, if I'm not mistaken, together, So all of these secret, full, details are being well preserved by the elites, right? By the showing powers. I mean, like Antarctica. So when I think about flat Earth, I'm like Antarctica. Why can we not know everything about Antarctica? It's the same story with the Earth, right? We cannot know everything about space and the firmament and things like that. Did we went to the moon? Where is the moon? Is it under the firmament? Is it in the sky? And these are legitimate questions, and you will never see like pro cam. A dash cam on a plane or something like that. You never see that, or the rockets that Elon Musk is sending into the space. You never see certain stuff like that. So these are questions that you should ask yourselves to understand what kind of world we live in. We live in a world where we got so much knowledge and technology, but we are limited in how much we really must know and can know, because you have to be in certain groups and you have to have certain oaths to understand the secrets. And I think this is the danger of our timeline, because we are very nosy, right? Because we grew up with technology, and then we have smartphones, and we are like this cyber internet era, you know that's why we want to know everything, but they don't want to let us know everything. So think about that too, because why wouldn't they let you know everything? I mean, what's behind this?
Yeah,
Why?
you appeal to the experts, and then who did the experts appeal to?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
But it's
exactly.
interesting though, King Flippa, that people don't come in here and actually or they're not able to tell us exactly how they know the Earth is a geometric shape, like a oblate spheroid. Because if it was exactly that, there would be amples of demonstrations of ways that they could show us methods of how they know the Earth is a globe. And it's important, right? Because we're getting to the bottom of the information. When people say, "Hey, the Earth is a globe," and I know it, and I'm like, "That's fine. If you think you do, what evidence do you have?" And we don't ever get a straightforward, direct answer of how they know it's directly known as a globe. It's more like, well, we know that satellites go to space. Well, we know that we got pictures from space. Well, we know that just other stuff, right? And then all of that stuff adds up to the Earth as a globe. Well, that's not exactly true, Because if you were to state to me that you have think of any geometric shape, like a basketball in your hand, you could measure the basketball. You could tell me how round it is. You could say it's got a curving surface. And I know this because I can measure the curving surface. Now, it's important to note that they think that the Earth is a giant object. It's a giant oblate spheroid. And if it was like the basketball, then you could, measure the surface to have the curvature on a small portion of it and then say, I know how the Earth is curving. I measured it. But nobody, King Flippa, has ever measured the surface to have any curvature, like they say, as a Earth as an oblate spheroid. That's important, right? Because that's what we're looking for. Do you get where I'm coming from? Because that's what we're not getting in this chat.
No, I think these scientists are sneaky motherfuckers.
Oh, that's true, but I mean, we're examining the point is, man, people come in here and they don't know that it's a globe, but they feel like in their heart that that's true. It is a globe. I mean, guys, get real, flat earthers. It's a globe.
But you have to, yeah, but you have to
Well,
realize that claiming that the Earth is a globe is an extraordinary claim because we don't experience it as a globe. We don't
exactly.
build upon it as a globe. We don't navigate on it as a globe. We don't the aviation doesn't work on it as a globe. Everything works as a flat, non-rotating planar surface.
Yeah,
So
because when you think about it, are we like upside down when we walk on Antarctica or in South Africa?
I'm not walking upside
Because
down. I'm in
if
Australia.
it's a
So
globe, right? How do you walk in this globe? Are you walking like in a circle, so you go upside down when you are in the southern part of the globe, and then you up when you go to north? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, so
you'd have to measure it as a globe before you start saying anything else about it as a globe. You would need to first measure it as such. So that's where we are, full stop right there. We need to start there.
also King Flipper. That's how you know they're all in it together. When they all gave us the vaccine, they were all in together, and when they gave us the space bullshit,
So,
they're
do we need
all
to
in it together.
reset everything that we know and start all over again? What do you think?
More
No.
like be like a child.
yeah,
Be
listen,
like a child experiencing the earth.
I would say
Um,
it
again.
like this because I think that's an important question, right? Do we need to reset everything? And I think that's more of a kind of like a logical fallacy. That's more of akin to
All or nothing.
that's an all or nothing fallacy. It's either all we accept it as a globe and all the physics and all the science and everything needs to work a specific way, or nothing is true. That's not true either. Because what we understand about the earth as a flat plane is understood to be very clear to us in physics. Everything works to be clearly known as a flat and stationary plane. Now, maybe people don't know that because they think in their mind, well, it's got to be a globe, but it doesn't have to be. You've only been told over and over again throughout the course of your life that it's a globe, but it's not been shown to you how it's a globe. Do you get me, King Flippa? So all the physics, it works just fine, just the way it is. Don't change anything. But only how the explanations are for the Earth as a globe should change, because it's not a globe. And so
Nothing is contingent on it being a
yeah,
globe.
so
all of physics does not need the Earth to be a globe. That's crazy. It's
yeah,
actually the opposite. And when it comes to phenomena, you would model such phenomena individually, not anything contingent on it being a globe ever.
does that make sense, King Flippa? What we just said.
Yes, indeed. And because when you look at those maps prior till 15 something, we all had the same maps, right, throughout the world. And then they actually changed the whole maps. We don't use the old maps. We use maps that are being given to us, you know?
Yeah, if I could challenge
Because they
you,
already did reset. I think there already has been a reset of the true knowledge into a area where we live in now that is manufactured knowledge. We live in a manufactured knowledge
no, I agree with that
time.
statement. But what I'm
The-
saying is, how like check this out, King Flippa. How has it been presented to you? Just you can tell us. How has it been presented to you that it actually is a globe? Like, what can you say to reaffirm the knowledge that based on just I want to kind of go into your mindset because I think that gives us an indication of what they've been telling people. It's like,
Well,
how do
the
you know
other
it's
day
a
I
globe?
was driving, right? I was driving, and now it's like almost winter, right? So I saw this rainbow, and I was like, wow, the rainbow goes like in a circle, right? Like in a half circle. And I was like, okay, so do we have like a dome upon the Earth? If the Earth is flat, we do need to have a closed system to keep the oxygen in, or there is oxygen everywhere, even when
But
you
you
go
don't.
to space.
But you don't
Because
have
you
to
have
claim. You don't have to claim a shape of the container. The container has to be there. It's an
no, but
antecedent
you don't understand what I'm
relationship to
saying.
gas
Because
pressure.
in ancient stories, you have stories of humans traveling through space without an oxygen suit, right? So my thought was, what if there is oxygen in space?
What? What?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know. That's kind of an argument that's not
because
built
we
on it.
have seen a lot of people. We have seen a lot of stories where they say, like the Book of Enoch. Enoch went through space without an astronaut suit.
Well, that's esoteric thing.
Yeah.
Those are all esoteric. So I would challenge that with
I would
you
challenge
have to
that
be able
too,
to.
but it
I
makes
would
you
like to
wonder.
challenge it though, with
It makes you wonder
reality.
because they did take the Book of Enoch out of the Bible.
They didn't actually. It's
Well,
still
they
in the
did.
Bible for Catholics. So
Yeah.
I would say, okay, yeah, I would say that I would challenge that. You need to be able to compare this with reality. If you can't prove it, then there's no reason to make
Oh,
the
I
claim.
cannot prove it. It's just a thought. I'm
Right.
not
There
saying
then
that you
there
should
would be
take
no
my.
reason to make the claim, right?
Well, why not? I mean, have you been there? You cannot say it's not real.
Yeah, but you're telling me to like argue from like I don't have to make the argument against your claim, your positive claim. I can just sit pretty and say, I'm taking the position of non-existence, you know?
Yeah, so in order to make an argument, King Flipper, you have to have a position where you've actually substantiated your claim in
Yeah,
some
but it
way.
was just a thought. I'm not making a claim.
Yeah, no, but
Okay.
I
check
got
this
you.
out. What we deal with in this chat is helping people understand the physical and natural world where they can ground themselves in things that are real. So we don't go off into speculations because that doesn't help the individual who believes the earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. They think that this idea is true. So we have to give them foundational arguments. And talking about something that doesn't exist doesn't help them do that. You get me? So we have to root them into a foundation. That's what we do here, making sure they understand when we speak, we're not talking about things we cannot provide evidence for. It's crucial to our argument.
Yeah, because if you're talking to a glober and they take the position of non-existence, then you have the burden of proof.
Hopefully, we're making some sense. We got Mr. Geoff in the chat. Geoff, welcome to the chat.
Jeff. That's Jeff.
Yeah, it's actually pronounced Jeff,
Oh, Jeff.
not like
Okay,
JEF,
Yeah,
spelt the way
fair
the
enough.
When the
JEFF.
Majestic.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
it's English.
When the
As
Majestic.
in
English.
Jeffrey.
I'm in Australia, so it's actually English. Comes from English heritage.
Fair enough.
Anyway, so are you saying that everyone that the Earth is not a globe? Is that right?
No,
Exactly.
what we're saying is there's no evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Taking the position
So
of non-existence.
Not that it's not a globe.
so you're taking
It's not a globe
you're
because
taking the
there is no
contrary.
evidence of it being a globe.
So are you taking the contrary? Are you
So
assuming that it's not a globe
here's
because
the thing.
no evidence?
Let's just get to the heart of the issue. If you're coming up here and saying, I know the Earth is a globe, I need a claim first and then back it up with evidence. Those two things that I've been asking for the listening panel. If you guys come up here.
Okay.
Just
I'll say that it's obvious that it's a globe. And I'll
Okay.
say why.
Go ahead.
Because you can observe the sky at night time, and then you can see that the sky looks different, right? And depending on where you are on the planet. So by that nature alone, it's obvious that there's curvature of the Earth.
You're
Correct?
already presupposing that the Earth is a planet in your statement. So you need to be able to take it to a base, like an axiom. And
No, wait a second. I just said there's
okay, hold
curvature
on.
I've just said there's curvature. That's curvature, right? There's curving. There's
No, no, no,
curvature of
no.
the planets
No, no,
because
no.
depending on where you stand on the planet, the sky looks different.
You're
If it was
already,
flat, it would
but you're
it would
already
look the same depending on where you stand.
you're not understanding what I'm saying. You're already presupposing that the Earth is a planet. You need to start at an axiom and then go from there. So you don't think that the Earth is a planet right off the bat. You need to be able to substantiate that the Earth would resemble something that you see in the sky, and what resemblance and attributes that it has that you can attribute to whatever's in the sky to the Earth. Can you do that?
No, no. No, 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 no. You're
Really?
making different assumptions. I'm not. You're making different assumptions.
No, no, no.
You
This
are
isn't.
making the
The
assumptions.
assumption.
I'm
The
making no
assumption.
assumptions.
Jeff.
No assumptions.
It's not
whatsoever.
assumption. She didn't. She didn't make an assumption. All she's saying was, how can you look up at the night sky? Because this was what you started with, right? With your basic claim, you said I looked up at the night sky and I saw something up there that looks like down here, because that's a planet over there, and this is a planet over here.
Wait a minute.
Isn't
I'm
that
not
what you
looking
said?
at the. I'm looking at the objects in the sky,
Yeah.
which are obviously very bright because you can
Planets.
see them, right?
Are they
bright.
planets?
They're bright. No, they're other star systems. They
But they're
are
not
bright.
No, you're not looking
They're
at
bright
planets.
objects in the sky. They're bright objects in the sky, like our sun.
Okay,
right?
so but they're not.
But
There's no planets up there.
Can I just make my point?
You're
right?
not
So
answering my
we
question.
can-
I'm wondering why you're not answering my question. It's starting to get a little sus. Are there planets up
What
there?
about? What do you mean? Why are you asking me about planets for?
Because you made a claim that we have planets outside up there in the sky, and this is a planet too.
Well, that's obvious. That's obvious. We can see that.
So you say, so that's your claim though. There are planets up there, and this is a planet
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So now,
What's your point? What's your
Flatsy-
point?
Those are assumptions.
Flatsy-
Those are assumptions.
Yeah, Flatsy was actually pointing out to you. Okay, so you said those things up there look like what's down here. How do they resemble?
No, I did not say that. No,
you
no, no.
didn't
What
say
I was saying that depending on where you stand on the planet,
You see?
right?
You're doing
on
it again.
Earth. Okay, I'll call it Earth. If
You
want
just said planet.
if you don't want to call it planet, fine.
No, you.
We're standing on.
It's just not a planet. It's just not a
If we're
planet.
standing on the ground, do you call it the ground?
Yeah, there's no ground in the sky.
But you call it where you stand outside.
It's Earth. It's just
under
Earth.
the sky.
Just-
You call it the
say-
ground, right?
Yeah, just say
Yes.
Earth. Just say Earth.
Okay, when you're standing on Earth and you are looking into the sky at night, you see bright things in the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They're called stars. You call them stars?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so when you're looking at the stars,
Whatever that is.
so depending on where you stand on Earth at the same given space, time in space, same time in Australia or in the Northern Hemisphere or in Antarctica or anywhere on the planet or Earth, it will look different.
Okay, so
Based-
let me give you an
Yeah,
example.
that's
Let me give you an
how
example,
flat Earth
Jeff.
works.
I'm going to give you a
Yeah.
really good example, Jeff.
Wait, can I just finish, please? So if the Earth was not
I thought
a
you were done.
globe, if it was flat, then the sky would look the same.
No. You can't say that.
matter where
You
you
can't
stand.
say that.
False.
Jeff, you can't
I
say
got
that.
you.
That's
What?
false.
I got
You
you.
can't
I'm
say
not-
that. Yeah, hold on.
Jeff,
Hold on
I
a
got
minute.
you.
Wait a second. You can't say if the Earth was flat. You can only make the claim that if it's a globe, you're going to substantiate that claim with your evidence. That's the only thing you can do. And then we're going to critique either. Listen, brother, we're going to critique your evidence. That's it. You can't say, well, now let me conversely say that if the Earth was flat. No, you can't do that because you don't know that. The only thing you know right now is that the Earth is a globe in your mind, and that's the only thing you can back up with evidence. You cannot say if the Earth was flat because you don't know that information, sir. You don't know that.
I got a very
the
good
sky
example.
but the sky,
Jeff.
but the objects in the sky show different positioning. The stars are
Okay,
different.
I know what you're
Depending
saying.
on where you
Yeah,
stand.
I get
We'll
what
let
you're saying.
Flatsy explain.
Yeah, that's how
We'll let
flat Earth
Flatsy
works.
explain. So-
Yes. Oh my gosh, Jeff.
No,
I
I
got
want to
you.
hear it. Give me the
Yeah,
explanation.
I
Give
got
me the-
you. Yes, please hold on. So, if you're in a really big warehouse that has a pretty good amount of square footage, and you can see certain lights in on the ceiling at one end of it, but you go to the other end of this really big warehouse, you can't see those lights over there, but you can see the lights that are above you over there and some that are closest to you. It's the same thing. Same thing. So you don't need, yeah, exactly. So you don't You don't actually have an argument by telling us that we see certain lights in the sky in certain areas versus other areas, because that's apparent even in the United States, where we all are, like the panel, the hosts are. We all see different parts of the sky, even in our locations
Yeah.
where we are.
So okay.
No,
So
no,
Jeff,
you're wrong. You're
Jeff,
wrong. Sorry,
Jeff.
because
I'm not.
if you're
My
you
God.
are wrong, because I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because it's
Wow.
quite easily proven. Because if you're standing at the southern hemisphere, right, and there's another person standing on the northern hemisphere, right at the top and right at the bottom, the sky's going to look completely different.
Yeah,
It's
just
a
like if
fact.
you're
Yeah.
on one end of a warehouse versus the other
Yeah, but
end,
what?
you
Listen.
see
What are you
completely
trying?
different
Listen,
light
Jeff.
systems.
Jeff. What are you trying to prove?
What?
With things look different in the sky. What are you trying to prove with that?
Because there's curvature of the Earth.
See, that's wrong. That's wrong right there. Stop. I want to stop you right there. You said because there's curvature of the Earth. That is an
That's
assumption you're
right.
making, Jeff. You just made that assumption.
No,
Yes.
it's not.
What
It's
is the
true though,
no, no, no.
because
Listen to me. Hold on, Jeff. Hold
the
on, hold on.
sky looks
No,
different
dude,
though,
it
mate. It's
doesn't
different,
matter.
man.
It doesn't matter. Listen, check this out, bro. She just gave you an example, which was a warehouse with a flat floor. If you're, let's say the warehouse was really, really, really big, right? Really big. I mean, we'll just make it like 5 miles big, right? And you're at one end of that warehouse. She's at the other end of the 5 mile warehouse, and she has a different set of lights, fixtures up in the ceiling. Over you, there's a different set of lights of fixtures up in the ceiling. You both are not under
No,
the same. Yes, dude.
You might as
Yes,
well.
no.
you are in two
The
different.
lights are
You are. Listen to me. You are in two
the,
different locations, so you're gonna see two different sets of stars, and the
Alpha,
floor,
make,
what
and
the
make,
the
fuck?
floor,
make it
and the
Hang on a
floor.
minute.
Why are
Hang on a
you
second.
interrupting me?
Let me,
Why are
25,000
you
miles
interrupting
there.
me? I have to do this. I don't
because
like doing it.
you just
I don't like doing it. Trust me. I hate doing it. I have to. So the argument now is because you're in two geographic locations, you're going to see two different sets of stars because you're in two different geographic locations. That is obviously true. You're not going to see the same things if you're in two different geographic locations. Needless to say, that doesn't mean the Earth is curving in any way. That could still mean that the Earth is horizontally the same as it would be for the other person. Now, what you have to produce is the fact that your understanding of the Earth curving in any way due to the fact that you're using a correlation to what things they see in the sky. So, what I need you to do, this is the reason why I'm going on. I need you to clarify, make the correlation to seeing different sets of stars to how the Earth is curving for both individuals. You need to make the correlation of how that's true. Back to you, Jeff.
so if I'm in a warehouse and I'm looking up, I can see all of the lights, right?
Not all of them.
No,
No.
Why?
you can't.
Not all of
Can
them.
you see the
Why?
other side of
Can
Walmart's
can I
lights
talk to
from
this
one
Aussie?
end?
Can I
No,
talk to
no,
can I-
he's on a point right now. We just gotta let it unfold. So you can't see 5 miles.
So
Let me ask you this. Can you see 5 miles away from you, Jeff?
uh,
Looking straight
if
on.
I'm using some sort of binoculars or
No,
some
just your
sort of
eyes, sir.
magnification, I can. Yeah.
Just your eyes. Let's get realistic here. Just your eyes.
So the extent of my vision, I can see all of the lights on the ceiling with the extent of my vision.
No, you cannot.
Correct?
That's a lie. That is a lie. You cannot see 5 miles of lights if it was a building that was that big. That's a lie,
But I
sir,
said
and
with
you
the.
know it.
Yeah, there's
But I,
angular
Let's put
resolution.
it
but
this
I
way.
just.
I'm gonna give you an
Fuck,
example.
man.
I have to give you an example. It's like looking down a long hallway. Do you know what happens when you look down a long hallway? I can tell you. Something called convergence happens in your eye line. Everything seems to converge to your eye line. So your vision that right now you have no knowledge on, I'm just going to educate you on, is a convergence that happens during the course of you looking straight on over a distance. There's a few things to consider. One of them is angular resolution. Another is convergence. And all of this is occurring while you're seeing straight on. Now, you don't realize this, but when you look down a long corridor, it looks like the ceiling is ramping down and the floor is ramping up and the walls are closing in to a point off into the distance. Now, this isn't what's really happening. It's just perspective. That's what happens. That's the reason why you cannot see forever, because convergence is occurring when you look straight on. Now, you don't see the hallway example happen when you step outside where there is no halls. So what you see, however, is convergence. And to say that you can see 5 miles of, lights above a ceiling would be fallacious. You cannot see forever with your vision. You even said it
posted it in
yourself.
the nest. I posted it in the nest.
Wait a second.
You could see the
Can I
ceiling.
speak?
Yeah,
Can I
did you
speak
hear
now?
what
Can I
did you
speak?
hear did you hear what I said? Because if you don't address what I said, we will reset this chat back to what I first started. So you better have been listening to what I said. What did I say?
Listen, I don't want to hear some fancy words which describes curvature.
You're not hearing
I
fancy
gave
words.
him an example in the
You're not
nest.
hearing fancy words. Convergence doesn't help you in any way. It actually works against your point. So convergence or angular resolution does not help your point. Do you understand this? Jeff.
Just let me speak to this, Aussie, because we're upside down here and the blood rushes to our
let me
head.
see here.
So
No, that ain't happening.
Jeff, just imagine it's a
That's not happening.
25.
Absolutely not happening. We're sticking to this point. This is the point that I want him on, and he's gonna come through. I don't want to be bamboozled by somebody else bringing another point that I don't want him to actually focus on. We're sticking to this point. So once again, sir, were you paying attention to what I said? Angular resolution and convergence. Do you understand that?
Angular resolution. I
Yes,
don't
sir.
understand what it means. I don't understand what you mean by angular resolution for starters.
Okay.
Can you explain it?
It's the narrowest angle that your vision can see from the ground to where you're standing. So let's say you're a 6-foot observer. Off into the distance, things will appear to get smaller as your eyes try to resolve what's off into the distance. So the resolving power of your eye has a limitation, which you clearly stated earlier, but you didn't realize you said. I did. I was listening. So that is the limitation of how far you can see due to the fact that your limitation of your eyes can only
Angle
see
of
so far.
incidence. Yeah, angle of incidence would be that limitation. Yeah.
Well, it also deals with angular resolution because your eyes cannot resolve.
Right, it's a part of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
So you got to remember this. So when we're talking about how your vision works, you have to incorporate the things of how your vision works. You've been like thinking about this particular argument all wrong. You think that the only thing that can happen is curvature and that's it. It's not that easy. There's a lot of things to consider, which also the ambient air temperature outside would also cause another variable in how far you can see, which you of course understand, or should at least.
Okay, can I say something?
Do you understand what we're talking about before you say anything, sir?
So you're talking about my vision is restricted for how far I can see, right?
Of course, but what are the factors that are limiting your vision?
Well, the fact that my eyeball is not flat, it's curved.
No, that's not, dude. Honestly, if you don't get this argument, I think it's going to be difficult.
Look at the picture
What
that
the fuck are you talking about, man?
Okay, look at
Dude, weather, it's called
this
weather,
is
bro.
okay, but
Like you can't part
but
the
no,
seas and
look at the
across the whole
ceiling.
earth.
Look at the ceiling in the
Wait
picture.
a second, man. Wait the fuck. I'm not talking about fucking vision of my eyes for a second.
Yes, that's what I'm.
Okay. So there's these lights hanging from the ceiling, right?
Yeah.
And you're saying I can't see all of them based on where I'm standing, right? That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm demonstrating that in
Because of my eyes have a limitation, right? That's what you're saying, right?
From the,
And the size of the place.
yeah,
that
but look
you're
at the
in.
picture that I put in the nest of Walmart.
Okay, would I be able to follow up on that, right? So
Oh my
okay, my
He's
eyes.
not going to listen to you,
my
Flatsy.
eyes.
No, we're going to actually listen to Flatsy's point and then address it because she's making a point and you're whistling past the graveyard. She's showing you examples of what she's talking about. It's hard when somebody's trying to do that and the other person's not paying attention. It's frustrating.
Yeah, exactly.
Misogyny.
So you're in the produce section of Walmart. Look at the ceiling above you from this picture taken. This picture was taken at a nice level angle. That's why I chose it to put here. And I just Googled it, honestly. So you can't see the other end of Walmart, but you can see these light fixtures over you. And you can see how the ceiling looks like it's ramping and converging in an area. Am I correct? You could see that, right?
And what is your point exactly?
Because you can't see the fixtures over, say, the electron from here, or say the garden section from here.
And what is your point?
That it makes total like you can actually see different lights in the sky at different points on the earth, and it not be a curving surface. It has to be flat.
When I say different, I mean that there are some that are not available for you to see because you can't see them because you can't look through the planets.
No,
The
dude,
Earth, you can't look through the Earth.
okay. You gotta get the globe
What?
mentality. Just put a pin on the globe mentality for just a moment. I think that's what's really hurting your idea to actually contemplate this. You can't think about it any other way unless it's a globe, and I think that's what's hurting your understanding here. So Flatsy gave you an analogy to how it would look like as if you were take an example of looking at a store. So if a person was standing when that picture was taken, and you could see as many lights as you can, but you cannot see all the lights in the store. Meaning, if somebody was standing in a different place at the end of the store where the other lights are, they would be seeing different lights in the in the ceiling. So the other person far away from them would be seeing different lights, of course, differently than them. But it's still on a flat surface. So it doesn't need to be a curving surface to see other lights from a different location. That was an easy example, dude. You got to address that. Yes. No, it's not a no. No, it's not a no. It's not a no. It's a yes. Because she pointed this out. You have to agree with it, bro. You have to agree with it.
No.
It's not in contention anymore.
The lights are there, though, right?
Yes,
the lights
they're there.
Are there. You
Yes,
can
they're
prove
there.
that they are there. You can
But you
prove they're there, right?
cannot see
But
them.
if you're standing,
Yeah.
Yeah, you cannot see them, and it's a flat floor all the way across the store. But you can't see the ones at the end of the store. But your friend who's over there at the other end could see those other lights. But they're not in the same place you are, so they see a whole different set of lights. And they can't see all those set of lights where you're at because they're far away from you.
The scale you're talking about is very minute compared to the global scale.
I know that.
You do realize that,
the
right?
example,
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my
The
God,
Earth is
dude.
big too. Wow.
I
Pay
know that the
attention,
Earth is.
Do you
dude.
think that things can be scaled up and down?
I feel like this is
Or
weird.
do you think that things can be scaled up and scaled down to represent reality? Or do you think that that's not possible?
Do you understand what?
So
oh my God!
If I was to point a laser finder at the lights, I would be able to recognize that they're right there, right? My laser finder would be able to determine the distance to each of those globes using a laser finder.
We're
I would be able
not
to get a
talking
pinpoint
about other
distance.
stuff. Listen.
So in that point, if I could point my laser pointer at each of these globes in the ceiling, I could see that they're that distance away.
How? You don't have a direct line of sight.
So I would be able to measure the distance. I would be able to measure the distance to the globe. So I could do exactly the same thing. I could do exactly the same thing by measuring the distance.
Sorry, I had to do it. Hopefully, you co-host can talk still. But the reason I did that was because it was the simplest example that you could have possibly produced, Flatsy. That honestly, this is like you would speak to a young child at school. You would tell him, use this example right here. But what happens is he couldn't even get that example in his mind because he's got his globe goggles on. He can't see nothing but globes. And it sucks,
Honestly,
dude.
It does, because I would just love to be able to just have a conversation with this guy that wouldn't be so convoluted with his assumptions. That's
Dude,
all I want.
He's saying
you don't have to be assuming anything. See from our position and understand our position, because it's not like we're telling you that you can see the whole sky from wherever you are. We would never say that. We're telling you the way that the earth is outside when you experience it. It's the same thing, but the earth is flat. Like, it's not some other earth. We're not claiming some other earth that you don't see. We're telling you that the one you do see is the flat earth. There is no curvature.
I just like to say, man,
evidence of curvature. Go ahead.
I don't see how much more we can break this down. I mean, it's already down to the most basic form. Honestly, Honestly, we can't break it down anymore. Like any attempt to like reduce this anymore is just it'll just break. Like there wouldn't be any way to explain it. Like, I mean, what do you got to do? Bust out the crayons? Like it really isn't any more we can do with that. That's as redundant as it can get. Like that image right there is clear. It's
I
my
have to
God,
deal
it's
with this.
clear.
I have to deal with this image on my feed just being posted randomly so I could put it in the nest.
Wow. But no, he's like, well, if I have a laser finder, I'm like, dude, we're not talking about laser finders. We're just talking about how you can see things in the sky, which is what your premise was. Well, I see different set of stars, and my friend somewhere else sees different set of stars, but the Earth is a globe. I'm like, dude, it doesn't need to be a globe. She just pointed out it's a flat floor in that store. Duh. Wow. And he's like, well, it's a store. I'm like, we get it. We know it's a store. But like she said, it's a scale problem. You just scale it up. The same idea. For goodness sakes, man. I mean, what else can you do, you know?
I mean, I have a 5-year-old, so I know how to talk about things in that, like in layman's terms, so that even a 5-year-old can understand. That's my goal. That's what I want to do.
Wow. Put someone on mute and then take the piss out of him. That's really clever.
Yeah, because we've broken it down to its most basic form, dude, and it just you can't get it. And it's puzzling
What about
me
this?
and
What about this
Flatsy.
one then? What about this
What,
one
you're
then?
giving
Can
us
you
another
measure
one?
this?
You're giving us
Can
another
you
one.
measure
Bro,
Can you let me at least speak? Can you measure distances to the sun?
no.
No,
Can you measure distance to the moon?
No.
no,
You can't.
No.
Why
no,
not?
because they're in apparent positions.
Listen,
They're
no,
not in actual positions to you.
Yeah.
They're in apparent positions.
So even on top of that, you don't
What?
have. Listen, I'm going to tell you straight out. Linear distance is not able to be known in any way to any of the celestial bodies. Zero. There has never been a claim that there's been a solidified linear distance to any of those things that you see up in the night sky or the daytime sky. You cannot see, or excuse me, you cannot measure to any of those celestial bodies. Period.
You can use
Jeff.
them. You can use them in elevation angle measurements, but you don't know their actual positions. So they're in apparent positions to your your observation point wherever you are, and you're.
So
I'm gonna go.
if that's the
Let me
case,
let me
how
finish.
does the GPS
Let
how
me
does the GPS track where you are on the planet then?
Yeah, you're
let
not
me
going to be able
finish,
to finish.
Jeff. Let me finish, Jeff. I just want to finish this. Okay, so you can do elevation angle measurements to these celestial bodies because you don't know their actual position. You can only get their apparent position. You don't know how far away they are or anything, but you can use their apparent positions to find, because luckily they are in a sequence. So you see them in what you call it? They're in a cycle. So they're cyclical, and they're especially like the celestial bodies of the stars. They have their positions. They have ground positions. So you use their ground positions to figure out your coordinate system. The coordinate system is solely based on their ground positions to you at a given time. So all of them have different positions always. So when you're saying that there's stars that are apparent to you that you can see that I can't see because I'm north of the equator and you're south of the equator, makes no difference whatsoever how we actually measure them. So we just measure an angle to them, and we measure the ground, the surface of the earth, flat, because the only way you can get an angle measurement to a celestial body is if you have two straight lines.
Yeah, so the simple answer was that you can't measure linear distance to any of those things.
What about to a satellite rotating around the planet? Can that measure distance
my
to the
God.
surface of the globe?
Yeah, dude, you know how loaded that question was that you just said?
That's
It
a
was
loaded
so
question
fucking
if
loaded,
I've ever
dude.
heard one.
Yeah, you've already
What, you've been doing it all fucking day, mate. You've been doing it all day.
Yeah.
Loaded questions.
Jeff, you
Name one.
Yeah, name one loaded question we gave you. Crickets, bro.
What the
Crickets.
fucking hell, man?
The loaded question you
Crazy
just
guy.
He starts laughing. The nervous laugh
it's
starts
crickets,
laughing,
bro. Like,
Can't even name one, bro. That's
thank
so
you for the
funny.
crickets, by the way. But that's the
So,
problem
so
right now.
satellites above us use that to measure our GPS location on the globe, right?
Bro, like,
What, the
listen.
Does
planet?
it?
You're
Does
hold
it?
on, hold on,
Do
hold
they?
on.
Do they?
No,
Do they?
wait,
They do, though, right? They measure our
no,
speed. They
dude.
measure our speed. They measure where we are. They measure all sorts of
This is
things.
the old bait and switch. We're not going to do that. We're still on to you about how you're going to listen. I know everybody's itching to answer your little satellite question, but I'm the mean, bad old meanie, right? I'm not going to allow it because I want you to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. And if you think it's satellites, then go ahead and give us how satellites provide evidence that the Earth is a geometric shape. Because I'm not going to allow you to continue to ask us questions about what satellites are doing if you don't know the Earth's a globe. So directly tell us how satellites give you the geometric shape of the Earth.
Well, they could measure the distance to two separate points
No,
at the same time,
Jeff,
and then you
no.
get different distances.
Jeff?
That proves curvature.
No, Jeff, you said they could. That's suggestive. Do you know a method by which they're doing this? Yes or no?
Yeah, they track where you are
Okay,
all the
they
times
track-
when you're driving, or planes, or boats. They
Okay.
track lots of things.
That's great.
So
Jeff.
they can easily
That's great.
measure. They can easily measure distance to two different objects, and you can quite clearly see that the distance
What?
one would be closer than the other based
Great.
on
On a
the
flat
curvature.
surface?
That's quite obvious.
Based on a
No,
curvature?
curvature.
Go ahead and show me how that's done. Tell me, walk me through that. How's that done?
How's what done?
What you just said.
How does a satellite measure curvature?
Yes.
by measuring multiple different locations simultaneously, and then plotting them on a 3D map.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice that you use your words to multiply more words and not give me the method by which it's done. What's the method, sir?
The method that a satellite measures distance to the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's clearly doing it because
really?
we use them every day. So
that's
do I need to explain? Do I need to explain how my telephone works? Do I need to explain how my car works? Do I need to explain how the fucking sun operates? Do I need to explain the fucking everything in the planet? Like, really? You're fucking joking me, right?
You're spiraling. The only one thing I'm asking for is this one specific thing. Those other things you don't need to tell me about. This one thing you do.
Well, I'm not an expert on satellite navigation.
Oh, you don't know?
If that's what you want to know.
So you don't know.
I do know that people use satellites to track their location. Yes,
that's great. But that's not what's in contention, is it, sir? The geometric claim is what's in contention, not the distance to where the person is. Sorry, but that's not what's in contention.
The distance to multiple locations all at the same time would definitely be plotted on a 3D map, and you'd see curvature for sure.
Yeah. Well, walk me through.
Let me try. Let me see if I can find the example.
No, wait, stop. I don't need you to. Yeah, okay. We might need to lay off those sound bites for just a moment. We don't need you to go look something up because right now you don't have the answer, Jeff. We don't need you to look it up.
Believe it.
I don't want you to look it up because you don't have the answer. You just finished telling me that there is a method. Yeah, wait a minute. What? You just finished saying that there's a method. Now you're going to look for it right now on the fly.
I just said I don't. I just told you I don't know how a satellite would determine the GPS location of a car, of a ship, of a plane.
No.
I don't know the exact method, but I just know that it does it. And I just know that a telephone works.
Nice.
And I just know that a plane can fly and a car can drive. I just know those.
I don't need you to tell me how you know that. That's not what's in contention. What is in contention is the geometric claim of the Earth by your satellite measurements. That's what we're asking, not the distance to the objects on the surface. The curvature claim, sir. The geometric claim. Can you provide how satellites are giving us that? Not distance to something. Yeah? You're unmuted now. Yeah, your mind was going everywhere with that. but I redirected you back to what needs to be answered. And that is the geometric claim that you think exists due to satellites. Are you looking for it now? Because I'm not going to accept it if you find something that you think answers it.
I'm just getting
Okay.
Grok to explain it to me, if that helps.
Grok doesn't, dude, you don't have the answer now. It doesn't matter if Grok, Siri, or ChatGPT gives you the answer. You don't know it now. You just believe it blindly. Don't you? I need that answer from you, Jeff, if you want to continue. Or you'll go down as a listener without any evidence. It's your choice, sir. Be honest right now in this chat that you don't have the answer.
Do you want to know how satellites operate, or do you want to know
No, I don't
What do you
care
wanna know?
about that. I wanted to know the answer to my question, which you did not give me. And I'm not going to allow you to ask ChatGPT because you think you have the answer now and you don't. And I want you to be honest to the chat that you don't have the answer. Be honest to the chat.
I don't even know what your question was, mate.
I know. Why is that, Jeff? Why is that? Why do you think that is?
Because you're just assuming that the Earth is not a globe. You're just assuming it's flat.
You're assuming it, sir. You're the one that comes in here saying that, well, we know the Earth's a globe because we got satellites. And I'm like, yeah, how is it possible that the geometric claim of the Earth is made by knowing that satellites are up there? And you're off about, well, we know distances to things with satellites. Sir, that's not the claim. Redirecting you back to the claim that the Earth is a geometric shape due to the fact that we have satellites. Now, you are trying to tell me that you're looking up an answer to a question that I didn't ask. I don't care about distances to things. I care about the geometric claim that you said from the satellites that are being up there measuring the surface to be curving. Yeah?
A satellite can measure distance to the planet.
Okay,
to the
once
sun.
again, you don't understand. Just like a child, I have to restate it a fucking fourth time. I don't want to do it, sir. You don't have the answer, and you have too much pride to tell me that you don't know. All I need is for you to say I don't know. That's simple. Just tell me those sweet words, Jeff. Just say you don't know.
Say it.
Just say you don't know, Jeff.
Listen, I said I don't know how satellites.
I know. I don't care about anything but you telling me that you don't know how satellites are proving that the Earth has curvature. That's the only thing I care about. Can you tell me you don't know? That's all I care about. Go ahead, Jeff.
Satellites do prove, and they do plot curvature. So I don't know.
No. Since you said that, evidence, please. Go. You got 10 seconds to pony up, or else I'm going to put you as a listener. 10?
I said I wasn't an expert,
9,
right? So let me just
8,
look it up.
7. So you don't know.
No, buddy.
Now.
You don't get to say that you're not an expert when you make the claim. You made the claim, so you need to have that evidence in the hopper ready to go.
Yep.
That is crazy that you think you can just come in here and be like, we know, blah, blah, blah. Don't you think that we have looked at all of this evidence and came to the conclusion that the Earth is flat with your preponderance of evidence that you don't have?
All right.
We've already looked at it, man. We've seen it.
I just need your concession at this point, Jeff. Just say you don't know when I unmute, please. Just say it. Go ahead, sir. You would be intellectually honest if you did that. You would be well respected in this group. But to say you know something that you don't know is dishonest. Say you don't know, Jeff.
Listen.
That's all you got to do, sir.
It's quite apparent to me.
It's not apparent. I need your answer to the question. Just say you don't know, and this will be done. Just say you don't know.
Fuck?
Yeah, just say you don't. Just serious. I'm dead serious. Just say you don't know.
Listen, I just said it's quite apparent.
Sir, just say you don't know. That's all I care about.
So painful.
We'll get there.
You guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely crazy.
Oh, we're crazy
Yeah,
because we
just-
want you to say you don't know something you don't know.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay,
not crazy.
we're crazy.
Just say you don't know. Say it, Jeff.
You guys
Just-
are mental. I already told you that the Earth has got curvature because of
that's-
satellite.
That's great. I know that's the claim, but you don't know how it's possible that the claim is substantiated. Just say you don't know. Be honest.
Listen, I just said before I'm not an expert on how satellites operate.
I know that you said that, but the answer should be I don't know. That takes a lot of, humility to say that you don't know something. Just say you don't know.
But I just said that I don't know. I just said that I don't know how satellites operate.
Okay. That's it. That was the end. Thank you so much, Jeff. Appreciate you. It was a great conversation. Perhaps we can shift the topic because this one, we pretty much put a fork in it because you're done with this, sir. We now have reached a conclusion. You don't know how satellites operate. Therefore, you don't know how the claim would be substantiated that satellites are proving that the Earth is a globe. Exactly my point, right? And you know what's interesting is that my title of this room right now is "Today the Globe was debunked." And you know how it was debunked, sir? You who believe it's a globe debunked it for us. We didn't do it. You did it for us, sir. You did the heavy lifting. That was awesome.
Like literally, you just talk yourself into a pretzel. You don't know what you're talking about, and you still talk about it like you know what you're talking about. What Dunning-Kruger deflector shields you got up? Like, you just need to just admit that you don't know,
honest, yeah.
and you won't do it.
Well, he finally did, but it took us.
I think
it took us a while. Go ahead.
It's interesting too that all these examples already had the preconceived, baked-in notion of Earth being a sphere to begin with. What the heck?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, you could let Grok help you out now because we're done with that point. So, Grok away, sir.
You guys are mental. You guys are mental, man. Honestly.
Yeah,
we're mental.
We're crazy to understand the physical and natural world, unlike those who believe it's a globe. Yeah, that's mental. It's mental to know truth.
Yeah, your worldview is your imagination. You literally don't have any proof for your worldview, and we're telling you that you don't, and then you don't want to admit it. So you're just doubling down on something you don't know about. That is weird. You think we're weird and mental, but we think you're weird and mental because you're doubling down on something you don't even know about.
Yeah.
Buddy, you need to reevaluate and reflect.
Let me ask Grok.
So you're using an example of looking at the ceiling inside of a warehouse as the reason why that planet.
No, we don't have to go back.
Dude, that was a scaled down example.
We're going back. We're going back in time where we're already out of that. We're already finished. The point is done. We have completed the mission. There's no need to go back in time and try to figure something out. We have completed whatever the task was, which was to provide you with you not being able to provide us with the evidence that the Earth is a globe by way of satellites. So it is completed.
If Grok says that it is, then it is, or no?
No, because here's the thing. People can say whatever they want. There's a claim that's being made, right? So anybody can say anything, Jeff. I'll put it to you like that. And I could say, I don't know, the Earth is a donut. I don't care what I say. For you would then challenge me. How do you know that, Alpha? Tell me exactly how you know that the Earth is a donut. And if I say, well, Jeff, it just is. That's all. We have satellites. It's a donut, bro. We have satellites. Therefore, the Earth is a donut. That right there is what you were doing. You can't do that. And that's what you think Grok's going to do. It's not going to happen.
I grant you I'm not a mathematician. I don't know the maths behind how satellites can plot spaces on the, what do you call it, planet. I don't know that process. I grant you that. But
well, that's honesty. That's the first step. I mean, you at least identify.
But Grok does say that they do use it to plot curvature.
Okay. Well, tell us what Grok says now. That we're done with the point. It doesn't matter to me. But what do you think Grok has given you that you can look to and say that we could substantiate any point? It doesn't matter. Ask it the question that we asked you and see what it comes up with.
Yeah, well, triangulation would require circles of equal elevation, which would require a planar surface. Everything leads back to flat Earth. Everything.
Yeah, but he can take his best shot to see if there's any way that he can find out.
Oh, well, he doesn't know. and he already told us he doesn't know. And I'm telling him what he's trying to appeal to would use circles of equal elevation around a certain point.
That is true. So we got another speaker up here. I think J Dog joined the panel. J Dog, welcome to the panel. Is he up here with us?
Yeah, he was asking for speakers, so I gave it to him.
Sure.
That was me.
Go ahead, J Dog. Welcome to the panel, sir. Maybe not. I don't know. Did he leave?
Yeah, he did. He boot scooted.
He just took off. All right. That's cool.
Look, sorry, Jeff. I do wish that you could have proven the globe, because, you know, I don't like to be in the fringe over here being ridiculed, and the object of ridicule is, you know, flat earthers. That's okay. If there's anyone that you can make fun of, that's flat earthers. We're over here in the fringe. If you can prove to me that the earth is a globe, by all means do it, but you are far from doing that, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know. I never usually say that. That's bad energy. I stick to the good energy. I like being on the side of truth, even if it stands against what people believe is, you know, incomplete or incorrect. So it doesn't matter. The truth is the truth. So I don't care what it costs. Like, it's going to cost people to be against me or whatever. If it's the truth, then so be it. People are going to be against you when you speak truth. It doesn't mean you need to capitulate.
Yeah, that's so true.
Yeah, you don't.
I'm okay with the earth being flat.
Yeah.
I have no qualms with the earth being flat. You know, the only thing that it's only provided me with being on the fringe, losing friends and stuff like that. Not family, and I've not lost family and loved ones and stuff like that. But friends, yes, I've lost. So
Yeah, I used to tell people that were in this like group with people that are talking about flat Earth. They all went through some kind of, you know, I guess you
ego
could say
death.
separation, or, you know, well, ego death is part of it, but separation from like either friends or family or something like that. They have to go against a narrative, and people will come against them and things like this, and they're like, well, why do you endure all of that? Like, what's the whole point? Why don't you just like give in and say the Earth's flat or globe? You know, it'd be easier, right? Get along, go along to get along. You know, just forget about that flat Earth business. That would be easier. But why is it that you choose this path? What is the reason why you're here talking about flat Earth? If it would be much easier just to say, hey, you know what? I'm just gonna throw up my hands. I don't really care anymore. Just gonna be Glober for now, and by name, but I don't really think it's a globe. You know, you can do that too, because anybody that actually chooses this path will reflect on the reasons why they're here, and it would mean something to them. So that's the reason why I say it's usually bad energy when you put it out there that, you know, take me back. Just prove it's a globe, please. I'm tired of being a flat Earth.
And I needed that correction, because that's not a good stance to take, because I already know that it's not a globe. So I just wanted him to have some incentive to give us some good evidence. So it wasn't actually honest of me to say that. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I want to like surround you with positive energy, man. The positive energy is you have brothers and sisters that are like bound together by the truth that we stand by, and that's never going to change, because people can't change truth. Truth changes them, not the other way around. So all you got to do is be an ambassador for that, and you know, whatever comes your way. But I would say that the more that they say that you lost people, you actually gained more. I don't think you lose, you gain. But yeah, if anybody else is listening right now on the listening panel, this is 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 20. Today, the globe was debunked. So it was because, check it out, we got Mr. Jeff in the chat. Couldn't provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, and is still trying to search in Grok, you know, the AI here on X.
Hang on a second. Just because I can't provide it.
And I'm going to mute you because you're interrupting my introduction. So this is important, right? For everybody listening right now, the importance is people come into this chat and try to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, but they can't do it because it's not a globe. So we had a guy previous to him and one also before that. And each and every one that comes in here actually show us how the globe Earth was debunked, and it's from their own lips. The evidence comes from their own lips. They say those words, "I don't know," and we have to get them there, right? It's a journey, of course, but until we get them there, they don't realize that they're wrong and they don't know. Once they get there and they say, "Well, dude, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a mathematician," and they start to realize, well, it's kind of hard because they start castrating themselves, and they don't really need to do that. They just need to answer, "Hey, look, I don't know. I really don't know," and that's intellectual honesty, right? That's like, well, the position we take. So, all for you guys out there right now, if you're listening and you want to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, just make sure you kind of know the argument, because you're gonna be asked to provide evidence for your claim, which is what I've been saying this whole time that we started the space. Just provide the evidence for the claim that the Earth is a globe. All right, so back to Mr. Jeff.
I was just going to say that just because I can't provide the evidence to you doesn't mean that it's not a fact, though, right?
That's
Oh.
right. It's true that just because you can't provide the evidence doesn't mean that what you're proposing is not true. But I would say that you're not the one who made the claim of the globe. So the globe has been claimed for a while and there's never been any evidence of it. So we would want you to go look into that and see if you can find that evidence that we missed.
Or try to see if Grok can give it to you, or ChatGPT, or just, I'd say, do the best you can to debunk anything that we've said thus far. And I think, honestly, the position you should take is apply the same rigor you apply to flat Earth as you do to the globe. Apply that same rigor. That was CB. I'm going to give him credit for that. He said that before. If he's still here, he could also vouch for that's his saying.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Apply
Thank you
that
so
same
much.
rigor that you apply to flat Earth for the globe. You see, I do it too, CB. I think about you, bro. These are your sayings, bro. You deserve the credit. That's your flowers, man. You've created this. That's why I'm using it for Mr. Jeff. He needs to understand that if you're gonna apply the same rigor to flat Earth, you got to do it for the globe, man. That's only fair. You can't. It's not a double standard. You got to apply that same rigor to the globe. I mean,
It's good stuff.
that's
right there.
important, man. You can't be a double standard person coming in and asking for evidence for a flat Earth if you've never asked any questions for globe. Like, just right now, you said, "Let me look into Grok about how the satellite's providing evidence." Dude, you're just looking for it right now, when this whole time you thought you already knew. That's important, dude. That right there.
But what's the reason why I think that way, though? That's what you think, that I've
Because
been
we all
brainwashed, or some other scientists have been teaching me wrong, or
Well,
I've been taught mistruths. What are you saying? I'm the victim of some conspiracy by telling us that the
no.
Earth
Think about it like
is
this. I don't think it's it's not. It could be nefarious if you go all the way back to its foundation. Maybe, right? You can look into that. But what I'm saying is, traditionally, it's given to you like a story. Basically, you were told this narrative from very young. You weren't given a chance to critically think about any of these positions, right? Of any points of the Earth being a globe. You were just told this is how it is, and you just went in as a young person and believed it, because there wasn't anything that rivaled it. No other information about any other kind of viewpoint on Earth. It was just the Earth as a globe.
until now.
Well,
Until now.
until right now. But I'm saying earlier, previous to this, you just believed it. It was a globe in your mind, and it was given to you that way. And they told you got planets and all this stuff. So you believed the story, and it went along pretty well until now, when
We
we're
did
asking.
too.
Until now, when we're asking you to take a second look into these specific arguments, now it's like, well, shit, let me ask Grok. And then Grok's just like, well, this is how it is. And you're like, that's not the answer, Grok. Like, it frustrates you, frustrates us. But there isn't answers to the question that we're asking, because the Earth is not a globe. And we didn't give, like, there's not a buffer to the information, Jeff. We're the buffer. Me, Flatsy, CB, Taylor, I'm looking through the Matrix, Mike B. Like, we're the buffer. If there's nobody that's going to challenge you on this, then you'll never get to the point where you start to apply the rigor to the globe, like you're doing now, at least. It's misinformation. How about that?
It just seems illogical because
Why?
Okay, so do
But
you know
why?
it just seems illogical,
no
right?
But why?
logic?
Why?
Do you know logic first
Be-
of all? Do
because
you know logic? First of
this
all,
is
Jeff,
this
do
is
you know logic to say
let
that it
me
is illogical?
let me just explain my thought process, right? So if there's a satellite that's in the sky above my city, and then it's calculating distances to the ground, and then using all of those distances to the ground as far as it can determine, and then plotting them on a 3D map, it's likely to be curved. It has to be curved. Let me just try and find the evidence for that, though.
Oh, so you don't have you just you just say that it has to be like a religious zealot.
I know, though. That's
Jeff,
right, because that's what I've been taught, right?
I
So
know.
Right, okay,
Yeah,
I
that's fine.
got
when you're
you.
taught
That's
something,
fine.
it's hard to go against what you're taught,
Jeff,
right?
Yeah,
here's what
So
that's fine. I
here's what
got you.
Jeff, here's what I'm gonna do for you, man. I'm gonna kind of back away from the like engaging you too much because now you're at least listening. So I'm not going to engage too hard anymore as I did before, previous. The reason why I came in that hard was because sometimes people need to face their own fears on these questions. And either two things are going to happen. They're going to engage with it and say, you know what? Screw it. I need to know. Like, they need to tell me. I need to figure this out. Or you can say, you know what? You guys are just a bunch of idiots and I'm going to leave this chat and you run away. So you got two options and you decided to stay. Well, now you're going to figure out what's going to happen after this. You're going to see how far this rabbit hole actually goes. And it's going to blow
yeah,
your freaking mind, Jeff.
yeah, because you know why? Because I don't like to be proven wrong.
I know that. You don't think I
Hey,
know that,
I
man?
got you,
Nobody does.
man.
Who does? Like seriously, who
It's
does?
true. It's true. Honestly, we're not far from each other,
No.
Jeff. So let's not just like put some sort of barrier between us because you can know the things that we know. We're not here just withholding
Mhm.
information from you. We can give you information. We are happy to.
How about this? Look, and I'll tell you like this, Jeff. We're not here to make you believe something different. We're here to at least challenge your understanding and then perhaps give you the ability to go any direction you wish. Because I'm not in the business of making somebody believe something that I think. I don't care about that,
Exactly.
Jeff. I don't care
Loss
if
of a belief
yeah, I don't
is what
care
we
if
want.
you
Wait,
wake up
so
tomorrow and you're like, dude, the earth is a globe, man. Screw those flat earth people. Like, I don't care about that. The only thing I want you to remember is that you were challenged this particular day and you were like left with your, I don't know, your mouth open or,
so
you weren't you
so
didn't have a
so
retort.
I've done navigation, right? I know how to navigate
Sure.
using stars and maps and maps,
Oh,
compasses. I know how
okay.
to do that. So
Let's do
I'm
it.
quite proficient in that. So um, just one thing that really uh, we do when we use navigate, we try to determine approximate north, east, southwest using the sun
Mm-hmm.
and the
Can I
time of day, right?
can I give you a bit of a perspective with your navigation?
Go ahead. What do you mean?
Okay. So when you navigate, especially using celestial navigation, which if you navigate, I'm sure you're familiar with celestial navigation, you would need to use the horizon to give yourself some sort of horizontal uh, planar reference, and you take the angle to a celestial body from that horizontal of the horizon, and you give yourself a triangle to the ground position of that celestial body that you take an angle to. So it has a ground position, and you subtract your angle of view to that celestial body from 90, which gives you a triangle which measures the earth flat on the adjacent of that triangle. So that would be something for you to ponder and think about, that you actually measure the earth flat with or angle measurements, especially elevational or like elevation angle measurements.
So we look for a high ground, and then we look for prominent features, we take a compass bearing to that feature and do a back bearing, right? And then we can plot a triangle on the map so we have an approximate location on the ground.
Well, you're talking
That's
about land
navigation, right?
navigation. You're
Yeah.
talking
So
about land navigation at this point.
Are
So
yeah,
you?
but what I'm
Yeah,
but
go
what I'm
ahead.
going to say is that we use the time of day, and we use the location of the sun in the sky
Mhm.
to
Yep.
approximate direction.
yes.
Yeah, let me.
Okay.
So longitude, that would be longitude. You're talking about a longitude measurement to the celestial body of the sun.
Let me.
You're taking an elevation angle measurement to that for longitude also.
Let me see if Jedi's in the
So
chat.
so
Maybe
the
you could
direction
hold on.
so the
Jeff.
direction changes based on the time of day, though, right?
Yeah, that's
Why is that?
yeah, that would be the equation of time that you're using because the sun would move in certain areas over certain areas. The zenith of that would be your solar noon. You would need your solar noon to be known
Mm-hmm.
for those angle measurements, right?
That's done on. You could look at timeanddate.com. Kind of helps you with what Flatsy's talking about, Jeff. Timeanddate.com has that information of the equation of time to show you like the sun's zenith at a specific point.
Yeah, but if the direction's changing based on where the position of the sun is in the sky, is that because of the planets rotating?
No.
No, that would be you're talking about the center point. That would be Polaris. So at night you would see Polaris. Everything seems to be in some sort of relation to that specific point with this coordinate system that we're talking about.
You can look up the equation of time, Jeff. That would kind of elucidate a bit what she's saying. Now's the
Equation of time.
Yeah, now's the
Okay,
time to
hang on.
just type that in real quick and give it a little look over. And I'm just gonna see if Jedi's here.
Jedi.
Jedi, are you here?
Looks like I came in at the right time.
I mean,
good morning to you as well. And I can take it, but Jedi has a better understanding, even though I have a great understanding of it, but Jedi has an even better understanding than I do.
I
So
think
go
it's
ahead.
because
Well,
it's his argument. Well, go ahead.
I'll tell you what. I'm making coffee at the moment, so you carry on. Give me 5 minutes, and I'll be back, and I'll be able to talk. Okay? Just give me.
Yeah,
5
he's looking
minutes.
up some information, so I guess we can just talk amongst ourselves and ask anybody else. If you guys, let me plug the space right now, guys. I'm kind of doing this over and over again, but I appreciate everybody who's joining me as a follower. Don't forget that 24/7 Flat Earth episode number 20. It's a continuing series, so we're gonna keep coming on here and doing this. It'll be me most of the time that you see me. I'll have a panel of people on here like me, Flatsy Klein, Creation Bear, Jedi, some of the 24/7 team, Mick B, Matrix, some of the other guys that are down there. But they usually be up here like AJ, AI, Indio, some of those guys. And what we're doing is we're showing people how their ideas of what they think the Earth is are not true. The Earth as a globe is just a fantasy. And they don't realize how much of a fantasy it is until we actually start talking about it. It just seems like everybody has this misunderstanding about the Earth that they're living on. So that's why I put on the title today. Today, the globe Earth was debunked. But more than that, I think that when people come in here, they realize that they don't have the information they thought they did. And so that's interesting, right, to us. But to you guys, we want to give it to you as something to think about if you're a listener. Think about the interactions that we have with the 24/7 that we have with the other people that come in here. We're always asking them the questions, and they're never giving us that supportive information of how they know something's true. So for us to you, we welcome everybody here. It does get a little spicy sometimes. I'm not going to lie. The reason for that is because we always are fluid with a conversation. We take it to where it needs to be taken anytime it needs to be taken. So we're not like one way, like, oh, we're just going to be sitting down and having nice civil conversations. That's not how this works. This is just, we go whatever the person feels like the moment, we match the energy, making sure that the person understands that, it should be a very provocative conversation. Sometimes words will fly. That's fine. But we usually center ourselves back to the point where we need to redirect to what's being asked. So anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. So if you have any contention the way that the format of the server. Maybe speak up so we can clarify why we format it this way. It's effective and it's memorable. So you want the things that you say to be memorable so that someone will go away and maybe either prove to themselves that the earth is flat, or they can go off and think that the earth is a globe. That's fine. Either way, it's fine. So we're not trying to convert anyone to a flat earth. We just want you to think about your worldview and have it challenged, and you be okay with it, because if you're not okay with it, that's where it gets heated.
Yeah. So yeah, I appreciate it, man. We've been getting some good interactions today. We got Mr.
I
Jeff in
think that
here.
Jeff is my favorite that we've had.
Yes,
He's
so far.
honestly my
I'm
So
still
far.
trying to figure out. I'm still trying to figure out the reason why direction changes based on time of day.
Yeah, what did you come up
As
with?
in direction north, east, south, and west changes.
no, those are your
Because like if I'm looking
coordinates,
if I'm looking at the sun, right, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon,
right?
and I'm looking at the sun at 4 o'clock in the afternoon,
Hmm.
and I want to get a judge on distance, direction.
Heading also,
Yeah, that's right. The direction I want to travel is going to be different, like from where I'm standing, based on
right?
where the sun is.
Right, exactly. So you would get a good heading given the direction of the
Mm-hmm.
sun and where it's traveling. You can figure out where north, south, east, and west are. So those are Cartesian coordinates that you would need to be able to navigate, right?
But if I was on a flat plane, wouldn't it be the same?
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what we're saying. We're
Right.
telling you that there is no evidence of a globe, that you are navigating on a planar surface given the Cartesian coordinates and the coordinate system that we're given. So
Yeah, everything she
actually a
said.
Mercator map is a really good map to use to navigate.
Right.
And that one would lay out all these things in like a rectangular map.
Yeah, what people don't realize is that they have been traveling over the earth as if it were flat and stationary. This is the most important, crucial point of our whole argument, is that you've already been doing that your whole life. The only reason why you think it's a globe is because you've been told to think about it after the fact. So after the fact that you've already plotted your course, you start to use calculations to account for the curvature. That has been done only after the fact, not before. So those calculations are added into. It's like sometimes you have to think about it like a globe in order for you to realize that, well, it's a globe, but because I only calculated for it, I didn't measure anything curving. That's important. So the surface of the earth has always been a planar topographical surface that we reference.
That's why the Mercator is such an important map that we use to navigate, because it doesn't do any of those calculations. It just does the coordinate system that we need. And it also supplies globe earthers or anti flat earthers with a straw man of flat earth, because it's like you have to be like a Pac-Man earth, so you leave one and enter into the other side like that. But it's just a coordinate system that doesn't actually calculate anything. It just gives you the coordinate system on its like say like its base terms, or raw measure, like the raw data, if you can understand what that means.
Pretty awesome panel tonight, man. We got it going on with the people coming in and asking questions. But if there's anybody else that's out there that would like to come up to the panel and be a speaker on here, we're gonna basically ask you guys the same thing. First, make a claim so we understand your position, and then support that claim with evidence so that we know that you're able to articulate your point that the Earth is a globe to sufficiently support that claim with enough evidence to give us an understanding that you know that the Earth is a globe. Should be easy because, today's world, 2024, there's so much information. You can use Grok, Siri, any chat GPT, just anything. Tell them to give you the answer. And then I don't care. Tell me how you know the Earth's a globe based on that information. And of course, we're going to ask you how you know that. But obviously, if you say it's just chat GPT or whatever, then we're going to have to figure out how chat GPT pulled out that source and how it knew that information was true. So it's always going to go back to how we know the claim is true. It's very important.
Time of day different at the poles, as in length. Some time of the day, half the year it's like daylight, the other half it's really, like the length of the time of day and night is different at the poles, right?
Right. So you would have the position of the sun being different throughout the seasons, right? So you have your seasonal change in north of the equator, and then you have a seasonal change that's opposite south of the equator, right?
No, what I mean is, like, if you were at the poles, you would have a period of the year where you'd be mostly in daytime, and then you'd have a period of the day, night, where it'd be mostly nighttime period of the year. I'm not sure I articulated it properly.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So in Australia, compared to, say, the North Pole, you're going to be experiencing a different amount of sunlight.
Yeah, I think we all.
Wouldn't that be an indicator of curvature, though?
No, it's not.
It's the position of the sun to the Earth.
Yeah.
So you're still taking elevation angle measurements to the sun from the Earth.
Let's put it this way.
Give you that.
Let's put it this way. There's this kind of hype going around the internet at the moment where people are going to go do this final experiment. I don't know if you heard about that, Jeff, or not. Around the flat Earth circles, there's in Globe Earth, they're trying to say that there's individuals going next month to the final experiment, which are going to go to Antarctica, and they're going to try to witness the midnight sun, which is going to be in the north, right? There's a 24-hour sun. Well, they're saying that in the south, there's also the same. But basically what you've been saying right now. I mean, you follow what I'm saying? Jeff?
Midnight sun.
Yeah, the 24-hour sun.
Do you mean like at midnight there's sun? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's like the 24-hour sun. You know how in the north they have the sun for 24 hours in the sky? It never sets?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at.
Yeah.
It seems like that would prove to me that it's actually curvature of the Earth.
Yeah. So in the north, I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to that. So in the north, that's what's occurring. We know that. People in the north have seen this. The sun doesn't set for 24 hours, so it's been above the horizon for that long, right? People have seen that in the north. You with me?
Okay.
In the south, however, there's a contention whether or not it's been able to be observed. There's a difference. In the north, it's been observed. In the south, because there's hardly any people there, there's a contention whether or not it's actually true. So there's something called the final experiment, in which people are going to go attempt, flat Earth and globe Earth, attempt to see if this is actually the case or not. Now, there's an arena of people that they're call themselves flat earthers that believe they're going to, if they see a 24-hour sun or a midnight sun, it's the same thing. If they see a 24-hour sun there, it would debunk the flat Earth, or at least question the Earth being flat, according to them, right? Now, the Glober guys that are saying that there is a 24-hour sun would say that if they do not see a 24-hour sun in the south, that would mean the Earth is not a globe and that it could be flat, or that it is flat. Now, what do you think is wrong with both of those guys going down there and looking at the sun and figuring out if the Earth is a specific shape? I'll let you think about it, and then if not, I'll tell Flatsy she'll go through it.
You would need to give him a little more information too. That there's a preconceived notion on both sides of the Earth being a globe on the globe side, of course, with anti-polar positioning. also with the flat Earth side, they're already assuming that the AE map is the correct projection of the flat Earth, which isn't the case because
Mhm.
we don't make a claim to what the Earth looks like as an in totality. That would be a straw man. So you're dealing with two sides giving you a false dichotomy, first of all, and they're both of them are like a committing a formal logical fallacy. So I would hope that you would know about logical fallacies so that you could
Yeah,
know what affirming the consequent
it's a
is.
reification fallacy. They're reifying a model which they don't know exists or not. So they're both fighting for a position of credulity. They think it's true because based on what they feel is the evidence for their claim, which is their models, their their maps. It's one's a 3D map and the other one's is just a planar map. But
But both are affirming the consequent.
yeah, they're affirming the consequent, but like I said, they're reifying those models by saying that they are those. The Earth is that. So both positions are incorrect. You can't argue from a standpoint of not being able to verify or falsify the information, which would be the specific worldview map that they have. Can't do that. So both sides are incorrect. So they're going. That's the context, basically. So now moving to what they're gonna do is they're gonna go to the south, right? Like I think past the 60th parallel, Flatsy, or 66. I'm not really sure. It's beyond that
Yeah,
line.
it's being well. Either way, they're going somewhere where it could be a place on the Earth that deals with where the position of the sun is.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's just give some sort of reason why it's not this dichotomy that they're giving. So I can present something that would give them a reason to think that they are presenting a false dichotomy. Say that Antarctica is an island within the reach of the analemma of the sun, and it does actually traverse the earth and give them a 24-hour sun because of the analemma that we experience in the north at a shorter amount of time that you would experience something similar if there was an island, say, that is Antarctica, that isn't actually at the antipolar, but it's somewhere beyond Australia. Say that. I can give many examples of why it's a false dichotomy, but just say that that would be one of the reasons why it's wrong. So I can give them a third option. So all I have to do is present a third option to say that it's a false dichotomy. But I can also just take the position of I don't have to tell you what the earth is doing because the lights in the sky are doing something. You know what I mean? Like the sky doesn't dictate what the earth is. So the earth could be curving, that would need to be measured, right? That's another way of dealing with that false dichotomy.
You still with us, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm still here, even though my wife's looking at me like I'm a bit strange.
Yeah, you probably need to log off, man.
My husband, he doesn't look at me like I'm strange. He loves me no matter what. So I
Always
appreciate
I'm
it.
just trying to comprehend. I'm just trying to comprehend some of the stuff you just said. So
just
you're gonna have to give me a minute here.
just be good to your family, man. That's the most important thing. But yeah, we are gonna be we're here 24/7. Like there's a link. Oh, I forgot to before I forget. There's a link on my profile, and it's straight to the Discord that we're hanging out in. You can go there. Some people can check you in and whatnot, and give you like permissions in there for microphone and all that. And you can hang out with us. There's terabytes of information on our server about all the stuff that we've discussed so far and much more. So you can do that at your own leisure. Just pour yourself over all the stuff that we've collected. There's a little background history. I've been doing this for 10 years. Flatsy, I don't know how long, maybe a year and a half, 2 years. Each and every one of us collectively have been doing research on these topics. I've been having interactions with people on multiple levels of intelligence. So anywhere from your everyday Joe to the most intellectual academic. So I have under me like maybe thousands of interactions over time that have been recorded. So that's just to let you know, me, Jedi, Creation Bear, each and every one of us, Matrix, we've had interactions with people that have already given us more or less kind of a groundwork.
Matrix is younger than I am.
Is he really? Yeah. We have groundwork.
Yes.
We have groundwork, Jeff, to kind of assist you and at least challenge you with. So if you
Yeah, I'm just trying to comprehend something though, because if the Earth was indeed flat,
Mhm.
then we wouldn't observe a difference in the length of day
that's
at different locations.
You've just created
Right?
you've created an impossible scenario that doesn't exist in reality. So so let's think about it like this. There's only one Earth. Whatever that Earth is, that's the truth. Whether it be flat or globe or whatever you might think in your head, there's only one truth. There's not two. So it's either a globe or, like we're stating, it could be thought of anything else. But anything else that you think of is going to have to be substantiated by evidence, and the evidence falls on the people who are saying that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. So when we say it's flat and stationary, we have evidence to back it up. Now, if somebody says it's a donut, a dinosaur, a toilet, or whatever, it doesn't matter what they say. If they don't have any evidence to substantiate their claims, no evidence, no proof, then they don't have anything. We do. We have all of empiricism on our side. Everything that you want to ask, it's already been done.
We've researched every aspect that you can think of, buddy.
Yep.
I promise you.
And if you don't believe me,
sounds like you have.
And if you don't believe, Jeff, if you
sounds like you have.
You know why?
I wouldn't be a flat earther if the Earth wasn't flat.
Yeah, you know why though? Because it was such a shell shock to all of us that went through this process. Maybe that you're barely attempting to. It was such a shell shock that we were in the same disbelief that you were like, that's. I'm gonna use some bad language. That was fucking nonsense, dude. The Earth flat, like that's stupid. Who the hell thinks that? Like we all came at it like that. It's a natural reaction. We understand that. All we're saying is just look into it, man. That's all you got to do. And then you come up with your own, like, well, it's not flat or it is or whatever. But it'll be because you looked into it, not because we're in here twisting your arm.
Look at the source information. Source information is your friend. If you can find the source information of it being a globe, like firsthand knowledge, source information, that's what we're here for, man. That's what we looked into, and there is no evidence of a globe whatsoever. Nope. And even every phenomena that has been modeled has no contingency. There is no contingency of the Earth being a globe at all. As a matter of fact, it has to deal with the Earth being planar.
So we've talked to PhDs, cosmologists, astrophysicists, you name it. And I've talked about that we've had interactions over the many years we've been doing this. But those guys, they don't have a dog in the fight, Jeff. Now, a lot of people in here who believe the Earth is a globe appeal to those guys. They're like, man, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a mathematician. But if they were in the chat, man, they would blow you guys away with all the evidence. I'm like, bro,
nope.
You don't even understand. We've had conversations with these guys in spades. They don't even know. You know what they say when we ask them?
Laughable.
How do you know if the Earth is a globe? You're like, well, it's our best guess. I'm like, really? So you mean to tell me that all the individuals, and like Mick West, I can give you a few of them, scientific communicators that come through here. So they come in here and we, because we're kind of pressuring them on this because it's important. A lot of people's minds are at stake here. You guys are believing it like with every fiber of your being. You're like, dude, it's a globe. We're like, yeah. When you ask the astrophysicist ITR who came through on one of our channels, they say
he's an astronomer working to be an astrophysicist.
Yeah, but
maybe he is already. We're
gonna pin it on him. So we've talked to individuals who claim to be such as like in academia, right? And they say this is our best guess. And to me, it was such like a moment of clarity for everybody that's listening, because you guys are like, no, I'm not a scientist. That other guy is. Just talk to him. Yeah, we have. And those guys, they never make a stake and claim that the Earth is a globe like the way you guys do. because you believe the stuff they're saying. They're just telling you it's their best guess, and you're hinging.
Shout out to ITR. I really want to make a shout out to ITR really quick, Jeff. Hold on one second. I want to make a shout out to ITR because he will give you some examples of exoplanets that he will extrapolate some sort of exoplanet from 6 to 9 pixels. Okay. So he's only dealing with 6 to 9 pixels of data, which is a blurry mess of little squares. Okay. So he's telling you that that's an exoplanet. And then you know what they come out with in their artistry in NASA? A beautiful round planet that they only extracted from 6 to 9 pixels, buddy. That's all they use.
Yep.
And they tell you that that is an exoplanet. And then they tell you all of the data that they think that they collect from 9 pixels.
Yeah, the raw data from their perspective is just pixelated. Like, seriously.
And then they tell you that it's a globe way far away.
Dude,
and they give you some image that they've compounded together that would give you some visual of what those 9 pixels are that they don't see, but they give you some sort of example.
The reason why
like
the reason why we're recalling all this information, Jeff, is because like we've had all these interactions, which probably to you sounds very alien that you've never heard of before. And so when we tell you, you could take it at face value. You don't really have to, though. But nevertheless, it's still like the interactions that we've had. So it was shocking to us when we've had these conversations that they say the things that where other people, such as yourself and maybe some others in here that believe the Earth is a globe, they hinge their perspective and their worldview on because, of course, they don't have time to look into this stuff. They got busy lives. They got to do stuff. They got work to do. You know, who's got time for that? So when we're talking to these guys and saying, hey, look, we're basically ambassadors for everybody, for the public. We're like, dude, well, we're just asking some questions here. How do you know that this is the truth? Well, you know, it's really our best guess that we know that this is true because according to the way science deals with things, we don't ever try to prove anything to be absolutely true. You know, science doesn't work that way. We go with our best guess. Sometimes we need to fly by the seat of our pants. You know, I'm telling you, Michio Kaku, who's a scientific communicator, astrophysicist, said these words that I'm telling you right now. Science, it's like flying by the seat of your pants. It's guesswork, leaps of logic. I'm telling you, man. What's eye-opening? It should be something that makes you like look into this more. Is the fact that they don't know either. And you're just a believer in the stuff that they don't know. Fucking hell, dude. Like, that annoys me. So.
I'm still having difficulty comprehending that we can have different lengths of sunlight at different locations on a flat planet, globe, Earth, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm having difficulty comprehending how we can have different lengths of daylight on a flat surface. I'm having difficulty comprehending that.
I mean, I get what you're saying. You're trying to square the fact that we have different daytimes for different places on the Earth geographically. If it were a flat Earth, the sun would be shining on everything equally. Is that how you're phrasing it? Like if the sun would just shine on the whole?
Because you can have longer periods of daylight at different locations, right?
Sure.
It's just your position to the sun.
Yeah, but
so the sun is moving, not the Earth.
I don't know about that because it has to change based on curvature.
No, it doesn't. Actually, it has no contingency on curvature whatsoever. It's your given location in relative to the sun's position.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That's it. So I put
because of curvature, though.
No.
Yeah, but no. I put in the nest exoplanets, and just keep in mind that those exoplanets were derived from 9 pixels.
Yeah, but he's asking a different question right now, Flatsy. He really wants to know.
I know, but that was what we were talking about earlier, and it took me a second to find it.
Thanks for that. But so yeah, it's important though, Jeff, that you realize that it's only something that you're thinking about because your whole life you've only been thought of to think about something in a specific way. But when asked how you know the Earth's curving because light shines on a specific region of the Earth in a specific way, you wouldn't be able to substantiate it, would you?
I think that they do time lapse videos, don't they? Time lapse videos
Of what?
of sun shining at all the time, like
No.
24 hours.
No. I see. You said
or 22 hours or
Jeff,
13
check,
hours. I haven't
check
looked
this
at it.
out.
I'm just
bro, check it out, bro. Don't you realize
I will, man.
No, hold on. Don't you realize what you're saying? You don't catch yourself. And I'm going to show you. I'll show you because I'll repeat it back to you. I think that they have videos that show time lapse footage. Did you hear me say it to you?
I know what you're saying, dude. I know what you're saying.
Did you hear me say it to you?
Yes, dude. I know what you're saying. I'm just
that's my point.
telling you something that I think without providing evidence.
Yes,
I understand
correct.
what you're saying.
That's correct.
Yes, mate. I understand.
So,
I'm not that dumb.
But for me to you, man, doesn't it sound like if I said that to you, but like you think something? Well, why don't you provide me the evidence? Because I don't have it. My belief is kicking in. You know, I'm telling you what I believe, and that doesn't count.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I came into this. That's why I came into this space, man. Because I want to like get some understanding on your position.
Well,
but you're basically saying that I need to prove that it's a globe.
Well, first of all, let's start there. I think our first position is to start whether or not we can understand the Earth is a globe, as I've been told, and then we can get on cracking with like how it's not, and it's a flat and stationary plane. But I mean, we got amples of evidence to provide you, man. Trust me. There's no short of evidence on our side. The reason I'm not pouring myself over that right now is because you need to really like. The point needs to be driven so far into your mind that it's not a globe in any way. And then your mind will have enough time to say, okay, dude, I didn't come up with shit. So now let me hear the Earth as a flat Earth. And then we can give you that information and you could be like, okay, let me take a look at this. Instead of it being like only, nah, I think it's a globe, but provide me the evidence that the Earth is flat. That doesn't work, Jeff. Because you're in your head, you'll have this bias that's like a brick wall that will not allow any information to come to you. Unless you realize you didn't have any information about the Earth being a globe, then you can say, okay, well, shit, I didn't provide anything, but let me hear how I can figure out if it's flat. You know, that's different. It's psychological, Jeff, is what I'm saying. And if you don't break that barrier, you won't ever your mind won't be open. Even though you might claim you're an open-minded person, it will not be open if you still have that bias that's running like a script. And you know what I'm saying is true, Jeff, because you were saying, I think there's evidence out there. And it's like, no, bro, you can't start like that. You have to provide the evidence of what you're saying and just go from there.
Yes, mate, I understand, mate. I get you.
Well, I mean,
I'm just spousing off that I've been taught, right? Well, I've heard someone else say, but
dude, like
that's what I'm saying, right?
No slight to you, man. Don't take it like I'm not beefing with you, man. Now I'm not. Before I was like, nah, this guy's got to realize it's not. But now it's like you're just like everybody else, man. All of us come into this position where we're just like asking questions and shit.
Just like you.
Same thing. Absolutely. There's nothing different.
Yeah, you're just like we were when we were in your position. Absolutely. I mean, honestly, you have like a path, like a split path to take right now. So you can go and gather all the information just like we did, and you can go figure out whether or not what you think is true or false. It's up to you. It's not up to us. It's up to you, buddy. Like, we are here to challenge your worldview as it is. You just assume that it is that way instead of knowing it. You just think it is. You just believe it like a religion.
I'm gonna say like
we're here to.
That's what people say though. That's what they say. They know something because they were taught it.
Yeah, no, but
that's right. Exactly. So, you need somebody to challenge your worldview, and you're having that right now. We're challenging your worldview. So it's, on you whether or not you want to go look into what we're talking about or not.
Yeah.
So you either do or you don't. You just believe what you already have been taught. Like we were all taught. We were all taught the same thing. So we're not giving you any grief about that. I would say that we're just challenging it.
Yeah.
And
I would say it this way.
You and the way you respond to that being challenged is always some sort of plateau. So it's either you're gonna go look into it or you're not.
I would
Go
just, I
ahead.
would say it this way. Maybe we're not taught, we're told. Being taught would be that you understand how to articulate a point. I don't think you're taught. I think you're told. Like everybody else has been told. We're all been told that the Earth is a globe, and it's something
True.
that we're told at a very young age. So, people just tell you, and it's like, okay, you've told me that the Earth is a globe, and there's planets and yada yada, solar system, and all that stuff. But how can I know that's true? That's when you start realizing where you're at in your knowledge with this. So if you were taught that the Earth is a globe, I mean, the answers would flow out of you straight off the dome, brother. You'd be coming at me
Yeah.
with like, I know the Earth's a globe. I've been taught. The 8 inches per mile squared has been measured. Like you'd be coming at me with the information. But the problem
And
is,
we're not telling you that we're a disc in space. Actually, we haven't even gotten to that point where we
yeah, we have.
give our contention with the claim of outer space and all that stuff. Like all of that is it deserves its critique just like anything else.
There's
So
so
you
much
need
to
to be
talk
able to
about.
critique everything.
There's so much.
Exactly.
There's so
So
much to
much to
talk
talk
about.
about, but we're just keeping to a simplistic, because honestly, if you're going to derive all of these other aspects of the globe and talk about these other things with the globe understanding, you need a globe
Yeah.
first. So we need a globe first. And if we don't have that, then we can't talk about the motion of the earth, which is non existent. And we can't talk about outer space because that's non existent also. So we're talking about just the earth itself. Is it curving or is it not?
Mm-hmm.
So the sun setting is not a indicator that it's a globe. Is that what you're saying?
That's true.
Absolutely, we're saying that. It does not indicate it's a globe at all.
But it doesn't set at some spots and it does set at others. That's really odd,
Yeah.
don't you think?
I mean, we
Yeah,
see it on the
of course.
horizon, of course. I mean, that's not outside of us saying like that doesn't happen. What it is, when it does occur, what's being thought of in its occurrence. So let's kind of walk through that. Let's see if we can piece together a way that you can think about it, Jeff. So when you see the sun setting, how can we get direct geometric correlations? Like geometry. Like the Earth would be an oblate spheroid because of a sunset. How?
I don't understand what you mean. You better
So
break it
if
down a
the
little
Earth,
bit more simply.
okay, so if the Earth is a ball, right? If it's a ball, and the sun is setting, how do we know it's a ball? Because the sun's setting.
How do we know that the sun's going behind the horizon?
Beyond the leading edge of the ball, the sphere.
How do we know it's going down or we can't see it? Is that what you're asking?
No. Yeah, how do we know it's a ball? Because it's going down.
Yeah, because just like in the example I gave you in the nest with the ceiling of Walmart from the produce aisle, you can see that the light fixtures are gonna like appear to go down in your vision. So we're not even talking about the sunset particularly. We're talking about whether or not the sun is going behind the curve or beyond the horizon.
So you have to identify, Jeff, that the Earth is a ball because of the sunset. How is it a ball because of sun setting?
No, I'm just having difficulty comprehending that it can be sun setting in one place and then on another place
You're thinking,
it is still there.
Yeah. No, hold on. Wait. You're overthinking this. Don't do that. I don't want. I know Flatsy had gave you an argument, but let's kind of get it more simplistic. Let's only figure out one thing. If we see a sunset, how do we know the Earth is a ball, a sphere? How do we know that by the sun setting?
Well, I would just say that it's because that the Earth has a rotation, right?
Yes, that's an assumption. You're adding assumption on top of curvature. So first you're doing that, not me.
The rotation is the day and night. That's
what you believe,
though, right?
That's what you believe right now. That's currently what you believe. So you believe it's rotating as a ball. Yes?
But in
I
reality,
believe it's rotating because of the day and the night.
Okay, Jeff,
The sun rises and sets.
what
That's
you
why.
Jeff,
what
hold
do
on,
you
hold on,
see the
Flatzy. Wait,
sun
wait, wait,
doing?
wait, wait, wait. We got off onto now the Earth in motion. That's another claim. The first claim was that it's a geometric shape, a ball. So the first claim, by seeing a sunset, I want to know how it's a ball. Not that it's
Just
moving. I want to know how it's a ball. Can you focus
just
on that?
describe what the sun is doing. Just describe what the sun is doing from your perspective.
The
From
Earth,
you.
the
What is
Earth,
the sun doing?
the Earth is in the position it is relative to the sun because of gravity, right?
No, stop. That's
No,
a
that's
third
all
claim.
assumptions.
That's a third claim, Jeff.
That's what I've been taught, right? That's what I've been taught.
Let me. I know.
That's what I've been taught.
Let me tell you three claims. First of all, let me tell you the first one. The first claim you made was that the sun is a ball because we have sunsets. The second claim, the Earth is in motion because it's a ball. The third claim, we have gravity now. You're introducing a lot of claims. Let's peel back the layers of onion on this, right? Take away the Earth as gravity. Take away the Earth spinning. We're only going to focus on the geometry. The only one thing I want you to tell me is how is the Earth a ball because of a sunset?
Because it has a rotation
That's movement, sir.
relative to the sun. It has a rotation relative to the sun.
Yes, that's what
That
you
would
want to
explain
say
it.
about it. Move. Yeah, you're telling me the Earth is moving on that as a ball. Yeah.
I'm just saying it's got a rotation relative to the sun.
Answer my question. Don't ever, Flatsy. Answer my question. The sun the Earth as a ball rotating is the reason why we have a sunset, right?
Well, in a way, I guess that it would be explaining why at certain areas on the
No, but
surface.
just answer yes or no. Sir, it's a yes or no, Jeff. Let's not get too convoluted. The Earth as a ball is moving.
Yes, I do.
That's why we have the sunset. Okay.
Yes, I do.
Now focus on my voice. Remove the Earth moving because we're not trying to prove that it's in motion. That's not what's at stake here. We want to figure out if the Earth is a geometric shape like an oblate spheroid, a sphere, a ball. We want to know why it's a ball because you see a sunset. That's the only one thing I want to know right now.
The fact, but I can't isolate the fact that it's a ball is the reason why. Because the reason why there's a sunset is because of motion. Nothing to do with it being a ball.
It's not a ball. A geometry is not included in the sun setting, right?
It's not.
Answer my question, Jeff. Is the sun, the Earth being a globe, included as a ball because the sun setting?
I don't know how to answer it because all I can say is that there's motion, right? There's motion.
No, answer it honestly. No, answer it honestly. This is your time to answer honestly. Your brain is trying to escape from this. Don't let it, Jeff. You're in control. Now, I need you to answer me honestly. Is there any way that you can tell me that the Earth is a ball because of a sunset?
Well, no.
Thank you. Stop. Don't add. Don't do it. Your mind's going to try to escape. Stop. Just stop. We've arrived. Just stop. All right. We can go to the next one. The next one will be tackled one by one. So now that you don't know if it's a ball because of a sunset, how can you tell me that ball is spinning?
Because there's daytime and nighttime.
Right. But how is it a ball when you didn't understand if it could be a ball from the sunset?
There has to be motion relative to where the sun is.
That's great. You've apparently thought about motion, but you forgot that it was a geometric shape. So now
also,
it's a non-geometric shape. It's not a geometric shape anymore, and it's in motion. So you didn't prove globe or oblate spheroidness. You're only proving motion.
Yeah.
So you don't know what
the sun is moving.
You don't know what's spinning. I know, Flatsy, but I'm trying to get him to realize this question is fallacious by him.
I understand what you're trying to say. I understand what you're trying to say.
All right, so we're following the train of logic. We're walking the path right now, Jeff. You and I, you're walking the path. So we're realizing that the Earth wasn't claimed to be a globe by a sunset. So we don't know its geometry. We don't know that, you and I, because you couldn't give me that. You said, I asked you, is the Earth an oblate spheroid or a ball because of a sunset? You said, no, I don't know, was your answer. Remember that.
Yeah, okay. Well, I can't
Okay.
prove that it's round, but all I can
Okay.
say is that the sun goes down over the horizon because of movement, right?
Okay, so yeah, so now we're going to tackle that one because now we isolated that. So it's not a ball, but it's going down below the horizon. You don't know what the Earth is at this point. You just see the sun moving across the sky, and now you think that the Earth is what's in motion. I need you to tell me something honestly. When you see the sun moving across the sky, do you at any time see the Earth moving?
Relative to the sun.
No. That wasn't what I asked. Don't say that. I'm asking you a simple question. Just answer it simply. Do you see the Earth or the sun moving? Which one do you see moving? Don't say relative. Just answer what you see.
I'm not sure I want to answer that question.
Why? Why?
Because you know
Because you know that you see the sun moving, Jeff.
I am a fixed position.
Look at your mind.
I am a fixed position on the ground. I don't move. I look up into the sky.
Oh,
at different
okay,
times
so
of the
if you
day.
don't move.
At the
Yes,
different times
say
of the day, the sun
Say
is
it.
in different positions.
Yes, that's it right
But
there. You got it.
doesn't mean that
Stop.
the planet is not moving.
Your mind, fight your mind, dude.
Buddy.
Fight your mind. Don't let it overcome you. Your natural observation is the base axiom by which we can all understand observations to be. We make
Exactly.
our simple observations of the sun moving across the sky from east to west on our horizons. That is what you need to just stay focused. Don't lose that. So you see the sun moving. So two things so far. Sunsets did not prove the oblate spheroid, the geometric shape of the Earth, and they certainly did not show us that the Earth is moving. In fact, according to you, the sun is moving.
I didn't say that. I
You
said
did.
that we're moving relative to the sun.
No, you said that now. Your mind is trying to revert back. I didn't let it because you said the Earth moves at different positions in the sky. Did you not say that?
I said the sun is different
Sun
positions.
moves.
The sun is different.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just got it mixed up. It's fine.
I said sun. Did I say Earth?
You said Earth, yes,
I meant
but it's
sun.
fine. But
I
we
meant
knew
sun.
what you meant. Yeah.
So the sun is at different positions in the sky. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't prove
Okay, you said that.
anything. That just means the sun's in
What do you
different position in the sky. That just
what
means
does
the
that
sun's
mean?
in a different position in the sky. That's all that means.
So it's moving.
That means the sun is moving.
The sun's moving, right?
No, it doesn't mean that at all. The planet could
What
be
do you
moving
mean?
relative to the
What-
sun.
Okay, tell me
The
what.
planet
Tell me
can
what
be
you.
easily moving relative to the
Don't say
sun.
planet.
It's quite easy.
You don't know
Yes.
that because you didn't. First of all, sunsets didn't provide geometry. That's number one. You admitted that yourself. You admitted that sun did not provide geometry by setting. Number two, the sun is or the Earth. I'm saying it wrong. The Earth is in motion. You didn't provide that because you only saw the sun in different positions in the sky. You cannot say relative because the only base axiom you have is your vantage point on the Earth, looking at the sun. So the only thing you can say truly is that the sun's moving across my sky from east to west. That's it. Nothing more.
But there is the theory of relativity, though, right?
Yeah, but we're not talking about that.
Relative speeds compared to each other.
Jeff,
They have relative
we're not
speeds, though.
talking about that. We're only talking about our observations, Jeff. Observations only. That's it. You understand? Observations only.
You can observe.
What?
What am I? How am I going to say this?
I don't know. Say it truthfully, whatever it is.
All of the things in the sky move. We can see them move. We're not here telling you that they're not there.
Yeah.
Moving.
Say it truthfully,
I'm
whatever
just trying to think of how to say it. So the rotation.
Those things are
the rotation,
not us.
Bro, why are you going to listen to your mental gymnastics, brother? Why? Why are the mental gymnastics? It's just that easy, Jeff. It's just that easy, bro. When somebody tells you that something else is happening, the burden of proof lands on their shoulders, not yours. You don't need to carry the burden of the Earth doing all kinds of stuff relative to you. Why do you have to carry that?
It's an extraordinary claim.
Yeah.
So someone telling you that you're the one moving instead of the thing you see moving in the sky, you realize that you're not moving, but something in the sky is moving. Their extraordinary claim is that you're moving and that the thing in the sky isn't moving.
That's very weird.
That's an extraordinary claim, and they need to prove that. They haven't proven that ever in history. So go ahead, if you think they have, proven that.
I'm just trying to think of physics, what I was taught in physics.
Go
I'm
ahead.
just trying to go back and rack
Good.
my
Try
brain.
it.
Physics,
I'm trying.
very good.
Try it.
Yes,
Whilst you do that,
physics.
go ahead, Flats.
Sorry.
You go.
No, I was going to say physics is a great way to go about it.
Yep.
So you can go and study physics and realize that that is not possible.
Nope. Nor is it even real. So let's look at the physical and natural world for what it is, right? In the meantime, maybe you can search for an answer, Jeff. We'll give you a little cool down break so your mind can rest a little. It's been like prickly right now because you're trying to figure a way out of this. It's like you're trying to be Houdini, man. You can't escape. These are the truths of our physical and natural world, our reality. So there's no way to think outside of that because you're in it. All right, so we got Superfly on the panel. Welcome, Superfly, to the panel. If you're there. Superfly, if you're there.
He's got his hand up from what I can tell.
I think he
Go
can,
ahead,
can
Superfly.
speak right now. He's got
I'm here.
Mic.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Hold on. Give me about 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right, buddy.
Just give me 2 minutes,
that's fine.
please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, take your time. We got Amish in the panel. What's up, Amish?
I was going to shout out Amish. I was going to do that.
Flatsy says you're her favorite deputy.
I think he's one of my favorites. Absolutely.
You're my favorite deputy.
Hey, can't really chat, but good morning. I'll be
back. Yeah.
Listening.
While you're cooking in the kitchen, we're cooking in this kitchen. How about that? Or maybe making coffee. I don't know what you're doing. Nevertheless, I think it's important for all of you guys who are listening. If you like the conversation so far, or if you want to actually be a part of the speaker panel, just request to speak. Flatsy or I or Creation Bear will bring you up. And just want to remind you guys that if you want to make more, I guess this space that we have here a little bit more robust and bring more people in here, don't forget to retweet the space so we can get more people in here. It's 4:30 in the a.m. for me. I usually go for till about 6 or so. So if you guys want to invite more people in here, do some retweets, tell your friends about this place, and see if they can come up to the speaker panel and challenge me and Flatsy or Creation Bear or Amish, and see if you guys know if the Earth is at an actual globe. We'll figure that out soon too. Go ahead and check that out. But this is 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 20 in the continuing series that we've been doing here on X. And I titled the space, Today the Globe Earth was debunked, but it's only debunked by the people who come in here believing that the Earth is a globe. This is the crazy part. I'm not going to debunk it. You guys who think the Earth is a globe will do the debunking for me. So that's how it works. But yeah, if you like the content, go ahead and give us a follow. Appreciate you guys for coming in here. We got about 28 people in the space, so a lot of people listening. So shout out to you guys listening to us in the morning or the evening, wherever you're at on this beautiful plane of ours. But yeah, we got Flatsy Klein. Don't forget to follow Flatsy. Been a wonderful co-host. Very knowledgeable. Has been expanding her mind on different topics. Amish, of course, he's the globe defeater. So I mean, he opens his mic in like 5 minutes, he can destroy the globe. And we got the rest of the panel, like Mr. Jeff, who's been a part of this panel. He's kind of reeling a little bit from the conversation. We got Superfly who just joined us. But yeah, if you want to join us, just request to speak. We'll bring you up here.
I think that my favorite is Jeff. I want to say, Jeff, you're my favorite because I feel like you are like on the cusp right now
of a real breakthrough, huh? Something really awesome is going to happen.
Something. It may not go in our favor, which is fine. I would rather you come in our favor, but either way, I think you're on the cusp of at least questioning your own paradigm versus ours. So that's a good thing.
I can't see it changing quickly.
Nah, don't worry about it.
I can't see it changing quickly.
We're not concerned by that, Jeff. That doesn't bother us even in the least. You can do what you want.
Go either way.
Yeah, you can actually just stay here and listen to other people that we have interactions with. And then keep asking us questions. Just do what you do and do you. There is no pressure for this. That's no timeline, dude. We talked to Jeff like two weeks ago, man. He should have been a flat earther by now. Like that's not what we do here, man. Not at all.
Hey, can I butt in this?
Sure.
This is Superfly. Hey, sorry about that. Um, Before I tell you a little bit about myself, I wanted to tell Jeff, I've been there, brother, and we all been there. Even Alpha's been there, Flat Sea been in there. We've been all globe. We didn't come out of your mother's womb and just become flat earthers, because the first time that you've known about globe Earth is when you went to your classroom and you saw a globe Earth, and the teacher says that's where we live, and then in your mind you take that and you eat that up, and then you say, oh, I live here, and then you spin the globe around, and China's on the other side, and we get stuck with that. Then we get people like organizations like NASA that then they say, we've been to the moon, and then they give you these pictures that are, what are they, computer generated bullshit. And so then they paint up these like Saturn and Uranus and all that shit. They tell you that this is what they are, and they don't even know what they are. To me, they're just stars. I didn't get to be a flat earther. I didn't start becoming a flat earther until 2016. And I mean, I'm well over. I'm a 32-year veteran. I've been flying all my life, and so I really had to ask myself, looking outside my office, which was the cockpit, did I ever see a curve at 41,000 feet and below? And I got to be honest to myself and say no. And so, then I met a friend that passed away, Rob Skiba, and I met him at a church
R.I.P.
function,
brother, right there.
and he sure taught me a lot. And he was a pilot. Well, he was a helicopter pilot, so he had not been to the heights that I've been. But that brother did teach me a lot about why it's flat Earth and what do we have in our cockpit, which is the same thing, helicopter, airplane. It's the same cockpit. Um, there's nothing on the cockpit of a jet airliner that tells you or that gives you relative to a curve. It doesn't follow a curve. We just at 35,000 feet go in that direction. To simplify it, because I think a lot of people will start talking to Jeff and mix him up, and how, because he's looking at movement, and then he's also kind of taking that whole thing about how we looked at it in a round as a ball and spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and yeah, I mean, we believe that, but I guess the best. I mean, there's a lot of good videos out there, but one of the best ones is Felix Baumgartner, where he's the highest skydiver in the world. Went up 26 miles, 24 miles, or something like that, and he only landed if the Earth was going 1,000 miles an hour. It took him, I don't know how many hours to get up there to that height. And when he comes back down, he only lands like, I don't know, I want to say, I got to go back and look at the video. I thought it was like 20 miles away from where he first started. But if the Earth was spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, don't you think he would be somewhere else on the flat Earth? And I got to say flat Earth because I'm a flat earther. But that's where I just wanted to take Jeff to, It all starts with baby steps, brother. I thank you for your time.
Okay, well, I would say that
Yeah, appreciate
there
it, man.
is no indication, even if you're aviating the Earth, like aviation doesn't prove a globe Earth. It only proves a flat Earth. So we're over here just like just telling you the facts, man. There is no evidence for a globe Earth. We are here inquiring for that evidence, but we also know that there is none. And you're in a position against us. It's kind of unfair. So you're having to kind of challenge your own worldview along with challenging our critique of it. So you have to at least uh, kind of self-reflect somehow. You need to be able to look at the things that you thought you knew and find out if you actually know them.
So I've just been thinking about something.
What's up, man?
Like radar systems, how they detect planes. They can detect planes over the horizon, though, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Amish, if you're there.
Beyond.
Amish
Yeah,
is
no, they really don't. In fact,
Go ahead, Amish.
radar can take an elevation angle to an airplane, which requires a flat Earth. If the plane in the distance is at perfect eye level from you, then if you think you live on a ball, it's going to be at a much higher elevation than you, because it's at a higher altitude relative to a curved surface underneath. The radar has no way to ascertain that.
So altitude.
You're very correct there,
altitude
because
isn't a factor. It's just elevation. So elevation would be
yeah, because
connected to the Earth itself. Altitude would be above the Earth. Sorry, Superfly. Go ahead.
now I was just going to make an example. If you take off from Los Angeles International Airport, you're talking to LA Center. And then as you progress going east, let's say to New York, they pass you on to Denver Center or maybe Rancho Marietta. But then you go to Denver, then you'll probably get passed on to Chicago Center. Chicago probably pass you up to Cleveland. All depends on, how much traffic there is up there. But each radar takes so much of an area. You see, it only takes so much of an area.
Can I say something real quick?
Yep.
Superfly,
Yeah,
can you tell Jeff what your background is? Because I don't think he might not know where you're coming from, but I think it would be context for him. Why you would have that?
Well, no, I mean I've been a pilot since I was like 14 years old, but went into the Air Force and got out pretty quick. Started working for the DoD, and then I got out of there and kind of walked over from where I was working at in Las Vegas, and just walked over to NetJets and ended up getting a job there. And COVID came and knocked me the hell on out. And pretty much I used to have a license to fly, but I lost my ATP over the COVID. I never took the shot, but
what's the highest altitude that you flew? I guess in comparison to like what he maybe could do, like an.
Well, I used to fly Gulfstream 500s and 600s, and our maximum operating altitude is 41,000. So I always used to stick between 38, 40.
Any curvature up there?
Depends.
Superfly?
Not that I ever seen any. I got pictures.
Yeah.
But I got a friend of mine that was in the Air Force too, and he flies the U-2, that reconnaissance aircraft, and he goes up to 65,000 feet. And I've asked him before, have you ever seen the curve? He goes, that's a bunch of bullshit. I mean, if you start asking airline pilots now when you go to the airport, There, a lot of them are being open about it,
Right.
but there's some that are not because they think they're going to lose their job. And just imagine if an airline pilot, and I'm not an airline pilot, like I said, I only flew corporate. But if an airline pilot was to start, or if you even ask him, hey man, is it true that Earth is flat? And he'd probably tell you no, because he's not about to lose his job or start scaring people. You know, I mean, everybody's still on the globe Earth. You know, you start telling people that are going to get on your plane that it is flat, they they might seriously make a complaint.
Yeah,
And
I just got to say something
you know,
for the audience listening right now. They might be in a shock because people don't usually hear pilots come in here and actually say that, but that Superfly actually flew in planes that he said at 41,000 feet and his friend at 60,000 feet, and no curvature was seen. I think that's pretty shocking for anybody that's listening and thinks that the Earth is a globe. They're probably pretty upset right now because they're hearing him say that. You know, I don't know how they're taking it, but I would just imagine if I was a Glober thinking that, like, wow, there's a pilot in here and he's saying the Earth is
But we're
flat. He
not.
sees it that way.
Yeah, but we're not shocked because we honestly know for a fact that this is the case. But when we have people come in here and confirm it, we don't need necessarily. Sometimes we need to vet people. Absolutely. So Superfly, don't get offended by what I'm saying. Sometimes we need to vet people, but honestly, uh, we already know that this is the case. So we're not shocked when somebody who comes in here and claims to be who Superfly is uh, stating these facts, like we have already laid
Let me
out for
see.
you.
Let me see if I can get
but
Jeff's.
it's really, it's all in perspective of what you're looking at outside the
Yeah.
window.
Let me see
You
if
know,
I
I
can.
mean, if you look outside the window and you know you're a globe Earth, or I mean, you look out there, you're not when you're a passenger, and I'm always flying, but when you're a passenger and you're looking outside the window at 38,000 feet, I mean, it's really hard to see if there is a curve.
Yeah.
You might see a curve because your mind wants to see a curve. I mean, that's just your brain, you know, playing with your eyes playing with your brain, or vice versa. But it's not physically. I mean,
Not there. Yeah.
it's not there. You know.
Let me see if I can get Jeff's reaction. Jeff, what do you think about that? What he's been saying, him being a pilot and 40,000 feet, and his friend at 60,000 feet, and no curvature was seen. What do you think about that, sir?
Oh, I don't know, mate. I've been on planes before, and I look out the window and I can only see a certain distance. Obviously, then there's the horizon, right? But I've just been doing some reading on radars, and it's quite interesting.
Yeah, but like once again, like there's still no curvature that's detected. So we're not getting to the place where people can now say, I know the Earth is a globe because of this particular type of information, which you right now seemed like Superfly. He came in saying that there was no curvature detected. He's a pilot, which a lot of times the Globers are like, dude, there's nobody that's going to say that the Earth is flat from up there. And we're like, absolutely. We got pilots, and this is evidence of one coming in here and stating the same thing we've been telling you this whole time. Now, you want to talk?
Can planes fly for 24 hours straight? Is that possible?
The
What about
planes can what?
refueling? If you're in a
What
plane
did
and
you
you
say?
could just continuously fly in one direction, right?
I
And
would say that nobody has ever claimed that. Nobody's claiming that.
if it was flat, if you continuously fly in one direction
No,
and
but
then get refueled,
that's another loaded
no.
question, Jeff.
But why is it
It
though?
is.
Because if you flew,
Because we're not talking about traveling over the surface. What we're doing is trying to figure out whether or not the surface is actually curving.
but
So flying over a
you have
surface,
an altitude meter, right? You can determine your altitude
an
from the
altimeter.
surface. Yeah,
And
so
you know what's important about that
you know
altimeter?
at all
Jeff,
times how
I'm gonna
far
tell you.
above the ground you are, so that if you're
Check
flying
this out, man.
continuously in one direction for
Jeff, relax. Jeff,
what?
relax. What I'm gonna tell you is shocking. Maybe to you, not to us. But if you get a plane that's at cruising altitude, once it's already ascended to its cruising altitude, and once it's at its cruising altitude, do you know that it maintains a steady, level, horizontal flight? It doesn't. It tries the best, and Superfly can probably concur. They try their best to keep it at that level flight. there's other factors that they have to account for, but curvature is never one thing they have to account for. They don't have to think about negotiating over any specific amount of curvature in their instruments. The only thing they're concerned with is their level flight on their path.
Yeah, but doesn't it stand to reason that if you just flew in one direction, and if we
Dude,
were on a
you're not
disc,
listening to me,
if
Jeff.
we were on a
You're
disc,
not
we would
listening. No,
eventually
we're
get
not
to the
talking
end.
about a disc. No,
What?
Flatsy covered this, Jeff. She said earlier, dude, don't think about it like we're on a disc. She said that earlier. You don't remember?
Well, if it's not a
She told you
sphere,
don't
then
ever think about it
if
like
it's
it's a
not a
disc. Well, it's
sphere,
not
then
a
it's got to
disc.
be a disc.
No, it's not got to be a
No,
disc,
it
bro.
doesn't. I would
It doesn't
tell
have
you
to
that
be.
it's a coordinate system based way of traveling. And also, given the aviation, especially since we have Superfly in here, right now in the nest, or what is it called? Like Jumbotron, whatever you want to call it. I just gave you a 2-hour period highlighted where the pitch data stays the same, and also the altitude above the surface stays the same. So you can go look at this flight data that I gave you over a 2-hour period. Also, I will give you the modus tollens. I'll just state it real quick because it's if commercial planes travel at 500 miles per hour like this one for 2 hours, 1,000 miles over a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles p, it would then have to descend or negotiate 108.3 miles of vertical drop over the course of its journey q.
Bullshit.
Commercial planes do not descend 108.3 miles while traveling at 500 miles per hour for 2 hours, i.e., then fly level, not Q. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. Therefore, not P.
He wasn't listening, Flatsy.
Yeah, well, I would.
Sorry that you had to say that.
I'm
No,
trying to
I would.
read.
I would
I'm trying to
love to give
read
this.
and make sense of it. I'm trying to read it.
You just cough saying bullshit, dude. Like you really don't want to listen to anything that we have to offer. It seems like right now, perhaps would be the best time for you to disengage because it's just going to go downhill from here. Like we made a lot of progress, but we're going backwards now, and I think it's going to go negative now instead of positive.
No. It wasn't. It wasn't Jeff. It wasn't Jeff. It was me that said that. I was just being funny. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, okay, Superfly.
It sounded like I was Jeff because I can't see who's it coming from.
What? I didn't say bullshit. I was reading. You said I'm not commenting, but I wasn't.
She was giving. No. Flassy was. She was giving all the dimensions, and I've heard this so many times before, and I just was being funny by saying bullshit.
Sorry.
Yeah,
okay,
but what she?
But listen, I'm just trying to read and
I'm going to
comprehend
retract
it.
that.
I'm just trying to read and comprehend
I'm going to
it.
retract that. But listen, I'm going to retract that. But what I will say though is the information that she's putting out on the nest is important for you guys to look into. So if you haven't seen this, it's important because this was from the black box from the plane.
Yeah, the black box. So if you go into it, you can look at, if you click on the nest where I've posted it, you can look underneath the post. My modus tollens, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's a denying the consequent. So it is a valid logical syllogism. So you can go through it yourself and see. If commercial planes travel at 500, this plane was traveling at 500 miles per hour, and I can redirect you to the. I have to get on my computer though if I was going to redirect you to the flight plan for this one, but I can tell you how you can find it if you wanted to. And if I mess up, I think it's like a 2018, 20 something, 2018, it's some sort of crash flight. So it's an incident that happened. So at the end of this flight, there was a crash landing That's why we were able to acquire the flight data where there were no disturbances for 2 hours, especially. So we have 2 hours where there's nothing disturbing the flight data, and my modus tollens, if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So this commercial airplane was flying at 500 miles per hour relatively. It may vary, like maybe above 500, but it's relatively 500 miles per hour. So if commercial air like planes travel at 500 miles per hour for 2 hours, which I highlighted a 2-hour period, you can look at the graph. For that's 1,000 miles if it's 500 miles per hour for 2 hours. Over a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles P, it would then have to descend or negotiate 108.3 miles of vertical drop over the course of its journey, Q. Commercial planes do not descend 108.3 miles while traveling at 500 miles per hour for 2 hours, i.e., they fly level, not Q. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere, then therefore not P. Okay? That's the modus tollens. So that's a logical syllogism given with the data that we're given from a flight plan and flight data that we have acquired for over 2 hours. The pitch data is perfect, and the altitude above the surface is perfect. So you got all of this data to look through, and also go compare it to others. If you can find 2 hours of data from a commercial air flight, you're able to compare this and see that they're not differing.
Shout out to AJ in the chat. What's up, brother?
Not much. Just got home from work late and pretty tired, actually.
Yeah, good to see you in the chat.
Yeah, thanks.
I was just having a conversation with Jeff and Superfly, who joined us.
Yeah, I heard Superfly
Can
was
I
a
just
pilot.
say, were you actually implying that the plane has to drop in altitude in the time that you just mentioned? Is that what you're
128.
saying? I'm trying to understand what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah, 100 over like that 2-hour period, they would have to negotiate 128.3 miles of vertical drop. So they would have to descend or negotiate that amount of miles of drop, not just like a gradual thing, because you would see that gradual drop. They would have to negotiate that somehow.
It's the distance of an arc. Think of an arc. Do you get it?
I'm trying to feel comprehended. Sorry.
Well, I know it might be heavy for you to take in, but that's exactly what's
I love this.
It's not dropping altitude from above the Earth's surface. It's following the supposed curved surface, which means that the pitch of the airplane would have to change to adjust to follow that curvature of the Earth. However, the data shows that the pitch doesn't change and it stays horizontal the entire flight.
Wait. The pitch.
The problem that I have.
Sorry, the pitch is not horizontal. The pitch is above horizontal, but it still references a horizontal. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry. Yep.
The issue that I have with that is that the AOA, which is the angle of attack, for those 2 hours that it shows level, I have a little bit of a issue with that.
Sorry, it's not level. It's above level.
Have to expand on it.
It's above level, but I mean at least by 2 or 3 degrees.
Yeah, but you're talking about a reference to level. That's what we
Yeah,
are ref.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why
I
that's what
get
I
was
it.
being stated. Not
AJ.
it might have came out wrong. It,
Yeah, sorry guys.
hopefully you understand.
No, you're fine. That's what I was saying. I was saying that this pitch is above horizontal and it stays the same
Yep,
for 2 hours. This pitch,
it's on a horizontal plane. That's what she's saying. But it's the pitch angles. What's in relative to that horizontal plane? Is everybody
Because
like?
if you take a marble and and you're at level flight, let's say just pick a number 30,000 feet, and you take a marble from the front of the aircraft and you let it go, it'll roll all the way back.
yeah, but
It's not perfectly
Yeah, that's
so the
fine.
pitch
zero.
over
Yeah,
You
the
know.
pitch above horizontal stays the same because horizontal stays the same. So the pitch above
yeah.
it is referencing the horizontal and it stays the same within a 2 hour period, which would need to negotiate 128.3 miles of curvature. So it would need to vary to compensate for that kind of mileage of differential.
Yeah, are we saying the same thing, Superfly? Because we're talking about the pitch angle would
No,
remain the same.
you're correct. You're correct. No, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page because it seems like
It's fine because it seems a bit uh like when you're talking to someone that's not.
Yeah, they think it's going like the plane straight on horizontal with
Yeah, and
the
that's
plane of
probably
reference.
his
Yeah,
contention. Like, we don't want him to think that we're saying the
yeah, no, no.
plane is horizontal the whole time. No, it's pitched above a horizontal that they use with a gyroscope. So the gyroscope will give them horizontal and it will stay horizontal even if it spins on the outside. The inside of it stays horizontal because the pitch data proves that.
That right there proves that Earth is flat
Absolutely,
because
100%.
the gyroscope does not work on a globe Earth. It won't work.
Yeah, because it's not accounting for that curvature, which is what I mean. People don't realize, and that's why we talk about, when planes reach that cruising altitude, they're not following a curved path. I don't know if maybe Jeff is out to lunch on this one, but yeah, this is true.
Well, there's not one single instrument, not even on today's aircrafts, that are for measurement of curve. If I simplified that, and there's just no instrument, and the only instrument that there would be, it would be an altimeter. And I mean, you could take an altimeter from today and compare it to an altimeter from
So,
an aircraft from a 1980
so,
to one today.
so can I ask
It's the
something?
same thing.
So, can I ask something? So, if you're a pilot and you are
Right?
flying in a plane for 24 hours straight, or 40 hours, or 60 hours,
Oh my
or
god,
120
this
hours,
again,
or 240 hours,
dude. He just finished. Hold on, bro. He
what?
just finished saying, "I know what you're gonna ask," but what he just finished telling you is that in no way does it account for the curvature. He's basically telling you, even listen, on short distances, what difference is it gonna make if you extend the distance to a 24-hour period?
Yeah,
It
two
will never
hours is long
change.
enough.
I'm
Two
just
hours
talking
is
about.
long enough.
It's not.
Well, hang on a sec.
It's
Can I
not
just
gonna
explain
change,
it?
bro.
Can I just explain it? So, at the same,
No, because it's not going to change, Jeff. It's not going to change. It's not going to then 2 hours later then say, "Oh, well, it's
but
starting
don't.
to account for curvature after the
But
two
aren't you
hours."
going to
It's
arrive?
not going to do
Aren't
that.
you going to arrive back at the same starting position?
That doesn't matter because the Earth's surface is not curving. So,
What?
however that's done, yeah, that's what's important here.
Over a
The
2 hour
aspect of your
period,
converse.
over a two
Listen, the
hour
aspect of
period, there has to be a negotiation of 128.3 miles. You don't
But
have that.
But the point is that you're going to
What?
arrive back at the same destination that you left.
No. That's not the point.
It is.
That is
That's
not the point.
at
Not
all.
without
Point.
turning.
So the point is we're talking about the no wait hold on. The point is we're talking about the amount of curvature the pilot will have to negotiate over, which Flatsy said and also Superfly concurred does not happen within 2 hours. That doesn't happen within that time frame. Even if you extended it to 24 hours, the pilot will never account for the amount of curvature that he would need to over the path of the travel. Do you understand? He's not accounting for it. Sir, do you get what we're saying? He's laughing. It's funny, dude. It's like
I'm just trying to use my brain and try to determine
it's not
that if you took off from one position on the surface,
he's gonna say it again.
Can I
He's gonna
explain
say it
something
again.
I'm just trying to work it out in my brain how it's even
Can I
possible.
explain something simply? All right.
Go ahead.
Jeff, you think that the airplane would come back to where it started on a globe, right? Well, grant that. In order for that to happen, the airplane has to do a 360-degree somersault, ass overhead, to complete a rotation, to maintain down. The pitch data doesn't show that that's happening.
It's pretty simple. Exactly what he just said.
I thought it was too.
Yeah, what Amish just gave you, the pitch data will prove that there is no negotiation for curvature whatsoever, and it stays the same over a 2-hour period. That there needs to be a negotiation of 128 miles, 128.3 miles of curvature. This isn't
Can I
happening.
just ask a question to like try and reinforce my understanding? So
No, dude.
So pitch.
You need to understand what's being said here.
To add
You
one
need
more
to
thing,
understand what's being said
I
here.
want to add one more technical point for Jeff.
God.
The pitch data should show a 14.4 degree arc that's bending for the airplane to maintain down relative to a globe, and it does not.
Okay, I still don't understand what pitch means because I'm not a fucking pilot.
Oh.
Can you explain it?
Okay, yeah. Think about it. We just break it down simple. Use your hand, right? Just use your hand. Just real quick. I think I got it. Just use your hand. Tilt your hand at an angle, right? Let it go straight across in your vision, right? Tilt it at an angle upwards a little bit, and then let it go straight across in your vision. That's what the plane is doing all the way for 2 hours. That's it. That's it. And it doesn't go around a globe because it's not accounting for the curvature. It's not negotiating over any specific amount of curvature. So basically your hand tilted at an angle upwards is all the plane is doing, going straight across your vision. Imagine for 2 hours, your hand was going straight across your vision for 2 hours. That's all the plane's doing over the earth. And then it descends. That's it. You think it landed, guys? The point landed, pun intended.
I think that it's really
From the
important.
giggle, no.
I think
Yeah.
it's really important what Amish just added to what I said, because I'm just talking about miles of curvature that needs to be negotiated. He's talking about degrees that need to be negotiated. So this degrees is also not accounted for at all in the pitch data. So even if some glober can be like, oh, they don't have to change any kind of pitch above or below the horizon, they can just change it above the horizontal and they can adjust for the curvature. They're not doing that. This isn't happening. They're not changing their degree of what is it, attitude. Yeah, the attitude isn't changing at all of the plane for that to be negotiated. So sometimes you can also change the
at some point we're just going to beat a dead horse. We're
you
just
can
beating
also
a dead
change
horse
the
right now.
speed, and that can descend the plane. That's not happening. There's no descension of the speed, there's no descension of the angle, and there is no descension of the pitch. There's
Yeah,
nothing being
thank you,
changed
Flatsy. At
at
some
all.
point, I think we're just beating a dead horse because he's not going to change his mind. Which, and you know what's weird? I'll just say this to the audience: what we have here is a person who is struggling to realize that he can't square the information how a plane flies over this flat Earth that we've been telling him that it flies over. When in fact we have a pilot that's in the chat right now, and also we have flight data. We have all the information to support the case that the Earth is a flat Earth, that the pilot is not negotiating over any specific amount of curvature given to us by the flight data from the black box, given to us by from also confirmation from the pilot who's in the chat, given to us also by the argument that's laid out to him that we understand that this is what's occurring, that no negotiation over any amount of specific curvature has been taken into account over a 2-hour distance. So the point hasn't reached his mind that he's not able to figure out how it's possible that this is happening. So let's see if he pulls out another mental gymnastics. Hopefully he doesn't. Did the point finally land?
I
Pun
don't know where
intended.
that data came from. I don't know what that chart
Aha!
is. That could come
Okay,
from
I can
anywhere,
knew
tell
it.
mate.
you the
Like,
data.
yeah,
I
I
can tell
that's
you.
what you
freaking
wanted
knew
me
it.
to say, right?
I got you. I got you.
Yes,
It's an
yes.
incident data from Los Angeles to Honolulu.
I've got a direct link to the NTSB. That's a National Transportation Safety Board of the United States that investigates these.
Incident reports, because it is an incident report. If you can look at the data that I sent at the end, you can see a huge discrepancy in the data. That's because one of the engines gave out. It's an incident report. So we're talking about this flight having no problems for 2 hours, and then this incident report that's happening is the flight having to make a crash landing. No passenger in this flight was injured. They were able to conduct a good, like a sufficient landing where no one was injured. But one of the engines gave out at the end of their flight. But we're just recording the 2 hour data where there's no discrepancy whatsoever in the uh, the data report, and that's why we were even able to acquire this data, is because it's an incident report that didn't have some sort of incident for 2 hours, dude. We're giving you data, raw data from a flight plan from the black box right here.
Yeah, and this isn't unique.
But how do
This
I
isn't
know that
unique.
was taken from anywhere that's credible? It needs to be credible.
You can go to the NTSB website
God.
and pull up literally any incident, and it will not show you any globe curvature. It'll show you exactly what we presented here. So this isn't something we cherry picked, although it is a good example because we have 1,000 miles of data where there's relatively no change in any of the instrumentation. So, I mean,
Exactly.
you can head over to the link. It's in my profile. Just search for NTSB, and you'll have the link to the website.
I'm gonna put
You
it
can go
in the
dig.
next.
I mean, I don't know what else. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
if this is a courtroom, we've got not only reasoned logic, we've got evidence, and we've got eyewitness testimony. What else is there?
the judge should be banging their gavel by now, so we can go to lunch. Because, damn it, man, this case is a slam dunk. It's done. Now, Mr. Jeff, however, he's trying to think about another angle because I could just feel the cogs turning in his mind. He's trying to think of something else. What else you got, Jeff? You know, when you don't give the mind like a way out, it starts to like figure maybe it can come up with something. Let me throw this at the wall, see if it sticks. This might stick.
Okay, maybe you need to post it in the nest, Amish, because I can't find it. I'm looking through your post and I can't find it.
Okay, hang tight.
Yeah, it's over, bud. It's over for the globe. Say good night. The party's over. It was fun while it lasted, eh, Jeff?
All right, there you go.
I really do like data. I love it. Oh, there it is. I see it now. Okay. Yeah, thank you. That's the NTSB documents that he just uploaded to the Nest. You can go and find what we were talking about. It's to Honolulu.
Yeah, but how do I know that? I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna do that.
But look at that, Flatsy. The link returns a 503. They changed it.
Oh, they changed it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been talking about this, how they've been changing the data to that since we came out with the.
Oh, that's convenient.
No, we got
Yes,
them. We
we
have
came out
the
with the
new link.
flight data. They've been changing it, the link to it at least.
Maybe Jeff's working with them in the back end. Hey guys, need to change it quick, dude. They're onto us. Fuck's sake, change it.
No, this has been way before
Just kidding.
our conversation.
Fucking around.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
You're just messing around, but
Hey, look, the docket search is
Amish
down. Hey, real quick, if you go to ntsb.gov, on the front page, click on docket search. The entire docket search website is down.
yeah, that keeps happening. Like this docket, but I have on my computer, my PC, I have the whole thing saved. When we came out with the flight data on Ballbusters, because Brian gave a whole uh, presentation on it. So he's been looking for this flight data for a long time, and an anti flat earther gave it to him. So he was able to go on there and he was able to like give this data out and describe how it doesn't give you any indication of a globe Earth. Actually, it's an indication of a flat Earth, like they say in their documentation and how they simulate flights. So they would need a flat, non rotating Earth to even fly over, given their simulated flights, and their realistic flights.
One of my first manuals that I got back when I got my private pilot's license at 17 was it was a Jeppesen manual, and in the very front it had stated um, all all measurements and uh, navigational. Uh, oh, let's see how I actually worded it. But basically saying that all the measurements by mileage and nautical miles is to be. Oh, I'm losing it. There's such a bad storm here that. Hold on, guys.
I
This
can
is
hear
bad.
the
This is real
storm.
bad.
I can hear the rain.
Oh, this is real bad.
I can.
Where are you, anyways, in the world?
I'm in Texas.
No shit, dude. That's where I came from. I used to live there.
I'm in Alabama. If you can't tell by my accent, I'm
But
straight up
mid Texas,
Alabamian.
South Texas, Northern Texas. I mean, that really matters, but
My picture that I just uploaded was taken in Winfield, Alabama.
And I'm Californian. Is that how you say it?
Yeah,
Whatever. You're not
I can hear that in your
Californian.
voice. I can hear that in your voice.
Yeah, you're
Well,
totally
if
Australian.
check this out, man. If crypto does what it should do, man, you would be a Californian. Like,
I'll be rich like a Californian,
yeah, man.
living it up
But
in
you won't.
Beverly
Never
Hills.
mind. I was gonna add some other shit to it, but better not. I was gonna say dyeing your hair blue too, but never mind.
Nah, I can't go that far.
I don't think any flat earthers are going to be. Maybe some of them have their hair dyed blue. They
Flatsy,
probably.
what would you say to your husband if he walked in with blue hair? Because I know what my wife would do.
I don't think my
That's
husband
funny.
would ever walk in with blue hair, but then again, my husband has gauges in his ear, and people think that that is an indication of who he is. So,
Hey, what do you think happened to Jeff? Did he just up and leave?
no, he's here. He's here.
He just
I'm
spiraled.
reading about
You think he got
aerodynamics.
Oh shit, dude! You're having a crash course with aerodynamics. What the? Fuck?
Good. That's good. He's looking into it. That's good.
He's like, nah, fuck this, dude. The Earth is a globe. Some way, somehow, it's a globe.
Oh, I think
I'm just gonna find it somewhere. It'll be in the. They didn't read the fine print. I will. I'm gonna show them it's a globe.
no, I think he's just genuinely looking into it. Hopefully,
Oh,
I'm
nah,
I'm gonna go
that
opposite
has.
of you, AV, and I'm gonna say
Okay.
genuinely looking into it.
We should put a, I would say gentleman's wager, but well, I can say that gentleman's wager on it. Let's see if he actually does what you say or what I'm thinking. I'm thinking he's looking for something that goes against what's been said so far. He's trying his best. He's gonna
He can't.
when he
though.
finds it, he's gonna watch this. When he finds it, he's gonna be like, "Aha! You guys didn't go over this part. Check this out. Watch." And if you're right, then he's gonna be like, "Oh, I confirmed what you guys were saying, and that's true."
I think that he's actually genuinely looking into it. 'Cause we've provided him with a lot of information, and that's a lot. That's overwhelming. I would hope that he actually goes away instead of continues to argue
How about
and
how about this?
digest the information at least.
Let's see what the audience says. A thumbs down if you think he's gonna come back for a retort to fight against flat Earth, or a thumbs up if he's just gonna look at information. And let's see if the audience is listening right now. I'm gonna participate. I'm gonna give a thumbs down because I don't think he's genuine, dude. I think he's looking for an answer to find out how he's gonna fight against this. Oh, Superfly thinks he's honest.
I think he's
Amish is on my
honest.
side. Let's go. How many more people in there? Thumbs down, Vitalia. Yeah, Z. I see you.
I think he's
Anybody else?
honest. I think he's looking into it.
I think
Let's
he's
see if
looking for an
Well, we
argument.
got listening.
He's looking for a.
AJ's on my
Yeah,
side.
I think he is. Yeah, he's going to read the first thing he sees that appears to go against what we said, and he's going to be chirping it off.
Yeah, come on, you guys. Listening panel. Let's see if you guys thumbs down. Oh, Inversion's got a thumbs down.
Ooh, we got a
Nathan's
fist.
got a thumbs down.
We got a fist from the conspiracy theorist.
We got a-
I love you, the conspiracy theorist. I hope you know that. I think he's such an honest interlocutor.
The secret has a thumbs down. Oh, he's got a thumbs up. He's like, he's going for it. He thinks Jeff is going to be an honest interlocutor.
He's just taking my side.
The secrets of heaven. He's on my team. We all agree, the ones who give him thumbs down, that he's not going to come back. Oh, Dan's on your side. Let's see. The secrets of heaven is like giving like 10,000 thumbs down. That's funny as hell. Let's see. Who else is in the chat? Thumbs up or thumbs down, guys? What do you think? He's going to come back and like be agreeing with flat Earth or disagreeing? He's going to find something and say, this is against you guys. Thumbs down by no headspace. Gotcha. Fool's thumbs down. Okay, so it seems like there's more people on my side thinking that he's just going to come back with a retort.
I'm going to win, obviously.
Listen, there's a possibility that he could be just doing what you said, but I don't think he is. I think he really is just looking for an angle.
Look, I hope he's
I've just told you, I'm just reading.
Yeah, but let's see if your reading is going to lead you to something that's going to say, oh, it says here. Oh, it says right here. The Earth is a globe. They're saying it's a globe. Watch. I'd be surprised.
Yeah. So hey, I'm back, but it Jessica manuals back in the days, they had wrote that to for all navigational purposes, reference as if you was on a plane surface. It really like and when I went to go look at that book again and I saw it, I'm like, what the hell? You know, they never said globe; they said flat.
Yep.
Plane
Straight from the
surface.
manual. Straight from the manual.
I know that. I was just, reiterating that point. We only gave evidence to what we were saying. Uh, there is no evidence for the globe. We know that.
Yeah, but you didn't read the whole manual. There
Oh,
could be something
okay.
in there. There could be something. There's words in there that could say, yeah, but it's a globe somewhere.
Okay, well, they would provide.
No, I've never read that ever.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've never read
Well,
that.
maybe you as a pilot didn't read that, but we got to give Jeff the benefit of the doubt. He's maybe someone who is a good researcher,
I'm a good researcher. All I've ever been accredited for throughout my high school and college career, I was always a good researcher. My papers were exquisite. Okay.
All right, paper didn't happen.
I guess it doesn't really matter if I can't provide the. I like research papers because I learned something in the process, and I'm able to reiterate what I learned in that research paper and give certain references to such things that
All
I
right.
learned.
Now I'm going to test your claim. What paper do you remember doing for your homework when you were in the 4th grade at the beginning of the year?
Oh, 4th grade? No way.
Yeah.
I can't. I don't know.
I debunked your claim. I'm
Yeah,
just kidding.
okay. Well, I think
I'm
that
just
my
kidding.
first research paper was done in 8th grade, so not 4th grade.
Well,
I don't remember what it was on, but I do remember doing a whole research paper on the Black Death. I had to give certain things to give examples. I had to give examples of what I was writing about. But I don't think I remember anything specifically.
I was wondering, AJ, I'm gonna see if I can switch topics a little bit. We had a conversation earlier about handing this space off to Nathan. I don't know if you've talked to him about the idea yet or not. I don't know if AJ's here, but yeah, we're kind of mentioning that it would be kind of cool if either him or somebody becomes like a co-host, like you, maybe. I don't know, you or him, someone, and you just continue the space with the people in here. You know what I mean?
Who?
AJ. Because I was saying if we can get Nathan in here with the already people already in this space, it already has people. He doesn't have to wait for the space to have people to join. He comes in with it already having people in here, and then others will know who Nathan is.
Yeah, that would have to be the case because most of the time when people hear Nathan Oakley's name, they're just completely averted from the topic of flat Earth.
Yeah,
I don't know why, because honestly, if you're doing your
I do.
If you're doing your due, me too, but if you're doing your due diligence, you would actually research what these people are saying in totality, not in just hearsay. You would go and see what they say in their refutations to these things. You would go and see what they say in totality and not in certain aspects of what somebody else says. So you wouldn't
Right.
take somebody else's word for it. You would just go look yourself. That's due diligence. That's research. If you're really caring about what is opposing your worldview, you'd go look and make sure, you know? So that's one thing that I want to say. I know it's hard to listen to Nathan Oakley because I honestly agree with most people. It's hard to listen to him. I don't like it that much, but I do know that he has a good place that he's coming from. It just doesn't seem like it, you know, because he's British, and I don't know if it's some sort of like a thing over there in United Kingdom that you just be an asshole. Maybe he's just that. I don't know. I don't know how it is over there. They have a maybe a
Ooh, I'm
cultural
telling
difference.
Jedi. I'm just kidding. I'm
I
not.
love Jedi,
I was
but
just gonna
I'd
say.
say that there may be
I
a
get
cultural
what you're saying.
difference and we don't
I get.
understand it. Maybe go and look into it a little bit more instead of casting your judgment before you even look into it. Good grief.
Yeah, but I was thinking like maybe he could just come in here and then I could end my show and then he can start his, essentially. That way people can get used to like more or less when he comes in, then it'll be kind of like every I don't know Monday or something.
Maybe.
Just for now, and then people can enjoy that whatever. I think he said something like an hour or 2 hours. I'm not really sure if AJ's here, but
He's mainly like an hour or 2 hours. He doesn't want to overstay his welcome because he knows how harsh he can be. And honestly, he is. I'm like, I'm
well, yeah, the
honestly in the crowd. I'm like, Nathan, you don't even know who you're talking to most of the time. He's like casting aspersions on the person that he was talking to, but somebody else comes in and chimes in and he thinks it's them and he's wrong. I'm like, dude, that's not even the same person. Calm
it's
down.
all gravy. Yeah, but he's when it comes to like having the conversation, he leaves no quarter for anybody in the Glober side. And yeah, so you just gotta it's just whoever it is, we gotta have people prepared for like shock and awe whenever he's around because it's not the same type of program that they're normally used to. So he brings the thunder and lightning. So when people have you know come in here and listen to him, they just gotta be. It's a different show,
Yeah.
but
He makes
we
mistakes, but most of the time he's so on point with the logical portion of the argument. He can pinpoint
yeah.
down where you're logically wrong.
Yeah, I've been doing well so far. I've got 390 followers, and I'd just like to thank everybody who's following me. Appreciate you guys. Another plug to the space 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 20. Today, the globe was debunked, but of course, I didn't do it. They did. If Flatzy was here, she could tell you.
Yeah, they
They were
got
debunking it.
themselves into a corner. It's
they
pretty bad.
they flat smacked themselves. And if you want to listen to this whole audio over again, you can. It's a little bit lengthy, like a 5 or 6 hour stream. You can skip through the parts or whatever. But I encourage you to listen to the other streams that we have, and they're also chock full of good conversations. And then you can see where we're coming from. But yeah, we just invite you to every time that I'm on. I'm gonna. Sometimes I'm usually on the fly, but the times that I usually go on, it's gonna be from. I'm in North America, so it'll be Central Time at about 11 p.m. on Central Time. That's when you're gonna look for me and this channel, and then just pop over here and see if I'm on or not. And then usually, if I'm on, because I work 3 days and I'm off 3 days, so I'm off 3 days, and I'll be like Monday, Tuesday, or Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. They're the nights that I'm gonna probably be on here, so you can look for me then.
You should also highlight that your sleep schedule is way different because you're
Oh yeah,
sleeping, or because you work from 6 o'clock p.m. to 6 o'clock
6
a.m.
in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah, you work those hours normally, so your rest period would be during like the daytime instead of the nighttime.
Yeah, so I miss all the like different hours where people are on mostly, but my audience will start becoming more, kind of accustomed to like if they ever want to stay up late, they'll be catching me on. I'll be on here. So if at any time you stay up late and you're just hanging about, come on over. We'll
And that's
at least provide you with some good entertainment, if anything.
yeah.
Listening to some of the people bring bad arguments, and well, if you got to know, listen to the other episodes, you'll get to know my style. You'll know how I operate.
Right.
I definitely tie these globies up in knots. Like they don't know whether they're coming or going by the time they're done talking to me.
So true. It's so true. And also, I'm not able to get on as much, and this is a great time for me. So your time frame works well for me, being a mom and a wife. So this is my alone time, and I'm able to still go to sleep right now and wake up before my son
Yeah,
wakes up. Like,
me,
but I
me
have to go
too.
to
That
sleep
is the same.
soon. Like I should have
Yeah, me
already
too.
been asleep, honestly.
Me too. Well, we'll probably be wrapping this up. I'm just kind of doing a final kind of, saying what's up with everybody and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm looking at like 30 minutes or something, if anything, if I go any longer. But I'm just saying I appreciate everybody that's joining us. And 390 followers so far. But I'm really trying. I want to, my aspirations, I want to be one of the biggest flat earth channels on X. So I don't know if I'll ever get there, but with your help, maybe.
I
It
think
could work.
Superfly wants to say something. He has his hand up.
Oh, my bad too. I've been having glitches too, so my apologies to the room.
Yeah, no, you're
Go
fine.
ahead.
Hey, I really wanted to say thank you to the three of you guys that are up there. Um, you guys are doing a good job. Um, I've I used to get on a lot, and I got a lot of work to do, and I just really wanted to say thank you for you guys being up here because this is a really important issue. Um, it doesn't change the way I live from being a globe to being a flat. The what it did change, it changes that I'm a spiritual man and I've read the Bible, and my Bible says that we live on a plane surface, not a globe surface. And I'm not going to go into that now, but um, I serve a bigger God than man, and so that said, you
Greater,
have to you
it's
have to study to show yourself approved. And if you're just out there listening to NASA and listening to governments, they're
greater
just
is
gonna.
he that, but greater is he that lives within you than he that is in the world.
That's right. Preach it, sister. Here's the final say to all that. Basically, we've always been, like television. It's always been them. The television's always been like the tell a vision version, right? Because they're telling me what they want me to hear. And most of the time we get on TV, we watch TV, and we really start believing the bull crap. And so, sometimes you just gotta sit back, go to the ocean, and take a deep breath and really ask yourself. I mean, you know, is this it's flat? Is this flat Earth? Or I don't know. I mean, I've been a glober for a long, long time, and not until 2016, I was like changed, and now I know I have a purpose of why I'm on Earth. Before, okay, we're just spinning around with all these other, you know, all this other shit out there, and at this thousands and millions of miles an hour or whatever. It just, it just don't make no sense. And I'm not the smartest guy in the world. Just because I flew airplanes doesn't mean that I'm the smartest guy in the world. I, you know, there's a lot of smart people out there, and it, being that in my last 32 years in my flying career, I have, you know, I really never stuck around. Oh, I'm flying around in a globe. That really, it was just a job. But then now, just right before I retired, I became flat earther, and then it was really fun. It really got to be a lot of fun, knowing that I lived out of plane surface and that I do this actual job about flying all over the United States. But
It's a lot of
I
fun. It is
say
fun, isn't it?
no, it's great. It really is because it's like there's a lot of other there's like the railroads. They don't
Oh,
bend. They
buddy.
don't bend. They don't bend tracks. They don't bend tracks every
No, they don't. They
every
cut through
month.
mountains to keep it
Exactly.
flat.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So anyway, I just want to leave it right here and say I thank you very much, and if you're out there in the audience and you're still globe, that's fine. It's nobody should be mocking you or saying that you're stupid. There'll come a time where God will change you around. So I'll leave it at that. I thank you very much. You guys all have a good morning. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you,
Thanks for
Superfly.
joining us,
Yeah,
Superfly.
no problem.
Thank you.
Hey, I do want to give a shout out to Helio Skeptic. He has the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. There's a bot in here right now. If you go and give it a follow, it's down there. And also, because we're live streaming on YouTube and on X, we're on multiple platforms. So 24/7 is continuously doing series of Flat Earth conversations. So you guys need to join the chat. And shout out to Helio Skeptic. Go and give the YouTube a follow as well. Subscribe to Helio Skeptic on YouTube. The brother is doing amazing work cataloging all of our conversations on YouTube, on Rumble. He's got the bot in here, actually. If you see it, it's right there down in the listening panel. And so, yeah, give it a follow as well. But shout out to the panel as well. The panel's been doing an amazing, phenomenal job. Each one of us collectively have been researching Flat Earth for, I'd say collectively, what, maybe 100 years worth of information? Because, I did 10 years. I don't know, Amish is about the same. Most of the longtime Flat
Oh,
Earthers have been
man, I
doing a
think
lot of
Amish
research.
is
So
like he's maybe 3 years. I don't know.
I'm
Let
not
him
really sure. He,
speak.
he might be able to tell you.
He's
But
kind of close to me. Like I'm kind of new, and I'm a baby. I'm a baby to this whole thing. But you don't have to be some sort of veteran to learn and understand these things. So you
one
don't
of the
have
yeah
to be.
one of the things I've learned one of the things I've learned from like my religious aspect of it, it's not the length of the walk, it's the strength of the walk. A person can just
Boom.
be coming in this newly and just have the fire in their bones about this, so they feel like they need to go ahead and tell people about it, and that's what it's about.
I've
We're
learned.
here.
I've done so much work in such a short amount of time. Like I have the incentive too. I have a son. He's
Mhm.
5 years old now. Like I had the incentive to learn over the time period that I did. So I learned every single aspect of all the things that I could and still have a lot to learn. So I'm very, very far behind considering. But in this arena, like I would say that I have a lot to give, but also a lot to learn. And I'm also open to any uh, critique, whatever you want to give me. This is what I'm here for. Like I need that, and I also want to give that critique. Also,
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and just, I guess, round it off. I don't know if anybody else is in here that want to say what's up to the panel, and
AJ,
maybe goodbye or something, so we can.
Yo.
Oh yeah, don't forget, guys, click on the link on my profile. That's to our Discord. You can be a part of that action too, and you get to have, like Amish usually says, terabytes of information at the bottom of the Discord. That's where all the information is that you'd want to know about all the topics that we've covered. So, but yeah, back to you, AJ.
No, good. Thanks for tonight. I missed most of it. Sorry about that. I was at work, but no, it was good. And great to hear airline pilot in here, aircraft pilot.
He was right on time, dude, when we're talking to Jeff. So that worked out like amazingly.
Yeah.
Honestly, and we're not trying to like correspond with our own data, but it does correspond with our own data. But we have actual data where the globe Earth doesn't have any data whatsoever. So we're here just telling you, hey, you need to look into this. You don't have to believe us. You can go look into it. And we're not trying to convince you. We're just telling you what we know, and you can go look into it.
Hopefully what we've done is stir up some kind of energy in you. If you think the earth is a globe, perhaps next time we're on, you come in with that fire and that energy. But I hope that I stirred up something inside of you that wants to get on the speaker panel and come bring the heat. Go do some research while, we're having this space and you're listening to this, right? Whether you're listening to it as a playback or live now, go and do some research, get your best arguments, do whatever you can to come with the best argument you can forward. Like 2 things that I usually ask: present a claim so we know your position. State, I know the earth's a globe. You can make a claim. Then back it up with evidence. Any evidence that you think is going to support the claim that the earth is a globe. And when you do that, come up here, do the best you can. Put your best foot forward when you come up here. Be prepared, because we come at you with different kinds of questions. So it's not just going to be one scripted way, just because you never know what you're going to expect with whatever topic you think you're going to bring up. So, all right, Jeff, thank you for joining our panel, Amish and Flatsy. I'll see you guys
All
later.
right, see ya. Thanks for having me on.
Yep.
See you,
All
everybody.
right, guys. Catch you next time. Peace.